Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. It's angling. Here it is. Old Kaiser. Okay, let's go ahead and add these and these and these. And this. And that. And where is that? I didn't end up listening to that disturbing phone calls thingy, or audio, whatever it was. Where is it? Just wanted to put it back on my queue. Oh, and this one, the new Nightmare movies. I forgot about that. What the hell is this? It should be. Where the hell? Get all this going. I'm just adding one extra thingy over here before I even get into my chat. And it's just like, I don't know where. Oh, here it is. It's scrolled past it because the thumbnail of Howard Stern's on it, so just my mind just blanks it out.
Leave me alone.
Not every twist in horror can be summed up in the word.
Why can't you leave me alone?
Not every twist in horror can be summed up in the word horrific.
I don't want to die.
Since so often we're just left sitting there disturbed and upset by what happened to the main character.
Why do you torture me? It isn't fair.
Sometimes you're left with a smile on your face and a very different word to sum up the twist. Beautiful. This is why we have to go visit an old woman living a nightmare and see her experience her greatest fear in Nothing in the Dark.
I'd rather live in the dark than not live at all.
The episode starts in this old broken down home where it's clear that somebody still lives here, as we see who that somebody is lying in their bed but surrounded by chairs. And it seems like this was an intentional thing that she did to keep anything from getting to her. We can also see the reason that she's now awake is because there's a man outside of one of her boarded up windows in the snow. Upon her seeing the man, she slowly moves one of the chairs out of the way and puts her shoes on to go and check the door to make sure that it is still locked.
There we go.
After checking and being certain that it is, she sneaks a peek at the man who has just run away, leaving her relieved and able to catch her breath in this moment. When just then from outside a whistle is blown, stealing that breath away again as it's followed by gunshots. Followed by the man rushing for cover just outside of one of her windows, we then hear more and more gunshots as it seems like one has hit him, falling into the snow just outside of her door as he softly begins to call for help, causing the lady from inside the house to ask,
Who is it?
but then she quickly follows it up by just telling him to go away. But he just continues to beg for her to open the door and help him, and she asks the question again of who he is, and he says that he is an officer.
Yeah, this it's such a good episode. Also,
Hey! Where is everybody?
Plot twist and horror, such a perfect match that all of us, I'm sure, have our own favorite twist that we've ever seen across all of horror media.
I wish I could shake that crazy feeling of being watched.
Whether it's the classic he was dead the whole time, or the reveal that our main character that we've been rooting for the entire time is actually the villain. The question that always comes to my mind is, what is the greatest twist in all of horror?
I'm gonna wake up in a minute, I know it. I'm gonna wake up.
Which is why I'm here with this new series to finally figure it out.
Time to wake up now.
With your help, of course.
I'd like to wake up. I'd like to wake up now.
Which is why the perfect place for us to start is where some of the greatest twists ever written have come from.
The Twilight Zone.
And where...
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna let... Oh, and let me get the, Wendigoon video on here because it should be part of the play. Oh, there it is. That way I can start it. Did that get added? Sometimes this glitches. Let me go back to, okay, here it is. So, I believe you stopped watching...
So now the FBI has the name of Timothy McVeigh, and they...
There we go. I couldn't have been more than 5 minutes late to reading your text when you originally sent it. So, if I assume that you stopped watching at the hour mark, I will start it at the 55-minute mark so that you can get 5 minutes immersed into back where you were. And then by the hour mark, you'll be where you were at. Okay, here we go.
The commander said that he understood, he appreciated them, and said that they could try out at a future date. Now, under any other condition,
there we go.
I would say that this is bullcrap. Selection is infamous for being an incredibly hard course to get into and an impossible course to get back into. You're told when you're allowed to show up and try out, and if you don't make it, you don't make it, and there's no second chance. I mean, the whole point is to push people to their breaking limits to see who will break in a field setting. And units like this are tasked to do some of the hardest jobs the country has. If someone can't make it through selection, then you definitely don't want them in a situation where they won't make it through a real engagement. Outside of this, I have never heard of an instance of someone in selection being offered the chance to come back later. However, it's not impossible if, as apparently confirmed by the authors of the book, the commander did give the veterans the option to defer their selection. So maybe Tim was told he could come back later, or maybe, and the reason I bring this up, this could be the first in a series of lies Tim would go on to tell. There would be a lot of things he would tell people like his sister Jennifer to exaggerate his time in the service or exaggerate his level of importance. Not that he would overtalk his role in Desert Storm, but he would uptalk things that came after, the things the government asked him to do. That will become apparent with later statements that we'll get into, but for now, it's very possible that Tim dropped out, and he simply dropped out, and then he told people that the commander respected him and gave him the option to come back later. Either way, Tim was now out of selection, and his eventual dream to be a Green Beret was now shattered. But that wasn't the only thing that was beginning to break. After his experience in Desert Storm, his faith in the military, his faith in what he was doing, wavered as well. After seeing the things he didn't know if he still wanted to be a gun for the government. Sure, he liked the idea of defending the United States, but not if that's what defense looks like. And after returning to Fort Riley, he became more and more retracted from Army life. He was still an excellent gunner, but he did things like moved off base, spent less time hanging out with Army buddies. By the end of 1991, McVeigh's Army contract was almost up, but he was given an offer. The commander of Fort Riley asked McVeigh to be his personal gunner. He was to be the Bradley gunner of the commander himself. This would mean promotions, this would mean a pay raise, this would mean more connections with higher members of the military. If Tim wanted to stay in the military and forge a pretty successful career, he certainly could have. But at this point, Tim couldn't bring himself to be in the Army any longer. He declined his commander's offer, and when the contract was up, left the Army. He drove back to his hometown of Pendleton, New York, and hoped that he could begin his life anew. He hoped that his time in the Army would help him with employers and that he could forge a direction in whatever career path he wanted. Sadly for Tim, how reality had a different plan. After getting back to Pendleton, Tim had problems finding a job. He thought his time in the service would be similar to a college diploma, but it was not. Simply, no one was hiring, not even factory jobs with good pay like his father had. The only job that would take him was another security company, Burn Security, where he effectively worked as a rent-a-cop, doing security gigs for concerts or overnight at buildings, but the pay was low. So to supplement it, Tim joined the National Guard, joining the National Guard's 174th Infantry about 15 minutes from his house. Before he joined the Army, McVeigh was stuck. He was doing the same thing over and over, and that led to frustration, it led to depression, and it led to hatred. Now, after all of his time in the Army, having experienced the things he did, growing more bitter and more hateful, he was now back working a security job and back in the military. He felt stuck, and because of that, he began to resent people around him who were happy with their condition that seemed to match his. He didn't get along with other people at the security office. He didn't get along with people in the National Guard. By early 1992, he had nowhere to go and was all the more hateful because of it. So around this time, he really started to fall back into his old ideations, only now more intently. Ideas that his freedoms were being eroded from him, ideas that the government had it out for common guys like him. And from here, he began to write letters about his ideas to journals, to congressmen. One of those letters...
Did I rewind it far enough, or did you want me to, put it further back? It's only been 4 minutes, so I was just double checking.
Was published in the Union Sun and Journal on February 11th of 1992. In his letter to be published, Tim wrote, "Prisons are overcrowded, so they know they will not be in prison long. This breeds more crime in an escalating cyclic pattern. Taxes are a joke. Regardless of what a political candidate promises, they will increase. More taxes are always the answer to government mismanagement. They mess up, we suffer. Taxes are reaching cataclysmic levels with no slowdown in sight. The American dream of the middle class has all but disappeared, substituted with people struggling just to buy next week's groceries. Heaven forbid the car breaks down. Politicians are further eroding the American dream by passing laws which are supposed to be a quick fix, when all they are really designed for is to get the official reelected. These laws tend to dilute a problem for a while until the problem comes roaring back in a worsened form, much like a strain of bacteria will alter itself to defeat a known medication. Politicians are out of control. Their yearly salaries are more than an average person will see in a lifetime. They've been entrusted with the power to regulate their own salaries and have grossly violated that trust to live in luxury. Racism on the rise? You better believe it. Is this America's frustrations venting themselves? Is it a valid frustration? Who's to blame for the mess? At a point when the world has seen communism falter as an imperfect system to manage people, democracy seems to be headed down the same road. No one else is seeing the big picture. Maybe we have to combine ideologies to achieve the perfect utopian government. Remember, government-sponsored healthcare was a communist idea. Should only the rich be allowed to live longer? Does that say that because a person is poor, he's a lesser human being and doesn't deserve to live as long because he doesn't wear a tie to work? What is it going to take to open the eyes of our elected officials? America is in serious decline. We have no proverbial tea to dump. Should we instead sink a ship full of Japanese imports? Is a civil war imminent? Do we have to shed blood to reform the current system? I hope it doesn't come to that, but it might. Many of these letters were written in response to stories he would see in the paper. For example, there was one story he read about a woman who was charged for carrying mace in her purse, and he wrote a letter about how people should be allowed to defend themselves and how it's ridiculous that a woman would get in trouble for trying to do so. At one point, Tim tried to join the United States Marshals. He tested highly on all the exams and seemed qualified for the job, but he didn't get the position. When he didn't get it, he blamed this on racial quotas, saying that he was discriminated against for being a white man, that perhaps if he was a minority, they would have given him the job to check off a box. Again, as problems continued to arise in his life, the solution was always an outside source. There were legitimate frustrations, but his target of those frustrations tended to be other people. For a few weeks, he got a job at a local gun shop, a kind of job that you would think would be perfect for Tim. But he had a lot of issues with one of the other employees there, and rather than trying to squash it, he just quit. He was working long hours for the security company, sometimes as much as 80 hours a week, and the exhaustion was getting to him. He spent all of his free time laying around the house, his dad's house, mostly sleeping on the couch. He became more belligerent at work and was reported for yelling at people. All of this was getting to him, and it led to a breakdown one night. He woke up and ran out of his father's house, wearing just sweatpants with no socks or shirt. He drove to the one person who he had found comfort with consistently throughout his life, his grandfather. He ran into his grandfather's house, shirtless and in a panic. His grandfather asked if something had happened, and Tim said he couldn't talk about it. His grandfather said he didn't have to, and he let Tim sleep in his bed while his grandfather left the home. Of this moment, Tim would later say that he was considering suicide. He saw no future plan for his life and decided that living was too hard to get through. The thing that stopped him was how miserable it would make his grandfather, especially if he did it in his grandfather's home. He eventually left and never explained to his grandfather why he came over in such desperation. The psychiatrist who eventually evaluated McVeigh said that McVeigh certainly suffered from PTSD. When asked why he never sought psychological help after his time in the Army, McVeigh said that he lost interest after he realized the Army wouldn't pay for it. McVeigh was struggling to put any money together, and he couldn't afford a psychiatrist, and the government, it seems, wasn't willing to front all the money for one. Years later, when talking about this period of his life, McVeigh would say, "You've seen the extremes, experienced the ultimate highs, lows, and realities. Who gives a shit about conversation about the weather, or about who's late for work, or who stubbed their toe? The daily grind all of a sudden has gotten much more intolerable. Normal coffee pot conversations become intolerably boring. You separate yourself from these encounters and from people to escape. Who wants to settle down, get married, buy a house, go to work 9 to 5 back home? Back to the same old trivialities at home, get up the next day, back to the same old job. It's all just so routine." After the incident at his grandfather's home, Tim saw that he needed to do something. He was losing his mind and had to try anything to get back a little bit of enjoyment from his day-to-day life. So he just tried to do things that he used to enjoy. There was a farmer who lived nearby who, when Tim was a young boy, him and his friends would go hunt woodchucks on the farmer's property to try to help him with his woodchuck problem. So Tim hits the farmer up and asks if he can shoot some more woodchucks, and the farmer's more than happy to oblige him. Tim goes out there, sees a woodchuck in its hole, and shoots it, only injuring it, and then, in the animal's injury, puts it down. After this, Tim just went home, and the incident sat with him for days. Tim had always been a lover of animals, but had no problem killing animals for food or for pest control. But now, even that weighed heavy on him. He couldn't get the idea of killing anything out of his mind. In March, he would write another letter to the news talking about how inhumane slaughterhouse conditions are. How if humans had any dignity, they would hunt and kill their own food, wild animals that have had a chance to live, as opposed to the slaughterhouse process of industrialized killing. Every issue sat heavy with him, and every issue had its own extreme beliefs that Tim was diehard in his sentiment. And Tim was witness to several different extremes in opinion. At one point, while working his security guard job, he was stationed across the street where a pro-life rally was happening. Well, pro-life rally is kind of a light way of putting it. There was a group of protesters charging a building where a doctor who performed abortions was working. Tim would have been considered pro-choice. He always believed in a woman's freedom, because everything goes back to freedom with him, a woman's freedom to choose to have an abortion, but he equally believed it was the people's freedom to protest and, I guess, attack a doctor in a clinic. Which it should be noted, because I've seen some sources report in both directions, Tim was not religious. His parents were Catholic and he was confirmed at a young age, but at this point in his life, Tim did not believe in God. So while he had very traditionally conservative opinions when it came to things like firearms and personal liberties, he had what would be considered more leftist or liberal opinions when it came to things like abortion. Really, he just didn't want him or anyone else being told what to do, in whatever that looked like. But similar to earlier in Tim's life, all of this was still nebulous. He had very strong opinions about everything from, obviously, the military and government, to hunting, to protesting, to abortions. But all of this really amounted to nothing. It's not like he had friends to debate these ideas with, or an outlet to talk about them other than writing to newspapers. Tim needed the thing that he began to find before he ever joined the Army. Tim needed an enemy, something he could direct all of his life's frustrations and hatred towards. And in the summer of 1992, he found it. See, at this point, Tim was full bore talking to his sister and anyone who would stand near him long enough at the security job. about everything from Rockefeller family conspiracies to the United States currency and why it doesn't matter. Anything that was negative against the government or against individual freedoms, he talked about ad nauseum, that being an historical event or a conspiracy theory. Well, it seems many of his paranoias were made reality in August of 1992 when the Ruby Ridge incident took place. Now, I have an entire video on this channel about Ruby Ridge, so I'm not going to go into a ton of detail on that here. If you're interested, it'll be linked in the description. The short version is a man named Randy Weaver lived in a remote part of Idaho with his family when he was entrapped by an ATF agent for sawing a barrel off of 2 shotguns, which is a federal crime. Due to, depending on how you ask, issues with the court or Randy's own protest, he did not come to court and a warrant was issued for his arrest. U.S. Marshals approached the Weaver cabin and were outed by the family dog, to which the agents, not identifying themselves, shot the dog and were then fired upon by Randy's son and friend. In the ensuing gunfight, a U.S. Marshal was killed, as was Randy's 14-year-old son. This led to a long standoff between the FBI and the Weaver family. Eventually, an FBI sniper, while firing at Randy's friend running back into the cabin, shot through the house and killed Randy's wife, Vicky, as Vicky was holding their baby daughter. Federal siege ended with a mother and her son killed and 1 U.S. Marshal killed as well. Again, all over the barrel length of 2 shotguns. This was all of the concerns that Tim had been talking about up until his life at this point, made manifest. The government wants to take your guns. The government is going to kill you if they can't take them, and they're going to do whatever they can to beat you into compliance. And it seems in 1992, that exact scenario unfolded in Idaho. For really the first time in Tim's life, the real world had an overlap with his ideas. This hypothetical concept he had been preaching for years became reality. No longer did Tim have so much hatred for himself. Now he could point his hatred at them. He had already done so for some time, but now there was no reason to hold back. Tim's father, Bill, said that as they watched coverage of the event, that Tim would scream and shout and throw things at the television. He talked about how this was an affront to the country, how it was a disgrace to everything the forefathers had put in place. From here, Tim began to obsess more and more about this case and other government conspiracies about oppression and control. Around this time, through the security company, he was assigned to a company called Calspan, a high-tech research company near Buffalo, New York. After seeing documents lying on a table, Tim became convinced that Calspan was participating in something called Operation North Star. He didn't know what it was, but from some text documents he saw, he believed it was some secret government operation to move drugs into the country and to potentially corroborate with terrorist or criminal groups. He began to talk about these ideas with the other security guard he was on post with, Carl E. LeBron. Tim would talk at length about how the government's planning something and about how people need to be prepared to stop it. At one point, he told Carl that it'd be pretty easy for a couple of guys to steal weapons from a military base. In conversation, Carl would always be casual and kind to Tim, but he became worried that Tim was planning something. So Carl began bringing a tape recorder to work and secretly recording their conversations. Again, not really with an outlet for these ideas, Tim began to seek out people who he thought would agree with his growing hatred of the government and the growing need to be prepared for what they might do. And the first on his list was Terry Nichols. After Terry left the army to take care of his son Josh, which he only did sparingly so, Terry went even more full bore in his distrust of the government, but just in a different way from where Tim went. Terry and his brother James became full-bore sovereign citizens, which I also have a whole video on this channel talking about sovereign citizens. So if you're interested in that, again, link in the description. The short version is sovereign citizens believe that the United States is effectively a corporation that is allowed to rule over people within the United States because of their assumed control, and that by simply not participating in their game, one can remove themselves from the control of the government. And Terry did all the typical sovereign citizen shticks. He renounced his citizenship. He began to file checks as for credit, saying it comes out of his secret bank account that is based off evaluations by the United States government, effectively owning him as a commodity. and he's now able to draw from that and not caring about his driver's license and, the typical spiel. Terry had also, after divorcing from his first wife, got a second wife named Marif through a mail order bride system out of the Philippines. When he met Marif was pregnant with another man's child, but Terry didn't mind and married her anyway. So in 1992, Tim met up again with Terry, his son Josh, Terry's wife Marif, and her infant child Jason. While Tim was certainly fired up about government overreach, he was also fired up about his usual shtick of being generally reckless. He was still driving like a maniac, but he was also acting like a maniac with his money. As mentioned, he used to be proficient in playing poker and winning money gambling in that sense, but now he had gotten into sports betting. Got to the point in the 1993 Super Bowl, he bet $1,000 on the Buffalo Bills beating the Dallas Cowboys, of which they did not do by a lot. Shortly after this, coincidentally, Tim decided that the taxes in New York State were too high, and he was going to begin the search for a free state, or at least what he determined as a free state, that he could live in at peace. What this really amounted to was couch hopping from friend to friend over the next several years. In February of 1993, while he was staying in Florida, Tim got a call from his father. It was a letter from the Army saying that Tim had been overpaid $1,058. While he was in the Army, Tim noticed these collective overpayments over time, but for one, figured that he was owed it, and two, figured they wouldn't come looking for it. Well, sure enough, with this letter, the Army wanted their money back, and Tim reacted as you could imagine. In a letter he sent to the Defense Department, Tim said, quote, "I've received your notice informing me of my debt owed to you, as well as your threat of referring me to the Justice Department, Big Brother. In all honesty, I cannot even dream of repaying you the $1,000 which you say I owe. In fact, I can barely afford my monthly rent. Assets? The only thing I own of any value is my car, a 1987 Chevrolet Geo Spectrum. If you really want the car, go ahead and seize it. My car is my only way to get to work to support myself, but I guess that's all irrelevant to you. Go ahead, take everything I own. Take my dignity. Feel good as you grow fat and rich at my expense, sucking my tax dollars and property, tax dollars which justify your existence and pay your federal salary. Do you get it? By doing your evil job, you put me out of work." I'm pretty sure he ended up never repaying that $1,058. Imagine that. And the money was just passed through collections and collections for a couple of years before, Tim did the thing that made pretty much everyone forget about the $1,000. However, 2 weeks after he sent this letter, an event would happen that would undoubtedly be the most impactful for Tim's future direction. Sure, Tim had a lot of hate, and a lot of that, especially after Ruby Ridge, was directed towards the authorities, but he wasn't planning any definitive course of action yet. It was all just passing out literature and evangelizing his hatred of the state. What made him begin a plan of action was the events of February 28th, when the siege in Waco, Texas began. Now, I also, for the third time in this video, have an entire video about the Waco siege that will once again be linked in the description if you are interested. The short version is a man named David Koresh had a cult of people known as the Branch Davidians in Waco, Texas. Multiple people had problems with the Branch Davidians, and there were several reports of them manufacturing guns illegally, even though they had a legitimate gun business that did manufacture weapons legally. People thought there were other weapons that were illegal at the same site as the legal ones, but I digress. Eventually, the ATF suspected them of building explosives, so they launched a full-scale siege on the compound. This led to a gunfight in which both sides say the other side shot first, and the gunfight created a 51-day-long siege in Waco, Texas. David Koresh agreed to come out after he was done typing up his final revelation from God or whatever, but the FBI decided he was taking too long, and they attacked the building with tanks and CS gas. At some point, the building caught fire. Again, both sides accused the other of being the one to start the fire, and in the ensuing fire, the complex that was filled with multiple families burned to the ground. In the fire, a total of 76 Branch Davidians were killed, 25 of which were children. Now, the explosive end of the Waco standoff had not happened yet, but the introduction to it was all Tim needed to get riled up. And I want to clarify, In both my videos about Ruby Ridge and Waco, I was heavily critical of the government's actions at both locations. And I still stand completely by everything I said in those videos. I think that the government's actions were a travesty. I think regardless of the evil or perceived evil of people like Randy Weaver and David Koresh, that does not justify the murder of, women and children. Controversial, I know. And I think there was so much that could have done better to save people's lives in both situations. And I think the government absolutely deserves all of the criticism that it got for those instances. However, for me, and again, 99% of people, that's where it ends. Criticism, seeking justice, and hoping this kind of event does not happen again. And in some rare occasions, seeking out punishment for the parties involved. Snipers like Lon Horiuchi, who took the shot that killed Randy's wife, Vicki Weaver. For Tim, this was more fuel on a fire that had been burning for some time. See, his solution for this wasn't reform the system. It wasn't find these bad actors, get them out of there, and make things better in the future. For Tim, it was the whole thing is rotten. So eventually, the whole thing has to come down. Myself and Tim would probably agree on a lot of our takeaways from how those two standoffs went. What we would not agree on is the retaliation. When the Waco standoff began, a bunch of members of the press and protesters came to try to dissuade the government from committing any violent actions against the Branch Davidians. And Timothy McVeigh drove from Florida to Waco, Texas to voice his concern. He showed up and on the hood of his car sold anti-government bumper stickers with taglines like, "When guns become outlawed, I'll become an outlaw." And while Tim McVeigh was there, a student from the Southern Methodist University interviewed him for her school paper. Tim only stayed for a day, selling bumper stickers and then going home to keep up with the developing story as it happened. Over the next several weeks, he made plans to return and would eventually prepare to do just that. It was also around this time that Tim began making money on the gun show circuit. Gun shows, for those unfamiliar with the American practice, are these events that will be held in cities or towns where a large venue will be rented out for the purpose of effectively a large gun shop. Several gun shops and individuals can show up and place tables where they can sell goods, normally in relation to firearms, ammunition, or military/survivalist gear. Tim had begun making money by trading for guns and then modifying them and selling them at succeeding gun shows. He also sold a lot of his literature and bumper stickers. During these gun shows, he would make a lot of contacts that would become contentious in the trials and speculation that would follow. As mentioned, Tim was just looking for people that hated the government and any other skeletons they had in their closet or, in a lot of people's cases, on their front lawn, didn't matter. It's also around this time that Tim reignited contact with an old friend of his from the Army, Michael Fortier. Michael was at Fort Benning with Tim and Terry and was even transferred to Fort Riley with them as well. Michael was also very anti-government, but a lot of that anti-government notion came from the fact that he smoked marijuana and did crystal meth. So he was already fired up over the United States prohibitions around things like drugs. So when Tim at Fort Riley started to offer him a bunch of anti-government literature, Michael ate it up. Michael and Tim would talk at length about the New World Order and how a future rule of oppressors would attempt to take guns and rights away from the American population. Michael had also been keeping up with the news, and things like Ruby Ridge and Waco had him more fired up than ever. Michael and his girlfriend Lori lived in Kingman, Arizona, so anytime Tim was out west, he would normally stop by. Well, during his time in the military, Tim had been staunchly anti-drug, but now, with not a lot of direction in life and a lot of growing hatred, he decided to experiment with drugs while he was with Michael. He didn't like weed, but he liked the high he got off of meth, and he liked feeling hyperactive and being able to do a bunch of projects. But ultimately, he realized that if he kept doing it, it would become a problem, so Tim only briefly experimented with drugs with Michael before stopping. He stayed a few weeks with Michael before he drove back to Michigan to be with Terry Nichols on his farm. While there, he made friends with a lot of Nichols' friends, other farmers around the area, and at one point him and these friends began to experiment with explosives. Now Tim, having served in the military and as a Bradley gunner, was no stranger to explosives, but now they were experimenting with homemade bombs made out of household materials. Most of these were done just for fun, and a lot of neighbors complained about it, as you can imagine. But like with many things in Tim's life, it laid potential groundwork for what would come later. During the month following his visit to Waco, the Waco siege continued to amp up. Tim and Terry had decided that perhaps if a bunch of protesters showed up and got in the way of the Davidians and the ATF and FBI, maybe the siege would end. So Terry and Tim had made a plan to go down there in front of the cameras and stage a protest. On the morning of April the 19th, Tim was outside working on his car, preparing for this trip back to Waco, when someone ran out onto the front porch and yelled at Tim, "Come inside, it's on fire." Tim runs into the house and, standing in the living room of the Nichols farm, he watches the Waco compound go up in flames. Tim and Terry were shouting, they were furious. Tim began crying. They both knew that there was women and children in that building, and they both knew what that fire and not a lot of people running out meant. As mentioned, a lot of people died that day, including 25 children. Tim not only saw this as an act of government overreach, but an act of lawful execution. He saw the same thing that I mentioned in my video about Waco, that as soon as the Branch Davidian flag fell off of the flagpole, the ATF ran their flag up the pole. That image and the lack of remorse at what the government did, remorse that wouldn't be seen publicly until nearly a decade later, changed him that day. And honestly, that day is probably the biggest contributor to what Tim would eventually do. See, no longer was he a guy trying to convert others to the cause or get ready for when Big Brother strikes. As far as he was concerned, this was the first punch. Now, he was in a fight. And from that moment on, Timothy McVeigh did not consider himself a man preparing for war. He considered himself a soldier at war. And over the months that follow, he would develop a plan of action. This was even seen in his behavior at gun shows. No longer was he just selling bumper stickers and quotes from the founding fathers. Now, he was selling things like ATF hats with bullet holes in them, or bumper stickers with Lon Horiuchi's home address, hoping that someone would assassinate him. As far as he was concerned, the attack at Waco was an attack against him, so to attack back would just be defense. At a lot of the popular gun shows, it's common to see the same faces time and time again. One of the faces that Tim had developed a relationship with was a man named Roger Moore. Roger Moore was a pretty successful businessman who now, after making a lot of his wealth, would travel these gun shows and sell weapons that he and his wife had put together. Tim developed a relationship with Roger and would even help him sell guns from his table. At one point, Roger Moore had begun selling grenade launchers, repurposed to civilian flare launchers. Tim was selling these launchers to people at a gun show and openly stating that you could use them to shoot down helicopters. During one of these gun shows, an undercover cop, who Tim knew was an undercover cop, came up to ask about the launchers, and the conversation went as follows. "What could you use these for?" the undercover detective asked at a Phoenix area gun show. "Well, those helicopters," McVeigh said. "The ATF bastards, these guys are civilian pilots, and they've never seen anything like this in front of them." "Isn't that illegal?" the customer asked. "Listen," McVeigh answered with an air of confidence, 37 millimeters is legal, and as long as there's only 1.25 ounces of propellant and the barrel is not twisted. To anyone, even cops, Tim is openly talking about the best ways to kill federal agents. While he was at one gun show, he saw a t-shirt for sale. On the front was a picture of Abraham Lincoln with the text, "Sic semper tyrannis," thus ever to tyrants. The words that John Wilkes Booth said after he shot Abraham Lincoln. And on the back of the shirt was a tree dripping with blood and a quote from Thomas Jefferson that read, "The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants." Tim bought this shirt, and it was the same shirt he would wear on that fateful day in 1995. Tim was eating up everything he could about the Waco story. He was listening to 911 calls. He was gathering tapes of the Branch Davidians that they had tried to send to the press before they were killed. He saw the documentary Waco, The Big Lie, which is a pretty biased and at times inaccurate telling of the Waco account, but a telling that fell in line with Tim's beliefs. Tim began to make home videos by splicing information from the documentary and information from the tapes and footage of the siege itself, and then sell those at gun shows as well. It was also around this time that his family, who already saw him becoming more and more erratic over time, saw him becoming much more erratic. While he was away, he would have Terry Nichols drive to his home back in New York and get things from his dad's place. And Terry would say things like, "Oh, Tim's in good hands. He's with Michael Fortier," who Tim's dad had never heard of. Anytime that Tim had a moment to talk to anyone, he talked about Waco. He talked about how evil the state is and how someone needed to do something about it. Every time he would visit home, he would play one of his tapes to try to further radicalize his family against the government. His father, Bill, understood why Waco was a bad thing, and he felt a lot of his son's anger, but not nearly to the degree that Tim did. And his younger sister, Jennifer, loved her older brother and was sympathetic to a lot of his feelings, but she in no way reflected the same level of anger, even if she agreed with Tim that the government had done wrong. But to Tim, anyone who wasn't willing to fight was someone in the way, and as time went on, he began to retract further and further from his family. He would change his answering machine to different patriotic quotes and quotes about fighting against evil governments. He was so emboldened that while working his security job, he showed his supervisor one of the tapes he had made and gave him a pamphlet he had made about Waco and why the government's evil. A job that he was taking more and more time off of as he became, for one, more dedicated in this current path he was taking, and was also just making money at gun shows. At one gun show he was at with Roger Moore, him and Moore got into a fight. Tim had showed up that day and volunteered to work the table, and a cop had walked by, and as soon as the cop made his way past the booth, Tim ran him down and began to talk very belligerently to him about Waco, trying to convince this cop that the government's evil and that if the cop's not careful, he's, can also be considered evil. When he came back, Moore and Tim got into a huge fight, but Tim felt like he hadn't done anything wrong. He was just telling the good word, the truth as he saw it, that people needed to know. Roger Moore agreed with a lot of Tim's political beliefs against the United States government and beliefs of Waco being wrong. But Moore had something to lose. He had a wife, he had a business, and he didn't want Tim endangering those things. So the next day at the gun show, he told Tim not to come back. As with everything else in Tim's life, this is a grudge that he would not forget. At one point, Tim had tried to start a militia out of Michigan at the Nichols property, but felt that he couldn't find enough people with a righteous fury like his own. It was around this time in his letters to Jennifer that a lot of his lying about his position in life began. And on October 20th of 1993, he sent her a letter that had some pretty troubling content. In this letter, he told his sister that he was in urgent need for someone in the family to understand him. This is in the midst of a lot of communication about how terrible the government is and about how someone needs to do something. And in an attempt to justify his position on the government, Tim said this. Now, here's what led to my current life. It all revolves around my arrival at Fort Bragg for Special Forces. We all took intelligence, psychological, adeptness, and a whole battery of other tests out of a group of 400. One day, in formation, 10 social security numbers were called out, no names, and told to leave formation. Mine was one. The 10 of us were told that out of the select group of 400, we had scored highest on certain tests. We had been selected because of our intelligence, physical makeup, 165 pounds, 6 feet, being ultimate warrior type. I was only slightly off, 160 pounds, 6'1.5", and physical abilities. We were to feel special, part of a hand-picked group. We were all asked to volunteer, talk about peer pressure, to do some, quote, work for the government on the domestic as well as international front. What I learned next, both from the briefings and from the questions and private talks included, 1, we would be helping the CIA fly drugs into the U.S. to fund many covert operations. 2, military consultants were to work hand in hand with civilian police agencies to quiet anyone whom we deemed a security risk. We would be government-paid assassins. 3, many other details. To verify these last two, see the enclosed article or watch again the movie Lethal Weapon. It also gives you new insight to things like Waco, etc. They were murdered by hitmen. Now, there are a lot of conspiracies around McVeigh and the Oklahoma City bombing, and this is one of the big ones. Several people will say that Timothy McVeigh was sheep-dipped. Sheep-dipped is a term that alludes to the idea that American soldiers who are selected for these special programs will publicly leave the Army when in reality they are now working a more covert or important undercover mission. It's called sheep dipped because it's like the soldier is dipped in the cloak of a sheep to disguise that they are a wolf. Now, I am not saying that the government has never done that. If you've watched a lot of my videos, you probably know that I think the government's capable of really anything. But there are a lot of things that lead me to believe Timothy McVeigh was not one of these guys. For one, agents who do get drafted to missions like that, where they go total gray man and they're doing these super high security missions completely on their own with maybe a handler to contact from time to time, those guys are trusted with really the highest level of security clearance and knowledge that any soldier could have. I mean, they have knowledge to secret operations that the government cannot trust the military to do, even elite groups of the military who are used to things like secret missions, because allegedly these guys are doing operations the government cannot be tied to. Obviously, that kind of person has to be the most full-bore, stand for the flag, support the government, whatever the cost kind of guy, right? Timothy McVeigh was reading the Turner Diaries before he even enlisted. He says that he supposedly was recruited to this program out of the Special Forces selection. You know, before you go to the trial that determines if you're cut out for Special Forces. Which wouldn't it make sense to pull these guys from the Special Forces instead of like the trial for the Special Forces? But he didn't even make it to selection until after he was in Desert Storm. And before he was in Desert Storm, he was getting into trouble at Fort Riley for trying to wear a white power t-shirt. I don't think the government for this super black ops level operation would use a guy who had a KKK membership for a month. While in prison, McVeigh would say that he told his sister this because he was trying to convince her of how terrible the government is. And even though it was a lie, he felt justified in it to get his point across. But a lot of people now will allege that Tim was a secret agent and the OKC bombing was part of a false flag operation, without most of them knowing that the source of that claim is a letter Tim sent to his sister to try to convince her that the government was bad. Which also, and I feel like this goes without saying, if Tim was doing those things, you know, being a secret agent to traffic drugs into the country and assassinate people and eventually blow up a building, I feel like that kind of agent wouldn't write his sister that all of those things are real and he was asked to do them, and then just add at the end that he declined to do it, but also gave her details about what specifically he would be doing if he hypothetically was doing it, which he isn't. Anyway, this goes to show the mindset that Tim was in at the time. Any lie or action against the government is justified because of 25 dead kids in Waco. Around this time, on November 22nd of 1993, Tim was awoken in the middle of the night at the Nichols home. He was awoken because Marieff was freaking out. She was freaking out because her 2-year-old son Jason had suffocated. He was asleep in a room with a plastic bag, and at some point in the night had got the bag stuck around his face and had tragically choked to death on it. Tim attempted CPR and they called an ambulance, but sadly it was too late. After the funeral, Tim would overhear Marieff telling a family member that she thinks Tim or Terry suffocated the young Jason. Now, by all accounts, Terry had always had a positive relationship to Jason. Even though he wasn't his biological father, he still took care of him. And Tim had seemed to always like kids and would play with Jason a lot. There isn't a lot of evidence, or really any evidence, that either of the two men would have wanted to hurt Jason. Considering where Tim would wind up, I'm not really willing to put any action out of his reach and say he definitely couldn't have done it, but his targets were certainly clear as like government agents and people around them, and I don't think he thought that the 2-year-old Jason was a federal informant. Probably. Eventually, Marieff dropped this idea and continued to live with Terry, but this was an accusation that would make its way back through the press after the bombing. Also, at some point before the bombing in 1994, apparently, like while Terry was away, Tim had an affair with Marieff. It was like on a few occasions, and according to Tim, you know, they were both happy with it and he didn't really resent her for it or whatever, and I guess she didn't resent him. But like, you're living in your bro's house and you just sleep with his wife while he's gone. He killed 168 people. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but it's just like, what does that accomplish in your war against the federal government? At this point in his life, it's clear that Tim was far removed from the plucky young kid who just wanted to do good before he joined the army. Now he was a man at war, and anything that he could take for himself in the midst of that war was just the spoils, I guess. I don't know if Terry ever found out about that. I mean, he eventually found out about it because it was like circulated in the news and stuff, but I don't know if he found out about it before the bombing. But the fact there was no big fallout between them before the bombing, which again, I'm not even sure if he knew that was happening. The fact there was no argument led to a lot of newspapers to report that they had like a voluntary arrangement, like Terry had invited Tim to sleep with his wife, and all three of them were just really cool with that, which I don't think that was necessarily the case. But either way, I could only imagine for the news, like in the wake of the bombing, finding out all of these things about all of these people at once, it had to be a lot. Tim would continue to write letters to Jennifer. In one of them on Christmas Eve of 1993, he said, quote, "In the past, you would see the news and see a bank robbery and judge him a criminal. Federal Reserve and the banks are the real criminals. So where's the crime in getting even? I guess if I reflect, it's sort of a Robin Hood thing, and our government is the evil king." In February of 1994, Tim goes back to live with Michael in Kingman, Arizona. Not long after, he goes to a gun show where he again runs into Roger Moore. Tim goes to Roger and tries to patch up their relationship, but Roger is upset because, as he says, Tim stole his designs for the flare launcher. As Tim describes it, he had seen that a lot of Moore's flare launchers weren't selling, so he had modified them to fire a timed charge. He had basically modified it to where you could light a fuse out of the side of the grenade launcher, so you could fire like a smoke bomb or a firework that had its own fuse. You could shoot it somewhere and then it would go off at that location. Tim argued that he was doing this to try to help Moore sell some of his equipment, but Moore said Tim just took a bunch of his stuff and then started selling it without telling him. And Tim was like, well, I did do that, but I also, told them they could buy them from you, they could buy ammo from you, so really I'm the victim in this. But it furthered his disdain with Moore that would come to fruition some years later. Speaking of explosives, while at Michael's home, Tim had graduated from making homemade bombs with chemicals in Michigan to now building things like pipe bombs and setting them off at Michael's property. Actually, small correction, he didn't have the conversation with Moore at a gun show. He had driven to Moore's house in Arkansas that Moore had invited him to previously to try to patch things up, and that's where the accusation of stealing the flare launcher design came from. I mentioned that not only to make sure my facts are straight, but also because the fact Tim knew where Moore lived will matter later. Tim had also began renting a house near Michael's in Arizona, and Michael would visit the house and say that his house was more akin to a bunker. No decorations on the walls, just loaded guns in every corner and a stockpile of lumber in the backyard that he used as a bullet trap so he could practice shooting. After all, he was a man at war, and this was his command post. In 1994, Tim got a call from his dad that his grandfather, Ed, was in the hospital, and he may not have much longer left. So Tim flew home to see his grandfather, and the way their interaction and his interaction with his father played out really gives a testament to how far Tim has come. On page 150 of American Terrorist, it says, quote, "Ever since his breakdown at Ed McVeigh's house, Tim had wanted to find a way to put his grandfather at ease. Now, last, the opportunity to explain his behavior seemed within his grasp. The visit itself proved anticlimactic. McVeigh had been hoping for a long, deep discussion with his grandfather, but Ed had a roommate, which made for an awkward situation. There was no way McVeigh could open up with a stranger lying within earshot. He tried to salvage the visit, producing a video from Desert Storm detailing the role his unit had played in the war. If he couldn't bear his soul to his beloved grandfather, he certainly could try to make him proud of his grandson. There was no VCR in Ed's room. Indeed, none available to patients at all. Just seeing his grandfather would have to be satisfaction enough. Back at Bill McVeigh's Campbell Boulevard home, McVeigh tried to show his father another video, this one about Waco, but Bill refused to watch. He wasn't interested. When Tim was a kid, he had a friend named Steve Hodge, who over the years Tim had stayed in contact with through letters. But as Tim tried to further radicalize Steve towards Tim's point of view, Steve wasn't interested. And as mentioned, Tim's at war now, and he has no time for people who will not be down with the cause. So, in a farewell letter, Tim said, "It also stands to reason that anyone who sympathizes with the enemy or gives aid or comfort to said enemy is likewise guilty. I have sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign or domestic, and I will. And I will because not only did I swear to, but I believe in what it stands for in every bit of my heart, soul, and being. I know in my heart that I am right in my struggle, Steve. I have come to peace with myself, my God, and my cause. Blood will flow in the streets, Steve. Good versus evil. Free men versus socialist wannabe slaves. Pray it is not your blood, my friend. Already we can see the setup for what he would eventually do. Those who even give aid to the people he considers the enemy are themselves guilty. If you remember, in that previous letter he sent to the newspaper, he said that he hopes it won't come down to bloodshed, but now he's saying blood will flow. Those who aren't as angry as him are the enemy. They have to be. On July 25th of 1994, Mike and Lori were married, and Timothy McVeigh was Mike's best man. Around this time, Tim was also doing his own reconnaissance from rumors he heard at gun shows. He heard about Area 51, so he hiked up on a mountain near Area 51 and took a bunch of pictures. He was technically on public land, so even though helicopters and guards drove by, he wasn't bothered by this. As a matter of fact, he brought a gun to shoot back if they fired at him. At one point, he heard that there was a UN staging facility in Gulfport, Mississippi. So he drove down to Gulfport to get photographs for himself. He determined it was just some humanitarian effort that was repurposing UN vehicles, but nevertheless, he believed there was credibility to the idea that the UN was staging equipment around the United States in preparation for an eventual takeover. Furthermore, the things that he was selling at these gun shows became more and more alarming. One of the things he began selling was ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate is a popular fertilizer, something basic you can put on the ground to help crop growth. However, for Tim's purposes, ammonium nitrate is also a very powerful accelerant. It contains a lot of oxygen, so when placed in an explosive, it provides a lot of oxygen for the combustion to continue to grow and inflame. So Tim began buying large quantities of ammonium nitrate and then parsing them out into baggies to sell at gun shows for the express purpose of being used in explosives. Obviously, it's illegal to build and sell homemade bombs, but there's nothing illegal about selling fertilizer, and Tim knew that. Tim's paranoia continued to grow when in September of 1994, the Clinton administration passed the assault weapons ban. Most gun legislation is dumb for one reason or the other, and the assault weapons ban is evidence of that. For one, it made it illegal to have a setup like this where the stock and pistol grip are not connected to each other. I guess because an unconnected stock is where the danger comes in. So there had to be a connection point between this and this. There was a lot of regulations around mag capacity and detachable magazines as a whole. And you couldn't have some really weird things like a flash suppressor or, stuff that screws onto the end of the barrel. And bayonet lugs were also outlawed because you can use this lug to attach a knife to the bottom of the gun. So God forbid your shooting thing could also stab people. But of course, to Timothy, this was another part of the government's greater plan. This is just one small step in their eventual goal of completely disarming the public. And at this point, Tim was just full bore doing whatever he could to get guns to people who he thought had a right to have them. So he began doing what's known as straw purchases. A straw purchase is when you purchase a gun with the express purpose to give it to someone else. So it would be like if I went into a gun store and I bought a gun under my name and then I handed it to you out in the parking lot. Although we'd probably not do it in the parking lot because, you don't want them to see that. Now, normally people who need to do straw purchases do that because they have a criminal record or some reason they can't purchase a firearm. But Tim said he completely understood if people just didn't want their names on a registry. So he just bought a ton of guns and then handed them off to the actual interested parties. With straw purchasing in itself is a weird gray area because you can't purchase a gun with the intent to dispose it to someone else, but you can purchase guns for gifts. So a grandfather's allowed to buy his grandson a deer rifle or whatever. So if you buy a gun and then you hand it to someone, the cops would be like, hey, that's illegal. And then you're like, well, it's a gift. And they're like, oh, carry on. It seems that the distinction between them is the cash trade-off. Like it's a gift if you just hand someone a gun, but not if they give you money for the gun. But you can privately sell firearms to other people, and that's legal. So as long as at the moment of purchase you are not planning to sell it, you're fine. But if you walk out into the parking lot and then decide to sell it, that's also fine. Like I said, gun laws are always dumb. Like, even if you hate firearms and think they need to be outlawed, surely you could agree that this is a weird way to do it. So Tim has an enemy. The enemy has struck first, as he considers Waco, and now they are attempting to disarm him so he can't do anything about it. Someone like Tim, if there was ever a time for action, it's now. So Tim goes to Michael and says that he has a plan of attack, and that attack will be blowing up a federal building. Tim says that Terry Nichols is already in on the operation, and Tim wants to know if Michael's in too. Michael says that he would never do anything like that unless the UN was on his front yard. See, Michael was still gung-ho about hating the government and thinking a new world order was coming and all of that, but he wasn't quite ready to start killing people, as clearly Tim was. Now, I should also clarify that at the end of this, Michael was the only one who got a plea deal. So I don't believe Michael had a direct hand in a lot of the events that would follow. At the very least, he knew about it. And it would also make sense if Michael made himself sound a little bit better to the police. So while in hindsight, he says that he told Tim he didn't want any part of it, you can guess that maybe the actual conversation implied maybe he did, want a little bit, like a little slice of part of it. But either way, for the official record, Mike said he didn't want anything to do with it. But when Tim called a couple weeks later and asked Michael to get a storage facility in Kingman, Michael did look for one before Tim ended up getting one himself. The storage facility would be used to store components of the explosives. At this point, too, Terry Nichols had moved around. He had left the family farm in Michigan and was now living at a house in Kansas. So as Tim traveled back and forth from Arizona to Kansas, it was a much shorter drive than all the way to Michigan. So at this point, as Tim said to Michael, and as he was discussing with Terry, he was full bore ready to build a bomb and blow up a federal building. Just like he had read about in the Turner Diaries all those years ago, he was putting the plan into action. And just like the Turner Diaries, he decided that the best course of action was a car bomb. But the bomb was going to be really big, so more like a truck bomb. There was a lot of components for the bomb he could buy himself, like the ammonium nitrate mentioned earlier and the 55-gallon drums to place the explosives into. But there was also some equipment that he couldn't buy without a permit, so he decided he was just going to steal it. There was a rock quarry in Kansas that had explosives for the purpose of rock blasting. So Tim and Terry broke into it one night and stole a lot of the more sensitive items. Items like blasting caps and Tovex, or blasting gel. Things that he would need to get his initial detonation, and then stuff like the fertilizer could take it from there. He took these stolen items and stashed them in the storage facility in Kingman, Arizona. That way, if the Kansas police were looking for them, it would complicate the investigation if the actual stolen goods were a state over. Or, a couple states over. Tim began to take small pieces of the explosives to do test detonations. Both Tim and Michael say that Michael was not present for the testing because he didn't want to be. But to be clear, Michael had clear knowledge of what Tim was planning. Tim had told Michael, hey, I'm going to blow up a federal building. And then began to steal things and use a storage facility near Michael's home to stash the stolen things, and now he was testing smaller versions of what would be the big version. While amassing the components, Tim was also looking for a target. There were several federal buildings across the country that he had scoped out, and he had a list of criteria as to what would qualify a building as a good target. The way a lot of these federal buildings work is there will be a building in a major city that has several different offices within it. So other than a building like the ATF headquarters in Huntington, West Virginia, there will be individual ATF offices at different federal buildings across the country, for example. So the federal building Tim was going to choose had to have 2 of his 3 targeted agencies, the ATF, the FBI, or the DEA. The DEA is interesting. I mean, it's obvious why he would target the ATF and the FBI, considering their role in Waco and investigations and arresting people. I guess he assumes the DEA is also responsible of using their power to arrest a lot of people without just cause. And he filtered out a lot of different locations that didn't make the cut. He said he would have blown up the FBI headquarters in DC, but after checking out the property, there was too much security and there was no way he was going to get a truck up to the front door. There was one federal building he checked out that he saw had a floral shop on the first floor, and bizarrely, I guess he considered the floral shop too many civilian casualties. Rich, coming from the guy who would do what he did. But eventually, he settled on the Alfred P. Murrah building of downtown Oklahoma City. The Alfred P. Murrah location had an ATF office and a DEA office. It also had a Secret Service office, which Tim considered a bonus. Some reports would allege that he targeted the building because Bob Ricks, an FBI agent who was very instrumental in a lot of the events around Waco, was there. But Tim said he found out Bob Ricks was there after he had already picked his target. So, similar to the Secret Service, Bob Ricks being there was just another bonus. And he also picked his date, April 19th of 1995, the 2-year anniversary of the Waco fire. He planned to hit the building at 11 a.m. when he said most of the federal workers would be getting ready for lunch. While he considered things like Bob Ricks and the Secret Service office a bonus, I guess other things that were there, like a housing and urban development office and a social security office and a children's daycare, were acceptable losses. Granted, Tim would later say that he had no idea a daycare was there when he committed the attack, and that he might have changed his target. At one point, Michael 40A asked, "What about all the people there? You know, people that aren't agents you're trying to kill?" To which Tim replied, "Think about the people as if they were stormtroopers in Star Wars. They may be individually innocent, but they are guilty because they work for the evil empire." Equating real lives and real people to characters from a movie. He also compared the attack he was about to commit to Hiroshima. Sure, the United States knew that there would be a lot of innocents killed in the blast, but it was to stop a war. It was to stop the death of many others in the future. So it's a hard decision, as he would equate the decision of not taking his rabbit to the vet when he was a child, but a decision that he felt had to be made. Before he settled on the bombing itself, there were a few other plans of attack he had. He was considering finding the addresses of several FBI and ATF agents and just assassinating them. At one point, he considered assassinating Lon Horiuchi's family so that, according to him, he could feel the same pain that he caused the Weaver family when he shot Vicky Weaver. I mean, it's clear at every point that his primary motive was revenge. Dirty for dirty, as Bad Company said. At one point, he considered blowing up the building at night when there would be a minimal number of casualties. But he said the government had infinite money. They could replace a building. If he really wanted to hurt them, it was the people who couldn't be replaced he should target. He also said the Alfred P. Murrah building had a lot of ground around it that you could take photographs from. So there'd be a lot of pictures of the explosion to get his point across. He continued to stockpile pieces for the explosive. Him and Terry Nichols used a calling card, which calling cards were cards that were used to make phone calls. You could prepay money on them, but what was convenient about them is you could put whatever caller ID you wanted on them. So using a calling card under the alias of Mike Havens, Terry and Tim made several calls to get things like ammonium nitrate in large quantities. For a flammable material, he settled on nitromethane because it was cheaper than alternatives, and he called a shop that was selling it and made up a cover story that he was into motorcycle racing and needed a bunch of nitromethane for him and his friends. In the midst of piecing together the equipment and storing it across multiple states, Tim gets a call that his grandfather Ed had died. Tim was actually traveling when he died, so by the time he heard from his father, which was 5 days later, Ed had already been buried. So Tim drove home to be with his family after his grandfather's death. That same weekend, Tim sent Terry Nichols to rob Roger Moore. See, mostly because of the beef Tim had with Roger, Tim considered Roger a traitor. He had a bunch of guns and know-how, but he wasn't willing to use them for the cause. And those guns, he felt, would be better served in the hands of people who intended to do something with them. And buying that much bomb equipment is expensive, and they needed money. Of course, Tim couldn't do it himself because Roger recognized him. So, Terry took the job. Roger was alone at his house in Arkansas, walking out to his barn, when Terry came up behind him in a ski mask and camouflage clothing with a shotgun. He tied Roger up, threw him on the floor of his home, and demanded to know where the money and guns were. Terry stole about 90 guns, a bunch of cash, a bunch of gold, silver, and gems. He loaded it all into Roger's van and then drove a few miles to his vehicle, moved all of the items into his, ditched the van, and got away. When the police asked Roger who would have stolen from him, of course, Roger said Timothy McVeigh. But Tim had a pretty good alibi considering he was in New York at the time of the robbery. It wouldn't be until the trials that followed the bombing the police actually put together who saw Roger, and for a long time the case was unsolved. Although Roger always suspected that it was Tim, to the point that on multiple occasions he tried to contact Tim and say that someone robbed him and he just wants him to know who it could be, because maybe this crazy robber will rob someone else and Tim should come out to his property and talk about it, when really Roger just wanted to confront him because he knew, even though Tim was not the one that robbed him, that Tim had something to do with it. Tim, of course, was aware of what Roger was trying to do and just played hooky up until the bombing. But Terry and Tim were able to keep a lot of their finances running through this theft. While he was back in New York, especially considering that across the country he was planning the largest terrorist attack in American history, his relations with his family were weird, to say the least. While going through his grandfather's belongings, he would get into fights with family members. He was generally irritable to those around him. He had his sister Jennifer proofread a letter that he was sending to the American Legion. This letter he wanted to be published, titled Constitutional Defenders, referred to the government as things like power-hungry stormtroopers and fascist tyrants. He also said that militia groups now had the right to respond with violence because of what the government has done. He also had his sister type up a letter that he wanted to be read by the ATF in the event of his death. Although he didn't tell his sister that, he just had her type up the letter and told her to keep it. This letter was titled ATF Read, and in this letter there were quotes such as, ATF, all you tyrannical motherfuckers will swing in the wind one day for your treasonous actions against the Constitution of the United States. Remember the Nuremberg war trials. But I only followed orders. Die, you spineless, cowardice, sick bastards. At one point, there was a fire at a building near his home, so he drove over to the fire with a gun. That way, if any federal agents showed up, he might shoot them. He even visited his old security post where Carl Urban was working. Carl asked what he was doing there. Tim said, targets of opportunity, whatever that means. Around the same time, Terry Nichols was planning to take a trip to his wife's family in the Philippines. He gave his ex-wife, the mother of his son, a package to open in the event that he does not come back. Of course, his ex-wife, who can't stand him, immediately opened the package. Inside of the bag was Nichols' life insurance policy, a letter to Tim and his sister Jennifer, a combination lock to a storage unit, and directions on how to find a secret stash within his ex-wife's home. There were instructions to split the life insurance policy between Marif, his current wife, and his son Josh. Inside the compartment hidden in her kitchen counter, Lena found $20,000 in cash and another letter to McVeigh. The letter was full of cryptic lines, but among them was the quote, "You're on your own now. Go for it. As far as heat, none that I know of. This letter would be for the purpose of my death." At this point, Lena considered that whatever Terry was going to do in the Philippines, he was going to die for it. Now, this has also been the spark of a lot of speculation regarding conspiracies around the Oklahoma City bombing. Terry suspiciously, shortly before the bombing, goes to the Philippines, perhaps to meet some foreign connection. Not to say there weren't any foreign parties who would be interested in bombing a United States federal building. I'm sure there were plenty. But you know, Terry Nichols, a sovereign citizen, a guy who's dumb enough to leave this incredibly important message and another incredibly important message with and in the home of his ex-wife who can't stand him. He would come back from the trip, by the way. Terry returned home and was mad that his ex-wife had opened the package because, duh. I understand why it causes suspicion, but Marif as well, unless his mail-order bride from the Philippines was also inducted into the CIA or some covert overseas operation, also attested that it was just to see her family. And the family attested that it was to see her family. Terry was, of course, committed to the bombing, but it's not like he was on some top secret assignment. He was just probably, as he was with most things in his life, over paranoid and figured if he was to die in an accident or a plane crash or something like that, that he should send a message to Tim rather than just sending a message to Tim. Of course, the next thing that his ex-wife does is go to the storage locker and enter the combination. Inside, she finds gold, silver, and jade stones, as well as a wig, a black ski mask, makeup, and pantyhose. She begins to suspect that Terry is a bank robber, when in reality, these are just the things from the Roger Moore theft. Which again, don't know why he would give the combination to his ex-wife who can't stand him, but whatever. When Terry gets back from the Philippines, she's furious by him doing all of that, but she doesn't report him to the police. She demands answers, sure, but she doesn't want her son's father to wind up in jail. There was also a previous instance where during a gun show circuit and back when Tim was trying to recruit people for his militia, he had met a guy who showed interest and wanted to meet Tim on the California-Arizona border, like out in the wilderness. Well, that meeting never took place because when Tim got there, the guy didn't show. So Tim had taped his letter inviting this guy to his militia to a telephone pole out in the middle of the desert. On November 30th of 1994, a lineman who was working on the pole came across the letter. There wasn't anything too specific in it, but there was a lot of details about being a patriot and fighting for your rights and the government taking firearms and blah, blah, blah. At the end, he simply signed it Tim T. At the end of the letter, he left a message for whoever's reading this and said, P.S. And if you are a Fed, think twice. Think twice about the Constitution you are supposedly enforcing. Isn't enforcing freedom an oxymoron? And think twice about catching us with our guard down. You will lose just like Deegan did, and your family will lose. William Deegan was the marshal killed during the Ruby Ridge incident. The only romantic relationship that Tim really pursued in his adult life was that of Andrea Peters. Andrea Peters was a girl who worked with Tim at his security job. And even though the relationship never kicked off, the two maintained a friendship, and Tim would write to her occasionally. And the letters sure got more intense as Tim got more intense, but they were never to the degree of like the letters he sent Jennifer, outright stating everything he was going to do short of, I am going to blow up a federal building. To Andrea, it was more vague. But in December of 1994, he sent her a letter that reads as follows. Hey, gorgeous. Poof goes your head. I know, I can take a hint, but this is my address anyway. If you ever need anything, let me know. 1, someone killed, blown up, etc. 2, a shoulder. 3, refuge. 4, fertilization from good stock when the clock starts ticking. I'll always listen. Don't hesitate to drop me a line. People may change superficially, but not underneath. Remember that. Take care and Merry Christmas, Tim. So for one, in this letter to the girl, he mentions that he could kill someone or blow someone up, which, foreshadowing. It also tells her that he can fertilize her when the clock starts ticking, which is a crazy thing to say to anyone. I don't think there's ever a context that that's okay. I don't think I could tell my wife that. She'd probably hit me. With all the guns from the Roger Moore heist, Tim calls Michael and says that Michael can sell them at gun shows to make some good money. So Michael drives with Tim to pick up the guns. And when he meets Michael, Tim is also trying to move the blasting caps he stole from the quarry. So he has Michael's wife wrap them up in Christmas presents, as it was December, and if they got stopped by the police or in a car wreck or something, it wouldn't be suspicious to just have Christmas presents in the car. On the drive, Tim has Michael drive him by the Alfred P. Murrah building in Oklahoma City, Tim's intended target. While Michael didn't participate in the bombing itself, he certainly encouraged it with doing things like, not calling the police. Now, if you ask Michael, he tried to dissuade Tim from the bombing by making comments like, that sounds stupid, which, really stuck it to the man with that one. Really stopped the bomber. The two drove by the building, and Tim explained to Michael where he was going to park the truck and how the explosion would affect the building itself. This is one of the few times that Tim drove by the Alfred P. Murrah building. According to him and those around him, he was never inside of it, as some rumors would suggest. After the bombing, there were multiple people who said they recognized him because he had been staking out the building, or sometimes was even escorted inside of the building. But for one, if that was the case, again, if this is all part of a conspiracy and Tim has connections in the government, it would be really dumb to leave as much evidence as Tim walking through the building he was going to blow up with multiple witnesses. And two, if you're going to blow up a building with a bomb that big, you don't really need to know what it looks like inside to do it. All the schematics for the building and all of the visible columns that held it up were apparent from the outside. The one thing that Tim would always contest is that he did not know there was a daycare in the building. Sure, he knew, like with any public building, there'd probably be innocent people in the way, or collateral damage, as he referred to them. Years later, Tim would reflect and say, quote, if it was known that there was an entire daycare center, it might have given me pause to switch targets. That's a large amount of collateral damage. After he separated from Michael, Tim actually got into a car accident, and miraculously, the blasting caps didn't explode. To clarify, these blasting caps he intended to sell because he had more than enough he needed for the bomb, but this was still from the same batch of stuff he stole for the bomb. Tim's plan was to rent a Ryder box truck and then place the explosives inside of it. He knew he would need a driver's license for the rental, so he had the 40As make him a fake license under the name Robert Kling. Tim had multiple aliases, from Mike Havens, that was on the calling card, to Tim Tuttle, which is what he would call himself at gun shows, and now Robert Kling. Tim was now ready to begin assembling his bomb, and as soon as it was assembled, he wanted to use it. The bomb was so big, he knew he would have to build it within the truck. There was no way he was going to move the whole thing. And for one, it's expensive to rent a truck for any long amount of time, money that Tim didn't have. Most of the money from the Moore robbery ended up going to Terry Nichols, as it seems Tim wanted to be even with Terry for all the time he spent sleeping on Terry's couch. And also, it's one thing to explain a storage building full of fertilizer. It's another thing to try to explain a truck full of bomb. Mike's niece was coming to stay with him in Kingman, so Tim got a motel nearby as he made his final preparations to move the materials out of Arizona. During these days, Tim tried to convince Mike to buy into the cause, his doorstep. And Tim would respond by saying, "What about your neighbor's doorstep? What about David Koresh's doorstep?" Since Mike agreed that the government was evil, Tim felt that Mike was being selfish. He was only interested in protecting himself, not protecting others, as Tim felt he was doing. Mike saw Tim a couple times while he was staying at the motel, and it was the last time Mike would see Tim before the explosion. I want to make it clear that while, yes, Mike did not directly participate, he did do things like drove Tim by the Alfred P. Murrah building. He didn't get the storage facility, but he was going to help Tim get a storage facility to store the equipment. And most crucially, he did not stop him. Never did Mike attempt to contact the authorities or even discuss contacting the authorities. And it's not like Mike wasn't sure what Tim was going to do. At one point, Tim had taken a bunch of soup cans in Mike's kitchen and laid out different potential ways that the bomb could be made in the back of the truck. Mike knew exactly what was going to happen, and he did nothing to stop it. The blood is also on his hands. In his final days, Tim made some final contacts. He sent his sister a bunch of memorabilia, things like his high school yearbook. Before he delivered his yearbook, Tim saw there was a section to fill out that said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Tim had never written in it before, but now he wrote gun shop owner. He did this as a sort of joke, knowing that inevitably the media would find his personal belongings. And sure enough, the fact that a young boy wanted to be a gun shop owner and then went on to be a terrorist was all the rage for a time. He wanted Jennifer to have it if he was to be captured or killed, which he fully suspected. In his last week, Tim tried to call a couple of organizations that he thought would protect him after the explosion. One of those was the National Alliance, the aforementioned white supremacist group that was started by the author of the Turner Diaries. But when they didn't get back to him, he reached out to a group in Oklahoma known as Elohim City, a white separatist group that was known to be at odds with federal authorities. As mentioned earlier, even if Tim wasn't expressly racist and didn't care that much about those views, he was certainly willing to break bread with him if it meant getting what he wanted. And in this case, that meant potentially sheltering from the state. He had met a member of Elohim City at a gun show earlier and had thought that if anyone would protect someone after, terrorist attack, it would probably be them. But these final phone calls that were never returned before the bombing, and the fact that Tim had previously met someone from Elohim City, was a point of contention in the trial that would follow, because people who claimed there was a greater collaboration at foot pointed to these as examples that other parties were involved. A week before, on April 12th, Tim drove once again to Oklahoma City. He wanted to make sure all the roads were still open, that there was no construction that could stop an escape route, and since all looked good, he continued on to Kansas with plans to get the fertilizer to begin the assembly. But on April 14th, the head gasket of his vehicle blew. So he pulled into an auto shop. At this point, he was near Fort Riley, Kansas, and the attendant at the auto shop remembered Tim from the time that Tim was in the Army. And since replacing the head gasket would be more expense than the car was worth, for $250, the attendant sold Tim a 1977 yellow Mercury Grand Marquis. At the time, Tim had a Michigan driver's license due to the time he was living in Michigan, and the address on the driver's license was to the Nichols farm. So he told the attendant to just mail the paperwork to that address. Little breadcrumbs like this would be useful in the investigation later to piece all of the different strings together. Tim's plan was to head back to Junction City, Kansas, where the other pieces of the explosive were, and then meet with Terry, who would follow him to Oklahoma City so he could stash a getaway car. Tim planned to leave the Mercury in a parking lot that was sheltered from the blast by a nearby building. And then Terry would drive Tim back. Tim would rent the Ryder truck, assemble the explosive, and then drive to Oklahoma City, where after the explosion, he would get in the Marquis and make his escape. That Friday, the 15th, he checked into the Dreamland Motel in Junction City. The next day, he went to Elliot's body shop that did Ryder truck rentals, and under the name Robert Kling, booked it for a one-way trip to Omaha. Omaha was about the same distance as Oklahoma City, and obviously, to not give any more suspicion than he already had, he didn't want to say the city he would actually be taking the truck to. While checking out the truck, Tim declined insurance, and the attendant told him that he should be careful because that means he's liable for any damage the truck will receive. To which Tim replied with a straight face, "I won't need any." With the Ryder truck now reserved for pickup, Tim went back to the Dreamland Motel. He made a call to Terry, but Terry didn't answer. It was a Saturday, and the next day, Easter Sunday, they had planned to drive to Oklahoma City and stash the car. So that night in the motel, Tim ordered Chinese food from a nearby restaurant. Keep in mind, he had booked the room under the name Tim McVeigh, but he had ordered Chinese food under the name Robert Kling. There were multiple ways when this case was over that Tim was caught dead to rights. But, using the same room and going by both Tim and Robert was a pretty easy way for the FBI to just connect those two aliases together. And mind you, Robert Kling is the guy that did things like rented the truck. The delivery driver, a man named Jeff Davis, would later say that he does not believe it was Tim McVeigh who he handed the delivery to. Instead, he said that the guy who took the food from him was a blonde man. And of course, while this leads to theories that Tim had another collaborator who was in the hotel room with him right before, the bombing, Tim said that he was the one who took the Chinese food delivery, and the Dreamland Motel manager, who was suspicious of Tim, said that they never saw anyone else come or go from the room. I mean, it's possible. Tim's hair was super short, like a military buzz almost, right before the bombing happened. So maybe just his brown hair cut very short in the light of the hotel room looked blonde. That same manager would later say that she heard voices coming from Tim's room, but she wasn't sure if it was Tim talking to himself or maybe the TV. But again, with all the investigations that followed and everything that was looked into, it seems no one else visited that hotel room during the time that Tim was there preparing for the bombing. And also, once again, I don't even know what another collaborator besides like Terry Nichols would do at this point. I mean, even if you want to say the whole thing's a false flag and Tim was working with the government and blah, 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 I mean, why on earth would they show up to him this close to the explosion? If he's already got this much figured out, they wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. The next day, Tim had arranged to meet Terry at a nearby pizza restaurant, but Terry didn't show up. It seems that Terry, right before the bombing was to happen, began to get cold feet. Unlike Mike, who had just known about the bombing and didn't do anything to stop it, Terry up until now has been a direct conspirator. He made purchases of the explosive, he helped Tim pick his target, but now, right before it happens, he's getting a little nervous. Realizing that Terry wasn't going to show, Tim went to a payphone and called Terry's home. And immediately, Tim began screaming. He was saying Mike backed out on him, and now Terry's backing out on him, that Terry doesn't really want to do this, that he's not down for the cause. At one point, Tim was so mad, he threatened to call the police on Terry. He said all it would take is one phone call, and everything that Terry's done to assist in this bombing would be known, and him and his family would be ruined. With that, Terry relents and says that he'll come help. Meanwhile, at Terry's home, his family and even his son Josh had come over for Easter, but Terry made up a story that Tim has to go pick up a television set in Oklahoma City, and that was his justification for now going with Tim to Oklahoma City. When they get to Oklahoma City, Tim pulls into a parking spot and takes the license plate off the back of his vehicle, backing the rear end of the car up against a building so unless someone really inspects it, no one would notice. Sure, it's risky to drive around without a rear license plate, but it's even riskier to have the license plate get made after the explosion. Keep in mind the license plate wasn't even for this car. When his car blew a head gasket and he bought this one at the auto shop, he just took the tag off of the old car and put it on the new one. But regardless, the tag was in his name. He placed a tissue over the gas cap, that way if anyone messed with the car, he would know if the tissue had been moved. And to dissuade theft, he left a sign in the window that said that the car needs a battery and the owner will be back to get it soon. And he had also left a white envelope in the passenger seat of the Mercury in the event that he was killed. Eventually, someone would find the car and figure out whose it was. So this envelope effectively contained his manifesto. Inside was a bumper sticker that he used to sell at shows that read, "When the government fears the people, there's liberty. When the people fear the government, there's tyranny." There's a pamphlet called The American Response to Tyranny that reframed part of the American Revolution as if it were a battle happening in the modern day. It included several magazine article clippings that detailed what the government did wrong in Waco, things that compared the Waco siege to Adolf Hitler's attack against the Jews, a lot of Revolutionary War era quotes from people like Patrick Henry, a copy of the Declaration of Independence on which McVeigh wrote on the back, "Obey the Constitution of the United States and we won't shoot you," as well as, of course, part of the Turner Diary. The real value of our attacks today lies in the psychological impact, not in the immediate casualties. More important, though, is what we taught the politicians and the bureaucrats. They learned this afternoon that not one of them is beyond our reach. They can huddle behind barbed wire and tanks in the city, and they can hide behind the concrete walls of their country estates, but we can still find them and kill them. So Terry picked Tim up and the two of them drove back to Kansas, barely speaking a word to each other on the whole drive back. Tim was still mad at Terry, and Terry still had cold feet regarding the bombing. He gets dropped off at the Dreamland Motel, and the next morning, gets up, goes to McDonald's, walks down the side of the road in the rain, in which a college student was gracious enough to give him a ride to the body shop where he was renting the Ryder truck. I don't think that college student's ever been identified, by the way. There's someone out there who took Timothy McVeigh to get the Ryder truck, and they might have never known it. I mean, it's not like it was their fault or anything. It was just like a mile or two down the road. Tim would have walked it, but nevertheless, what a harrowing history. Again, he rented the Ryder truck under the name of Robert Kling. For his false birth date, he gave Robert Kling, of course, the birthday of April 19th, 1972. Again, April 19th. Everything about this, to him, revolved around Waco. Most of the explosive material at this point was in a storage facility in Harrington, Kansas. Nichols was supposed to meet Tim at the storage facility to help him load the truck, but again, Nichols was late. So Tim started loading the barrels himself, and some of these barrels were several hundred pounds in weight. Midway through loading the Ryder truck, Terry pulled up, and on page 203, the book details this moment. Just as he was finishing with the bags of fertilizer, Nichols arrived. The two men eyed each other. "Why don't we get into my truck and talk about things?" Nichols suggested. "Not interested," McVeigh said. "This was time to work, not talk." Nichols didn't press the issue. McVeigh's tirade of threats from Sunday was still fresh in both men's minds. "Dude, the truck is already halfway loaded," McVeigh said. And so Nichols joined McVeigh, muscling the vats of nitromethane up the ramp. McVeigh pushing the hand truck, Nichols pulling it. Sure, Terry got cold feet, but he was part of the reason that all of this was here in the first place. Similar to Mike, he didn't do anything to stop it. If anything, he was scared for his own safety, not the safety of all of those lives that were about to be taken. The two men then drove north up Highway 77 to Geary Lake. Geary Lake had a lot of recreational areas to the side of it that could be accessed in a vehicle as big as a Ryder truck. They had planned to go here and mix all of the materials into their explosive condition. When they pulled off to go down the gravel road to get to the site they planned to mix the bombs, they almost got caught. While driving down the gravel road, they passed someone named Robert Nelson. Robert Nelson worked at Elliott's body shop, and by seeing the Ryder truck, he figured it was someone that he had rented a truck to. Obviously, out here on the side of the lake, there's no legitimate reason for someone to bring a Ryder truck out this far, so Nelson began to follow them. But after going for a little way, he didn't see where they turned, gave up on the pursuit. And starting around 7:30 a.m., the men began to mix the explosive components. This was several thousand pounds of material, and every composition had its own unique criteria. You had to add a certain ratio of this chemical with this chemical, and you couldn't put too much in one place. So they had multiple 55-gallon drums to disperse the explosive equipment. At around 9 a.m., there was actually a father and son who pulled up on a fishing boat and was dangerously close to the Ryder truck. Terry and Tim quickly dipped inside of the truck for fear that maybe the father would get suspicious and check them out. And it turns out this fisherman was someone named Richard Wall, who was out fishing with his son. He saw the Ryder truck and thought it was strange because, it's a moving truck here on the side of a lake down a gravel road. And with his son, he didn't want to put his son in danger if something nefarious was happening, so they left. Tim would later say that had the fisherman come up to him, Tim would say that he's a soldier trying to relax for a little bit after a long move, and if the fishermen persisted in figuring out what they were doing, Tim would kill him. He says that he wouldn't have killed the boy, he just would have tied him up and left him in a vehicle or somewhere that the boy wouldn't be found until he was already in Oklahoma City. But goes to show at this point, nothing's stopping Tim from his mission. Anyone's an acceptable loss if they get in the way of his target. Over several hours of mixing the components and placing them into the drums, eventually, Tim's masterpiece was finished. They had meticulously used bathroom scale to weigh out the individual components and then used each of the barrels as a large mixing vat. I would go into more detail about specifically how these things were assembled, but if there's one thing YouTube does not like, it's instructional videos for various purposes. I'm not kidding. I've seen educational videos that are just explaining like how old firearms work or how some explosives work. And you think you've seen a video get demonetized. I have seen entire channels get evaporated for that. What I will say very broadly, without going into specifics, YouTube, please, I like my job. 13 barrels were placed in a T shape with the top of the T being against the wall that was closest to the cab. With a few extra barrels, Tim put them on the bottom left side of the T, making a sort of J, knowing that that side of the truck would be closest to the building. So with those 3 extra barrels, 16 barrels in total. The barrels contain the ammonium nitrate, the nitromethane, and a lot of the stolen blasting gel to use as an initiator for the blast. All in all, the total bomb weighed around 7,000 pounds. Enough, Tim figured, to level the entire building. To activate the bomb, he had drilled a hole in the back of the cab of the truck and in the front of the cargo bay. He took aquarium tubing that is normally used in fish tanks and ran it through the 2 holes, and then through that put a fuse that was connected to the stolen blasting caps that would ignite the blasting gel. So both ends of the fuse were ran inside of the truck. He had one fuse that would set off the explosive in 5 minutes and another one that would set it off in 2 minutes. The idea being when he was 5 minutes out, he'd light the 5 minute. When he was 2 minutes out, he'd light the 2 minute. Both could be done from within the cab without having to get out. This was a redundancy in case one of the fuses slid or the actual burn went out. If anything happens to one fuse, there's a second one to ignite it. There was even a third option, as he had another explosive that would have detonated on impact by the blasting gel. That way, should the 2 fuses go out, he could just step out of the truck, shoot the explosive, and take himself with the blast. No life would stand in the way of what he was setting out to do, even his own. He had gone so far as to paint the fishing hose yellow so that from a distance it would look like it belonged to the rest of the yellow Ryder truck. He then took off his clothes, put them in a bag that he would eventually put in a trash can between there and Oklahoma City, and then washed himself in the lake before putting on a new set of clothes. That way, if he did get away, there wouldn't be any explosive residue on him. He then wiped down the inside of the truck cab. That way, if some part of the cab survived, his prints wouldn't be on it. He said goodbye to Terry and then began to drive south towards Oklahoma City, stopping midway at a gravel lot near a roadside motel to sleep in the truck cab for the night. The next morning was April the 19th, the day Tim had been waiting for some time. When Tim woke up in the early morning hours, he realized it was probably a bad idea to get caught at this point right before the bomb set to blow. So rather than waiting for 11 a.m. as was his original plan, he decided that if he left now, he'd probably get to the building at around 9 a.m. So, to not take any more chances, Tim started driving. Driving towards Oklahoma City, Tim probably thought of himself as Luke Skywalker, a lone hero out to destroy the evils that await within the Death Star, and he's the only one that can blow it up. To him, he wasn't performing an act of evil, he was being brave. Years later, he would say, "I didn't define the rules of engagement in this conflict. The rules, if not written down, are defined by the aggressor. It was brutal, no holds barred. Women and kids were killed at Waco and Ruby Ridge. He put back in the government's face exactly what they're giving out." When he woke in the truck cab that morning, he ate an MRE, as he had done many times before in the military, and checked his loaded Glock 21 that was in his shoulder holster. If someone attempted to stop him after he pulled up, he'd just shoot him. After all, they were probably dying the blast anyway. And as mentioned, if need be, he could use it to set the bomb off himself. As he was making his way into Oklahoma City, there was a cop that began tailing him for a couple miles. Tim began to run scenarios in his head. If the cop pulls him over for a busted taillight, or perhaps because it looks like the truck is sagging too far to one side, which is the reason, mind you, Tim had made the T-shape in the first place. It would have been more of a shaped charge had he pushed everything to the left side of the truck, but then the whole truck would sag to the left and that would be noticeable or could cause the vehicle to break down. So the T was the most optimal way to get a pretty good blast to the left without damaging the vehicle. But now with the cop following him, he had to figure out a cover story. If he got pulled over, he would just say that he was moving material or he's moving into Oklahoma City. He had bought a bifold wallet and placed his old security badge in the front of the wallet facing out. He had done this in case his vehicle couldn't start during the getaway. He could then run up to a motorist and flash a badge pretending to be a police officer in pursuit of the bomber and just steal their car. Although he figured that trip probably wouldn't work on an actual cop. Eventually he decided if this guy wants me to get out of the car or do an inspection, he'll just kill him. I mean, as long as he doesn't get physically stopped between here and downtown Oklahoma City, his mission will be accomplished. But thankfully for Tim, and perhaps tragically for everyone else, after a couple miles, the cop took an exit. At around 8:50 a.m., Tim pulled into what was otherwise a quiet day in Oklahoma City. The streets were mostly empty, and no one noticed the giant yellow Ryder truck driving towards the federal building. He pulled out 2 green earplugs that someone had given him during his security job while he was working at a monster truck show. He went ahead and put them in his ears, not wanting to damage his ears in the ensuing blast. When he was about 3 minutes away, he briefly pulled off on the side of the road to light the 5-minute fuse. He had given himself a couple minutes of leeway to walk away from the truck. From the fuse, the truck began filling up with so much smoke that Tim had to crack the windows to let some of it vent out. At this point, even if someone had seen him, had pulled him over, stopped him, or ordered him to get out of the car, the bomb was going off somewhere. 1 block away from the federal building, he got to a traffic intersection just as the light turned red. It was a 30-second light, meaning that as he sat there for 30 seconds, it burned half a minute off of his escape time. But Tim didn't want to make a scene or run a light or get into a traffic incident, so he waited. Then the light turned green. He pulled up to the north side of the Alfred P. Murrah building. On the north side, there was a cutout in the sidewalk for a loading zone. Let you get as close to the building as possible, as a matter of fact, slightly under it. And Tim had decided previously that had he got there and the loading zone was full, he would just crash the truck into the side of the building. I mean, at that point, it didn't matter how much noise.
The same fucking building from Arlington Road. Not even joking. The end part. When there were the vans.
Because of all the noise that was about to follow. But no one was there, and nothing stopped Tim from pulling up into the loading zone, lighting the second fuse, getting out of the truck, and locking the door. No one thought anything of the man walking away from the Ryder truck across the street, wearing black jeans, army boots, a baseball cap, and a windbreaker. Underneath that windbreaker was Tim's favorite t-shirt, a picture of Abraham Lincoln with Sic Semper Tyrannis and the bloody tree on the back that spoke of the blood of patriots and tyrants. And then, just according to plan, as Tim rounded a corner making his way to the parking lot where he had stashed his getaway car, at 9:02 a.m., it's hard to describe what hit Oklahoma City on that day. Even those in combat who have witnessed heavy targeted explosives rarely see something like this. The 7,000-pound bomb delivered the equivalent of 3 tons of TNT. Every single building within 16 blocks was damaged in some way. All of the immediate buildings had all of their windows shatter, and many of the brick buildings fell apart to such a degree that they had to be demolished. The massive 250-pound rear axle flew 200 yards down the street before it careened into the front of a car. The blast was so powerful that one woman who worked at a Greek restaurant across the street was killed. A man and woman who worked at a water resource center also across the street were killed as well. A woman just walking in a nearby parking lot was killed from the debris as well. And of course, the casualties within the building itself were shattering. 163 people died in that building. The 9-story structure had a complete and total piece taken out of its north side. Counting those killed around the building, 167 were killed in the blast. One woman, a nurse who was trying to help pull people out of the rubble, was killed by falling debris after the blast, bringing the total deaths that day to 168. Of the 168 people that died, 8 of them were federal agents. Less than 5% of the targets were actually intended targets. Of those killed, 99 of them worked for the government and 69 did not. It was 9 a.m., Several older couples had visited the Social Security office to ask about retirement. Several others had visited the Department of Agriculture. Several others had visited the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Several of the employees had their families visiting them at work that day. And on the second story, directly above where Tim parked the truck, was a daycare center. A daycare center with 19 children, most of which were 3 years old and younger. Too young to start school. Every single one of them was killed at the moment of the blast. Tim would say many times that Desert Storm was part of the reason he became who he was, witnessing the evils that happened overseas in the name of the government, underneath the banner of the flag. He would consider it one of the atrocities that led him to this act of violence. In the entirety of the Gulf War, 148 Americans died. Tim killed 20 more. The moment that the bomb detonated, before the ground was safe, before anyone even knew what happened or knew if this might be an attack or if another bomb was coming, almost the entirety of Oklahoma City ran to the site to try to pull people out of the rubble. Rescue workers, businessmen, nurses, waitresses started digging with their hands to save anyone they could. One woman, who was pinned under the rubble when the first wave of people came to help, told them not to save her because there were children in the building. As people pulled more and more dead bodies out of the rubble, they started to lay them on the sidewalk in front of the building. As medical crews and eventually morgue units arrived, they began to cover people up, and as they began to pull people out of the immediate vicinity of the blast, they started to come across the kids. And so to keep them separate, in case a parent came and needed to identify them, they began to place the children's bodies on the playground at the side of the building. All of them were placed on the playground side by side and covered up. Many of them wouldn't be identified for days later because they were too disfigured to identify. As the day went on and people began to find the children's things like their toys, they began to lay them by their bodies on the playground. One fireman searching the area saw a little sock rising above the rubble, and he said, I've got one. I've got one. And he cleared the rubble and he picked her up. She was gone. She was a 6-month-old girl. And he said, I've got her, and held her to his chest. Later, with the others, the morgue units began commandeering refrigerator trucks to store the bodies for a time while they tried to sort through all of the casualties. Through the entire rescue, there were people still alive deep within the rubble. The entire time, everyone could hear everyone else screaming. Many of them were too far in. It took hours to get to them. Several of the elderly couples who had visited the Social Security office were found dead together. People had their entire families erased from existence. The youngest killed in the bombing was 3 months old. The oldest was 73. 7 of Tim's former colleagues in the Army were killed in the recruiting office. By colleague, I mean they were also in the Army, not that Tim knew them. 3 unborn children were killed, one from a pregnant woman who died and 2 others who suffered miscarriages after the blast. It was the deadliest terrorist attack in America's history up until 9/11, and is to this day our deadliest domestic terrorist attack. But as overwhelmed as I am with the horror and the evil of what happened that day, I am also just as overwhelmed by the bravery. With no exaggeration, that entire city was there wanting to help. A lot of the police who showed up had to keep people back from putting too much weight on the rubble and potentially harming people who might be beneath. There wasn't man or woman out there who didn't do something to help. There's so many videos of that day of guys who ran out of their workplace and started carrying children away from the blast zone. People who were back from the blast zone itself were making an effort to find kids' families or try to pair parents with their children or husbands with their wives. There were several people who were pinned beneath the rubble and needed amputations. And from the firemen to the ambulance crews, people began to crawl into the rubble with them, putting themselves in danger to make sure these people got out by any means necessary. Over 100 people died that day, but over 100 people were saved by the kindness of others. And some of the stories that came from survivors are just horrible to imagine. One of the survivors who woke up on one of the upper floors began to make his way down through a dark stairwell. As he was walking through that stairwell, of which the lights in the building had been destroyed and he couldn't see anything, he began to feel something slippery on the handrails and on the ground. It wasn't until he got out into the light of day he realized that the stairwell was covered in blood. A woman who worked in the credit union stepped out into the hallway for a moment right as the blast happened. Everyone else who was in the room she was just standing in was killed. But still, through it all, most of the survivors who came to were greeted by firemen and rescue workers and just guys who worked down the street who were wading their way through the wreckage to save them. Keep in mind, at the moment of the explosion, no one had any idea what happened. Most people at first thought maybe it was a gas leak of some kind. Then as people began to realize this is a federal building and that was a pretty big boom, perhaps this was a foreign attack by some group in the Middle East, or this was the start to some invasion. Many people began calling around to see if any other federal buildings across the country had been hit. At one point during the rescue, someone said that there was another explosive. And for all they know, it very well might have been. This could have been a series of bombs and only one of them have gone off so far. So the rescue crews made the tough call of pulling their people back. If this people died in the blast as well. The majority of the rescue workers refused to stop saving people. Many of them were in communication with someone through the rubble and were working their way towards them. They were told they needed to retreat back. They didn't. Most of them had to have their captains come and physically pull them off of the people they were trying to save. It turns out that the second explosive was a mock explosive that the ATF had in the building for bomb defusal practice. The bomb itself was now lying in the rubble, which to the credit of whoever made the call that there was a second explosive, I mean, who wouldn't, right? The building just blew up and you see another bomb-shaped thing in the rubble. Of course you would think that that is another real bomb. As people from investigators to news crews tried to figure where this attack might have come from, someone figured out that today is April 19th. 2 years since the fire at Waco. 2 years that all of the ATF agents who worked at this building certainly remembered. Then people began to ask, what if this wasn't an attack from overseas, but an attack from someone who had a gripe against the government? And that someone at that very moment was driving their yellow Mercury away from Oklahoma City. At the moment of the blast, Tim said that he was lifted an inch off the ground. He was blown down, and then a shower of bricks and glass from the blast fell around him. Nearby power lines snapped and were now flying across the ground, electrified and zapping. He began to run away from the explosion towards where he parked his car as he worked his way through everyone else who was running towards it. While running, he ran into a delivery worker who looked at Tim and said, "Man, I thought that was us blowing up." To which Tim said, "Yeah, me too," and continued to make his way towards his Mercury. Gets in and begins driving north to Kansas. It's here at this point that I think Tim couldn't believe that he got away with it. He had made so many plans to die or what would happen if he was arrested, and now he was driving north. His rough plan, though he really didn't have one, was to drive back to the storage locker and get the few things out that were still in there, things like his license plate. And then he was just going to go camp out in the woods and continue his war against the government. Maybe get into a shootout or shoot a few agents. He didn't know. Part of him seemed almost upset that he didn't get caught. I mean, if he was caught, that was a chance to give his manifesto to the world, tell everyone exactly why he did it. But now he was just alone in his car without a radio. The purpose for his life was over. Now he had to come up with a new one. But while driving north about 20 minutes outside of Perry, Oklahoma, he gets stopped by a state trooper. Charles J. Hanger had earlier that day began driving towards Oklahoma City until the state dispatch had to get on the line and tell troopers to stop coming to the city because there's too many cops here already. So Hanger was driving back when he saw McVeigh, driving without a license plate. He pulls McVeigh over, and as soon as McVeigh stops the car, he gets out and stands next to it. Now, according to McVeigh, in this moment, he was thinking about shooting the cop. He had a gun in his shoulder holster, and the cop was right there. And the cop seemingly was going to stop him. But also, stop him from what? He no longer had to deliver the bomb that he planned to die with. This state trooper wasn't a federal agent, and Tim still had a place in his heart for police officers and those that uphold the law. So he just stood there, weighing his options before he decided not to kill him. To Hanger, this was extremely weird, because he pulls a guy over, the guy gets out of the car and just starts looking at him. So Hanger opens his door, stands next to his car, and tells McVeigh he doesn't have a license plate, to which McVeigh says, No, he doesn't. He asks if McVeigh has insurance, and McVeigh says, no, he doesn't. He asks if McVeigh has registration, and McVeigh says, no, he doesn't. He said he just bought the car, but he does have his license. The trooper notices a bulge underneath Tim's jacket and asks what he has, and Tim says he has a gun. So the trooper walks up to McVeigh, feels the gun, and then pulls his own gun and takes McVeigh's. Tim had pulled out his real driver's license, not his false Robert Kling one, so the trooper begins to ask Tim questions as he pats him down. He calls into dispatch on his cell phone. He didn't call in on the radio because the radio lines were being reserved for everything happening with the bombing. So he calls into dispatch on his phone and asks them to run a computer check on Timothy McVeigh and the serial number on the gun. Both come back clean. At the time, in Oklahoma, it was illegal to carry a loaded gun, and the state of Oklahoma did not have reciprocity with New York's concealed carry permits. So even though he had a New York permit, Tim's permit didn't matter in Oklahoma. So because of all the stuff wrong with the car identification and the fact he was carrying a gun, the trooper arrested Tim, having no idea that Tim is the guy who just set off the bomb. Tim was fine with being arrested, and he was fine with being found out to be the bomber. He didn't really have anything to do other than to ride this out to the end. As a matter of fact, he's so prepared to get caught that before he had set out, he had taken a business card from someone named Dave Paulson, a guy that Tim had met at a gun show who previously stiffed Tim on a deal. So Tim had written on the back of the business card, TNT $5 a stick, need more. Call after 1st of May, see if I can get some more. Tim had done this in the event that he was arrested or killed so that the authorities would find Dave Paulson's business card and assume Dave Paulson had something to do with it. And now, getting arrested, he pulled the business card out of his pocket and left it in the seat of the trooper's car. In the midst of all of this, in the midst of preparing for all of the lives he took, he had also planned a way to get a guy in trouble who he just didn't like. And sure enough, it worked, because obviously, after finding this, Dave Paulson was questioned a lot by the police. So with Tim handcuffed in the passenger seat, the trooper began to drive him to the Noble County Jail in Perry. He had asked Tim if he wanted anyone to come tow the car, and Tim said it was fine where it was. And the trooper asked if Tim wanted the white envelope that was in the passenger seat, and Tim said it was fine. He can leave it there. The two had a regular conversation. Tim asked the cop about his gun. He asked about the car. At one point, he asked the cop if they can take it for a joyride and show Tim how fast it goes. Of course, the trooper has no idea who he's sitting next to. When Tim got to the jail, he was booked on 4 misdemeanor charges: transporting a loaded firearm in a motor vehicle, unlawfully carrying a weapon, failing to display a current license plate, and failing to maintain proof of insurance. This was on a Wednesday, so normally what would happen, especially for someone who this was their first time being arrested for anything and it's just misdemeanors, is the next day Tim would be brought for his first appearance in front of a judge. The judge would probably set a hearing date or whatever, and then Tim would be cut loose. He'd be in and out in less than 24 hours. So while the authorities in Oklahoma City are doing everything they can to figure out who this is and to catch them, little did they know the dude had been caught 90 minutes after the bombing, but he hadn't been caught for the bombing. When asked for his next of kin, Tim gave James Nichols, Terry Nichols' brother, who lived on the farm back in Michigan, since that was the address that his real license was tied to. While he was in booking, there was a TV in the room, and of course the TV was turned to the Oklahoma City bombing coverage. While people in the room were talking about how awful it was and how devastating it was and who could have done it, Tim didn't pay it that much mind, or at least outwardly he didn't pay it that much mind. In reality, he was listening to everything, and even caught a glimpse of the screen. When he saw the damage to the building, the very first thing he thought to himself was, damn, the whole building didn't come down. I mean, what words are there, right? I mean, obviously, evil people doing evil things and not feeling regretful about it. Shocking, I know. But after all the carnage, all the bloodshed, to see it in front of you, and for that to be your reaction, that you could have done more. There's so many people, and I'll talk about it near the end of the video, but there's so many people who attribute not really a valor, but a misguided tone to McVeigh. Like, sure, he hated the right guys. He just, did probably a bad thing. But this level of evil, this level of hatred for humans, it goes deeper than liberty. It goes deeper than, liking guns or liking the United States or whatever. He was a man troubled, thankfully beyond, far, far beyond many of what we consider evil people would be in the world. And he needed an outlet for it, and this became his outlet. That level of detachment isn't the detachment of someone who's just doing a job or doing a mission. It's someone who needed to hurt someone else. And when they got what they wanted, they just wanted more. Even when he heard that a daycare center had been hit, he claims that that hit him hard and he regretted it, but then he had the thought just as quickly, well, great, now that's what everyone's going to talk about. Not that this was a calculated attack against the United States government, but that children were killed. The tragedy of taking those kids' lives wasn't as important to him as what those kids' lives did to his optics. For now, Tim was placed in the Perry County Jail while investigators tried to figure out who did this. For the investigators, it didn't take long for them to run the paper trail back to McVeigh. The most crucial piece of evidence they had was that rear axle I mentioned earlier. Though the rear axle flew 200 yards into, I believe, a Ford Fiesta, it was still intact. And on the axle was a VIN number. They also found the license plate that was damaged but still attached to the rear bumper, and the license plate itself could be made out. Both pointed back to the Ryder truck rental in Junction City, to which the facility said they rented the truck to someone named Robert Kling. So that same day, within 8 hours of the explosion, the FBI had agents in Junction City asking for details about who rented the truck. They had the name Robert Kling and had the witnesses work with the sketch artist to get an ID on who rented the vehicle. The sketch artist gave this image of what would eventually turn out to be Timothy McVeigh. However, the witness said that there were 2 people there to rent the truck at this time, and he gave the police a second sketch, a sketch that's been known now as John Doe number 2. This also, as you could imagine, fueled a lot of conspiracy theories. Someone else was there with Tim when he rented the truck. But again, if there were other conspirators, I don't think they would just be showing their face at this point. And also, John Doe number 2 was eventually discovered to be Ted Bunting. Ted Bunting was another soldier at Fort Riley who came in the day after Tim and rented a similar Ryder truck. So when the witness was asked, who came in to rent a Ryder truck, he just gave the police both descriptions of the guy that came in to rent a Ryder truck. And, Ted Bunting was a normal guy who didn't blow up a building using the Ryder truck that we know of. Well, now that the police had a sketch, they began showing it all over Junction City, eventually showing it to the manager of the Dreamland Motel, who ID'd it as the person who had rented a room for a few days prior. And of course, that person rented the room under his real name of Timothy McVeigh. And if it wasn't evidence enough, as they figured out about what this Timothy McVeigh did in his time at the motel, they found out about the Chinese food delivery, and the name he used to buy the Chinese food was Robert Kling. So all sides of the triangle now connect to each other, that Timothy McVeigh and Robert Kling are the same person. So now the FBI has the name of Timothy McVeigh, and they run it through every system they have. And the only hit they get is that yesterday, a state trooper called in Timothy McVeigh during a traffic stop and then arrested him and took him to Perry, Kansas. So at the FBI facility where they're investigating the bombing, one of the agents simply calls the sheriff in Perry. And the way this altercation is described is so bizarre. The agent picks up the phone and says, "Hey, just wondering, you wouldn't happen to have a Timothy McVeigh there by chance, would you?" And the sheriff is like, yeah, I think we arrested him yesterday. Let me go check." And then the sheriff gets up and walks away from the phone for a while, and the entire room is completely silent. Everyone is waiting to hear if this guy's still locked up. And then the sheriff comes back to the phone and says, "Yeah, we still got him locked up." To which the agent says, "Okay, hold on to him for a bit if you could. We're going to send some federal boys to come pick him up." See, by the time the person at the Dreamland Motel identified him as Timothy McVeigh, and by the time they ran it, it was April 20th, the next day. Like I said, normally that morning, Tim would have already seen the judge and been turned loose. But thankfully, the judge had an abnormally full docket on Thursday, and Tim's first appearance had to get pushed to Friday. So even though it was Thursday and Tim, under normal conditions, would already be out on the street, by chance, thank God, he was still in jail waiting for his first appearance. So the FBI get on a helicopter and begin blaring straight for Perry, Oklahoma. But by the time they were on their way, news crews were already behind them. It seems at some point in all the excitement, news got out that the bomber was in a jail in Perry, and the public found out before the police could get there. Another route that Timothy might have been caught that not a lot of people talk about because, they caught him pretty quick based off the VIN from the rear axle of the truck is Carl E. LeBron, the security guard who was suspicious of McVeigh, who McVeigh had worked with, had seen the John Doe sketch on the news and went to the FBI and told them that it was probably this guy he used to work with who really hated the government, named Timothy McVeigh. Now, to the FBI's credit, they had thousands and thousands of tips coming in right after the bombing, so Carl's got put onto the docket to be sorted through with all the others. But after word gets around to the FBI that, Timothy McVeigh might be the name we're looking for, that FBI agent calls Carl back and is like, hey, I know we just said we'd look at it earlier, but can you come back in, right now? From inside of the jail, Tim started to notice that something was going on. He saw a lot of helicopters flying overhead. For some reason, the sheriff separated him from all of the other people in lockup, and Tim started to figure that they've probably found out it was him. Federal agents began to get there and talk about what they need to do to transport this guy to a more secure facility. That next morning, while the judge is at his desk getting ready to go through the initial hearings, the sheriff walks in and slides him a piece of paper telling him to not let Timothy McVeigh go because they think he might be the Oklahoma City bomber. The judge looks at it and looks at the sheriff and says, "You're kidding." And the sheriff says, "I'm not." So Tim comes in and the judge is like, "Oh, we have to delay for some reason. Haha, go back to your cell." So more agents can show up and they can figure out a plan of action. Eventually, the feds approached him and say that they'll be coming into his custody as he is wanted for information regarding the bombing. And he's told that he's going to have to be transferred to a different facility. So more and more federal agents start to show up, both to get ready for the transfer and also to kind of act as security for Tim. Because, he's still in Oklahoma, and a lot of people had family members who were killed in the bombing. So there's a good chance someone's going to try to Jack Ruby him. What's funny is, before he gets moved, Tim still has to have his initial hearing regarding the misdemeanors. So the judge has to sit up there and go through the procedure as normal, and is like, yeah, so you have a $5,000 fee for the crimes, which is insanely high for the misdemeanors, and I now turn you over to the federal authorities. Bye. Tim becomes worried about his safety, which is rich, and asks if he can have a bulletproof vest, to which they tell him no. He asks if they can land a helicopter on the roof, and they say no. Their plan was to take him back to Oklahoma City by helicopter, but they couldn't land a helicopter on the roof of the jail. And they also didn't have a vehicle on standby that was big enough for all the different federal agents and Tim, so the sheriff gave them his family's personal minivan to transport him to a helipad where he'd get on a helicopter and be taken to Oklahoma City. As he's walked out of the county jail, there are protesters everywhere, screaming baby killer, screaming hang him, kill him. Several accuse the FBI of waiting several days to do this as a sort of perp walk. They want the cameras there and they want people to see the guy they caught. But it also just took a bit to figure out the logistics of all of this, especially considering all of the buildings that he normally would be transported to back in Oklahoma City had been, damaged. And they had to use the sheriff's car. They had to take him to the nearby Tinker Air Base and hold court there. He gets alone with his two assigned attorneys, and as soon as he gets alone with them, he says, "Hey, anything I say is between us, right?" And the attorneys go, "Yeah." And he goes, "Okay, so I did do the bombing." Give you an idea of how fast all of this went. He had his initial hearing at the Tinker Air Base in front of the judge within 60 hours of the bomb going off. And as the beginning of the Timothy McVeigh trial began, his family began to figure out that he was responsible. His father found out when he received a call in the middle of the night from the FBI. The FBI agent said that he was right down the road and wanted to talk to Bill. Bill had seen the news reports of the Oklahoma City bombing, and he saw the sketch of the John Doe and didn't think it was Tim. As a matter of fact, when the FBI called, initially, he had no idea what they could want. As he walked to the front door right before he let them in, it hit him all at once that his son might be the Oklahoma City bomber. Bill opens the door and there are two agents standing at their vehicle. They inform Bill that there is a SWAT team down the street. The FBI didn't know if Tim's father...
I could see him having that realization, he's walking the door. Oh, oh, fuck.
On it if there was a bunch of militia members living in this house. So the FBI asked to come in and Bill lets them. And it's there that they begin to speak to Bill and inform him that they think his son might be the bomber. Bill is completely devastated by this. From most accounts, he just seemed to be in disbelief. Sure, he knew his son had problems with the government, but problems that would make him kill that many people? He would later say that sure, Tim would get angry and shout when he would see things about the government on TV, but he would do the same during football games. For what it's worth, by all accounts, Bill seems to be a good man who is doing his best to take care of his son, especially after trying to raise him in a single-parent household. And it's clear that as Tim became more radical, he began to depart further and further from his family, and I'm sure his father didn't see a lot of the more damaging things, the more damaging signs. But Bill was immediately compliant and did anything he could to help investigators. He let them search the house, go through Tim's old stuff. He gave the FBI the name of Terry Nichols as Tim's friend who frequently would come to the house on Tim's behalf. And Bill was asked to go out to Oklahoma to speak to his son, to which Bill agreed. Initially, he was in such shock that when they asked if he could fly out to Oklahoma, he said that he couldn't because he has to work and he has a bowling trip this weekend. Not saying it to be dismissive, but he was in such a state that he wasn't even processing what was being said to him. As Bill made arrangements to travel to Oklahoma, around the same time, the FBI approached Jennifer. When Jennifer was told that Tim was the Oklahoma City bomber, she, for one, didn't believe it. Tim had been priming her for years with ideas that the government will make up lies about him, that the government will come for him eventually. So when the FBI shows up and says that Tim is being blamed for the bombing, she thinks that they're trying to pin it on him. So she's resistant, she fights back, and eventually gets brought in because they think she is connected to the attack. This is made worse by the fact that when the FBI begins to seize letters, they see all of the alarming things that Tim had wrote to her. Jennifer went through a lot of intense questioning for a while, and because she was so resistant to the idea her brother was implicated in this, they believed her to be an accomplice. His mother, Mickey, in Florida, was also hounded by the media. At one point, she wrote a note on a piece of paper and had the authorities give it to the press. The piece of paper said, "I just want to say I feel deep sympathy for the victims and families involved in the Oklahoma City bombing. I have only had brief contact with my son the past 10 years and only know details from what I've been watching on TV the past few days. That is all I wish to say at this time. Tim's mom, please leave our family alone." Obviously, in the wake of all the families he ended, it's not like the suffering of his family was the biggest tragedy. But I'm sure it didn't weigh on a man, especially one who said that he didn't have that strong of a connection with either of his parents, to put them through this for his ultimate objective. 5 days after the bombing, Bill arrived in Oklahoma City, having been flown in on a C-130. On that day, it was storming at the bomb site. Rescuers were still digging with their hands through rubble to try to find people in the midst of the downpour. And on that same day, Tim turned 27. The FBI take Bill to meet with his son. They tell Bill that he can just talk, and anything he wants to tell the FBI after is up to him. According to American Terrorists, the conversation went as follows. "How you doing?" Bill asked. "All right," Tim said. An awkward silence followed. Bill decided to give his son the advice he thought was best. "Tell the FBI whatever you can," Bill said. His son made no response. "What went on?" Bill asked. "Dad, I'm not supposed to say anything," Tim said, explaining the advice his attorneys had given him. Bill tried to ask the same question several more times to no avail. After 6 or 7 minutes, Tim ended the meeting. "Dad, I think it's time to say goodbye. I think we've talked enough." "If that's the way you feel, fine," Bill said. "I'm not here to pressure you. I'm here because they asked me to come." They shook hands again, and Bill watched, crestfallen, as the guards led his son out of the small room and down a corridor. In the meantime, that the Oklahoma City bombing was happening, Terry Nichols had a freak out. As soon as the bombing happened, he was staying up to date, he was reading all he could about it, and mostly he was just seeing if Tim got caught, and by proxy, he would get caught. On April 21st, while Terry is at work, he hears his own name on the radio. As since Bill gave the name Terry Nichols, the police were now looking for Terry Nichols. Terry drives home, gets his wife Marie and their baby daughter, which at this point, Bill had a kid with Marie, a young girl. Forgot to mention that. Oops. And they drive to an Army surplus store. It seems that Terry thought that they were going to go on the run and they needed supplies, which the time to do that was not when you were already on the run. While on his way to the surplus store, he's convinced that someone is following him. And it turns out they were. The FBI had figured out where he was at and was now tracking his car. So Terry freaks out and drives to the police station and runs in the front door with his child in his hands. At the police station, they were, staying up to date about the Oklahoma City bombing and heard that Terry Nichols was a suspect. And now a guy runs in screaming, holding a child, saying that he is Terry Nichols and he needs help. It seems that Terry thought that the police could keep him safe, and his real fear was with the FBI, who I guess he thought would just kill him. So he runs into the police station and asks the police to protect him. On the outside, the FBI see him sprint into the police station and sit around because they don't know if this guy's running in there to take hostages or start a standoff. Also, Terry had been freaking out so much up until this point that as soon as the Oklahoma City bombing happened, he took all of the ammonium nitrate that he had in his house. And keep in mind, he's not living on a farm anymore. He's in like a little neighborhood community space. And in front of all of his neighbors, he just takes all of his ammonium nitrate and dumps it on the front lawn. You know, that's not suspicious, right? So after a few minutes, when the FBI realized that Terry isn't taking hostages, they walk into the police station and they're like, hey, are you Terry Nichols? And he's like, yep. And they're like, cool, let's go down to the basement. So the FBI take Terry into the basement and interrogate him for 9 hours, where Terry spends the entire time throwing Tim under the bus. He makes up all of these fabrications. He's like, yeah, Tim talked about blowing up a building. I didn't know which building. I never knew which building, actually. And then he started to buy all of this bomb equipment. I didn't know that he was going to build a bomb. Well, I knew he was going to build a bomb, but I didn't know it would be like, you know, a bomb or anything. And then he started talking about hurting people, and I told him to stop. I tried to get him to quit. But also, to be clear, I didn't know he was going to do this. But if I hypothetically did know he was going to do this, I would have asked him to stop, which I did. He just tosses that guy under the proverbial Ryder truck for 9 hours. Well, at this point, the FBI was gathering all the information they could about Terry. And of course, they contacted his ex-wife, who very quickly gave them the information about the package he had left her when he went to the Philippines. So while Terry is in the midst of this whole conversation about how he didn't know what was going to happen and he had no idea what Tim was up to, they're like, okay, that's cool. What's with this letter you left for Tim that said, go for it? And Terry's like, oh, you know, that's just like, it's like an old game we play, you know. You ever joking around with your boys and you leave them a letter in the case of your death that says, go for it. Good times. You should try it. But, I mean, the FBI had this guy dead to rights. And they were also hitting him from every angle of the interrogation. They had recordings of his ex-wife and son Josh crying, asking for him to tell the truth. And they played it for him during that interrogation in the police department basement. They had, of course, went to James Nichols' property, or the Nichols farm up in Michigan, that Tim had listed on his driver's license, and also listed James as his next of kin. They raid that, and James gets arrested, and they find bomb components, as well as the stolen items from the quarry robbery. And they also find the calling card that Tim and Terry had used to make all of the calls for things like nitromethane and ammonium nitrate, as well as, you know, all of the anti-government literature that I assume is just sprawled all over the house. There was even like a sheet that was listed details of what they would need for the Ryder truck bomb, and a receipt for a large amount of ammonium nitrate that had both Tim and Terry's fingerprints on it. Which, why would you keep the receipt? It's thousands of pounds of fertilizer that you're going to use for a terrorist attack. Do you need to return it? Why wouldn't you burn that? They had Terry so dead to rights that outside of the property, in a trash can, there was a map where Tim had drawn his route in and out of Oklahoma City. So obviously, the feds arrest Nichols as a material witness. His eventual charges would come later. Also, just to tie up a loose end, Terry's brother James was arrested but eventually let go because his only provable experience he had was way back when Tim lived in Michigan. They would make homemade bombs. But, and I think this is true, James had no knowledge of the Oklahoma City bombing. Sure, he liked guns and sure, he didn't like the government, but it doesn't seem that there was anything substantial against him, or at least he didn't know about the bombing itself. Not long after they took the case, Tim's attorneys asked to be removed from Tim's defense. Both of them were from Oklahoma City, and both of them knew several people who were killed in the bombing. So obviously, they're too closely attached to be a proper defense. This was even true for Tim's security guards. A lot of the guards who were watching him were Oklahoma City police. So probably not the people you want to ensure that Tim is safe. So they had police officers come from El Reno, Texas, because they would be, less attached to the bombing itself, to guard Tim. As a matter of fact, at this time, Tim had an entire wing of the prison to himself. They didn't want him near any other prisoners, and they had a ton of security, since, there's a good chance someone in Oklahoma City would want him dead. Imagine that. Initially, Tim wanted to get Jerry Spence to be his attorney. Jerry Spence represented Randy Weaver after the events of Ruby Ridge and won a pretty successful case. But Jerry Spence declined because, as I think has been made obvious, Randy Weaver and Timothy McVeigh are two very different people. The guy who wanted to live in a cabin and sawed a couple shotgun barrels versus a guy that killed 168 people. So eventually the judge calls Stephen Jones of Enid, Oklahoma. Stephen Jones was known for taking some pretty high-profile cases. For a while, he worked for President Nixon, and he represented people like Abby Hoffman and Keith Green. And while there was a sort of reluctance to take the job as, an Oklahoma citizen, Stephen Jones eventually agreed. He proclaimed to the press when he took the job on May 8th of 1995 that he didn't want this to be another Martin Luther King or JFK killing. In other words, he didn't want it to be a situation where the government messed up and the trials were murky and there's still a lot of unanswered questions. This is coming from a guy who would raise a lot of unanswered questions. So I say this with caution. It's not like it really mattered how the trial went. I mean, obviously, as long as McVeigh's found guilty, because we all know that he's guilty. He admitted it years later. I mean, if you could have a guy dead to rights, this dude was dead to rights. But imagine for a moment we didn't know that Timothy McVeigh did it. And imagine if this was just a guy being accused of the bombing. Under that pretext, some of Stephen Jones' decisions were weird. So, for example, in their initial meetings, when Timothy McVeigh would give Stephen details about his life and his potential role in the bombing, a lot of those details would conveniently leak to the press shortly after Tim said them. Initially, Jones denied that he was the one leaking it, but then later admitted that he did in order to win favor with the press. Jones's idea was, the media's against them, the government's against them, they don't have a lot of friends, but if they can start making friends in the press, then maybe they can start to win in the court of public opinion, which I don't really know how you do that if McVeigh says something like, yeah, I acted alone, and then it leaks to the press that allegedly McVeigh acted alone. That doesn't really make McVeigh look that innocent. Another thing that complicated Jones' defense is that Tim did not like his angle. Tim was adamant that he wanted to go for a self-defense pleading. In other words, Tim wanted to argue that the federal government was an imminent danger to him. So by blowing up a federal building, it was the same as pulling a gun on someone trying to shoot you. Rightfully, I would argue, Stephen Jones was like, that's stupid. Maybe. If it was one federal agent, right? Like if after the attacks at Waco and Ruby Ridge and blah, 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 and Tim's a soldier and whatever, and Tim killed a federal agent, maybe Jones would have gone for it. But there were 160 not federal soldiers who were killed. Jones knew there was no way they were going to win on that, and Tim continued to push for it. Jones wanted to take another angle. He wanted to raise the idea that there were several different conspirators involved in the bombing and that Tim was just the fall guy. When asked, Tim had admitted to Terry Nichols and Mike's involvement, which I'll get to everything that happened with Mike in a moment. But Tim had argued that the two of them were under duress, that Mike didn't actually do anything for the construction of the bomb, and Tim had threatened Terry with going to the police if Terry didn't help with the bomb, which is partially true, at least true for like the last couple of days of it. But Jones didn't want to hear it, and instead, he just started taking these globe-trotting trips. Jones and the defense team flew to Israel to ask about terrorist attacks that they dealt with. He flew to the UK to ask about terrorist attacks from the IRA. He flew to the Philippines because that's where Terry last traveled and investigated potential terrorist connections there. He flew to the Middle East and tried to see if there were any local plans to attack the federal building in Oklahoma City. And he did all of this with the idea that he could obfuscate the case enough to say that there was a greater conspiracy at foot and Tim was just the guy left holding the rope, which, would probably still get him some pretty severe sentence, but, maybe they wouldn't kill him if that was the case. At one point, Jones even hired a Harvard professor who was an expert on like Middle Eastern terrorist organizations, to be a part of the defense team. It was also at this time that Jones had a psychiatrist evaluate McVeigh. And then 5 years after the evaluation, Tim signed a release with the authors of American Terrorist for the psychiatrist to talk openly about his evaluation, which is where a lot of the notes that I mentioned earlier in the video came from. According to the psychiatrist, Tim had an IQ of about 126. Tim was very open about the bombing, that he did it, how he felt about it. And even though Tim would partially deny it, the psychiatrist said that his parents' divorce and the war had a huge weight on Timothy's eventual direction. He had no signs of regular drug use, although Tim admitted to experiencing with crystal meth and marijuana with Mike, as I mentioned earlier. And the psychiatrist agreed that Waco was the most bold point in Tim's mind that pushed him in this direction. The psychiatrist found that Tim had a deep-seated animosity towards women. When the psychiatrist asked him if there was anyone that he loved, Tim said his father and his grandfather. The psychiatrist asked why Tim didn't mention his mother or sisters, and Tim said, "Yeah, it's weird I didn't mention them, isn't it?" At one point, Tim asked the psychiatrist if it would be possible for him to donate his sperm so that even if he never met them or got to raise them, he could have offspring somewhere. And the psychiatrist's overall evaluation is Tim was not delusional. It's not like he was crazy, and he was certainly of sound mind in everything that he did. He wasn't evil in the sense of sadism. It's not like he did this attack just because he liked hurting people, even if that was the ultimate product. Psychiatrist's evaluation was that Tim was deeply, deeply angry, and that anger tragically found an outlet. Jones was very selective about what members of the press could come in to interview Tim. They could never ask him directly if he did the bombing, just questions about his life and how he felt about the bombing. And eventually an indictment was handed down. Obviously, the indictment contained things like, building a bomb and using the bomb, but it also accurately listed things like linking Tim to the robbery of Roger Moore. Most of the stuff regarding Terry's trial would take place after Tim's trial. The defense did get a win by managing to separate their cases. Initially, the prosecution wanted to try Terry and Tim together. They also got a win by changing the location of the trial to Colorado. Because, a Denver jury is going to be much less upset about the Oklahoma City bombing than an Oklahoma City jury. However, it's not like the prosecution really cared. Just the level of dirt they had on this guy. From the paper trail to the links of the multiple names that he used to buy pieces of explosives to the Ryder truck rental. Something else the prosecution had was Michael Fortier. See, in the midst of everyone getting caught, eventually Michael Fortier and his wife Lori were arrested as well. It became apparent to the FBI that at the least, Michael had knowledge that this was going to happen, down to when it was going to happen and where it was going to happen. And while the prosecution knew that they probably didn't have enough evidence to implicate him in the bombing itself, they could certainly get him for not alerting the authorities and leading to the deaths of so many people. So they cut a deal with him. If Mike and Lori acted as the prosecution's star witnesses, because, the guy was using soup cans to practice his bomb arrangement in their house. If they acted as witnesses, Mike would get only 12 years in prison and Lori would get full immunity. This was the best offer they were going to get, so they took it. So on top of all of the physical evidence, they've also got Mike, the third conspirator, effectively willing to testify and say everything that Tim did. So to the prosecution, the defense can have the trial wherever they want because they've got Tim cornered. Tim would later say that he didn't blame Mike and Lori for the deal they took. They had families, they had something to lose. And again, it's not like Tim even really cared that he got caught. Tim's sister Jennifer had been questioned for 2 weeks. Again, the FBI were trying to pin her as a co-conspirator for the information she had. At her wit's end, crying in the midst of interrogation, the FBI offered her a deal. If she testified against her brother and testified of all the things he said to her and all of the signs that were accumulating for years and years, she would get immunity. And even though it broke her heart, Jennifer took the deal. So the prosecution has one of Tim's kind of conspirators and his sister talking against him. Well, Jones had to come up with some kind of defense, and he kind of got one that might have helped a little bit. So in Jones is searching for a bigger conspiracy that just placed him as the fall guy. He came across a report from an undercover ATF agent who had been to Elohim City. If you remember, Elohim City was the white separatist group that Tim had met one of the members of at a gun show. Well, an undercover ATF agent at Elohim City had said that during her time, she heard 2 members of Elohim City discussing blowing up a federal building. Now, this was a couple years ago, and there was no specific building and no specific date or plan of action, but Jones saw that he could make something out of this. There was a group that Tim had tried to contact, talked about blowing up a federal building, and he can get an ATF agent to testify. At one point, Jones even had Tim hooked up to a polygraph and asked him various questions about the bombing. He showed all honest answers to questions about him committing the bombing, him planning it alone. But when asked if there were more conspirators multiple times, the polygraph returned an unsure answer. Tim said this was simply because he was becoming agitated by Jones continuing to believe that there were co-conspirators, even though Tim said there were not. There was also another event that happened around this time that did not help the defense's case, and that was the O.J. Simpson trial. While Tim was locked up and the defense was preparing their plan of action, the O.J. Simpson trial happened in October of 1995. Now, this is actually an example that I do not have a video about on this channel, but I did cover it on the Red Thread. So once again, link in the description. But as I'm sure many of you know, the O.J. Simpson trial, and specifically O.J. Simpson being found not guilty for something that he certainly did, made a lot of Americans really upset and lose faith in the system. So it was unlikely that in a case as high profile as this, that a jury was willing to let off someone else who they believed was guilty from the start. The defense was so concerned about this that when they were selecting the jury on the questionnaire, they asked, did you keep up with the O.J. Simpson trial and how did you feel about it? The pretrial process went on for a couple of years. During this time, Tim read a bunch of books. He got a ton of letters in the mail, most of them, people wanting him dead. But there was also, as is weirdly common with any high-profile crime, a lot of letters from women offering marriage and to have his children. So I'm sure Tim got a kick out of that. However, in 1997, right before jury selection was to begin, a huge leak got out to the press. On March 1st of 1997, the Dallas Morning News put out another series of leaks. And if Tim had any, weight with the public, or if there's a few people who thought, well, maybe he didn't do it, right? This dispelled all of that. Quote from American Terrorist: in talks with his defense team, McVeigh not only admitted his guilt, but also confirmed that he bombed the building during the day to increase the body count, reporter Peter Slover wrote. Quote, some anti-government activists condemned the attack because of its high death toll, and one militia leader said Mr. McVeigh would have been a hero had he bombed the building at night to minimize casualties. Slover quoted McVeigh's response to the defense staffer when he was asked in July of 95 why he had not bombed the building at night. Quote, Mr. McVeigh looked directly in my eyes and told me that would not have gotten the point across to the government. We needed a body count to make our point. The story added that McVeigh discounted conspiracy theories about the bombing and that he insisted there was no John Doe number 2 with him the day of the bombing. McVeigh said he alone delivered the explosive to the Murrah building. These were all things that Tim had said in private to the defense team. And now it was out there that even though the defense's argument was that there's a conspiracy, Tim said there's no conspiracy. And as a cherry on top, he wanted to kill as many people as possible. According to Jones, this was because they were trying to turn over some information to the press and accidentally gave the press access to everything. So of course they just published the story that was in the attorney's report. So with Jones trying to win over the press, he accidentally ruined any chances they had with the press. Go figure. And again, it's Timothy McVeigh. It's not like all of this matters a ton. We know he did it, whatever. But could you imagine if we didn't know this guy did it and then the attorneys were just throwing information like that out there? It was also after this leak that the defense would start getting a lot more harsh directions from the judge. The judge said they could not use a hypothetical conspiracy defense. They had to provide specific examples, which, hypothetical conspiracy was Jones's whole thing. And more damningly, they could not use the ATF agent as a witness who claimed she heard people in Elohim City talk about a federal bombing, which if Jones did have one avenue of approach, it was that, and now the judge had cut it off. The judge also ruled that the prosecution during the initial trial, not the sentencing, just the initial trial, could use victim testimony. Now, this is a weird gray area, right? Like, it makes sense why victim testimonies are used in sentencing trials. After an individual has already been found guilty and now the jury is deciding what they're going to sentence the person to, then it makes sense to have family members and those affected come forward and talk about the impact that this event's had on their lives. But for an initial trial to decide if someone is guilty or not, that's a little gray. Like, imagine this, right? Let's separate it from Timothy McVeigh. Imagine that one guy has been accused of murdering someone, and it's a 50-50 if they did it or not. Now imagine that the prosecution gets to bring every one of the victim's family members up to the stand, and the family members talk about how horribly this has affected them, how much it's ruined their life. The impact statements don't have anything to do with if that person is guilty or not. But what it does do is get a jury emotionally fired up over the effect the hypothetical murderer, if it's this person or not, might have had. Like, if someone lost a family member in the Oklahoma City bombing, that's tragic, but that doesn't indicate that Timothy McVeigh did it. But the prosecution knows that it is a strong emotional play, and now the judge is allowing it. The judge also said that the defense could not use the Department of Justice's report on the FBI's report of the explosive. It was deemed irrelevant to the case, even though I would argue, again, doesn't matter, it's Tim, we know he did it, but I would argue that in another case with another hypothetical bomber, it would be pretty relevant. So for context, after the explosion, the FBI's forensics lab put together a report of what they think the bomb was. And the FBI got a lot of details wrong, from the chemical composition to the size of the bomb. And in many cases, it seems that they did not maintain evidence well. There was a lot of cross-contamination. One point that piqued Tim's interest was the FBI had said that there was bomb residue on the clothes that Tim was arrested in. But if you'll remember, after assembling the bomb, Tim bathed in the lake and then changed clothes. So Tim knew there wouldn't be any explosive residue on him. So Tim thought, oh, maybe, I mean, obviously I did it, but maybe they're trying to pin more evidence against me. They're fabricating evidence. When it turns out this was likely because the FBI in the forensics lab just didn't take good enough custody of Tim's clothes, and some of the explosive residue they were testing got on the clothes. The Department of Justice, after more was figured out about the explosive, issued a report condemning the FBI's report, saying there was a lot of backwards answers and that the FBI did a poor job. Now, for a defense who is trying to prove that the federal government is not exploring all the avenues and doing a bad job at figuring out who did the bombing, the Department of Justice issuing a statement that the FBI didn't know what they were doing in forensics would be pretty relevant, but the judge said the defense couldn't use it. Again, it's not like I'm saying like, oh, they should have let him use it, blah, blah, blah. Again, we all know who made the building blow up. But to many, it seemed convenient that after the press leak that had accounts from Tim saying he wanted a high body count and that he acted alone and blah, blah, blah. Seems convenient that then the judge was railroading the defense a lot and letting the prosecution do whatever they wanted. As you can imagine, the entire trial was a media storm. It was so big, in fact, that President Clinton enacted 2 unique pieces of law in preparation for the trial. And I'm reading this from American Terrorist. One of the acts permitted bomb victims who appeared as witnesses to watch the trial from the spectators' area on days when they were not testifying. Normally, witnesses are just asked to come to court or allowed into closed courtrooms on days that they are testifying. But now the victims could watch the entire trial from a spectator area, as normally federal courts do not allow witnesses to watch a trial. This is done normally so that the witnesses don't hear anything that sways their testimony. Quote, the other act allowed victims and their families in Oklahoma to monitor the proceedings in an Oklahoma City auditorium via closed-circuit television, making McVeigh's trial the first in federal court history to be shown in that manner. So even though cameras weren't allowed, there were more victims in this trial than any other federal trial. And since they all couldn't fit in the courtroom, they wired a TV so that they could watch next door. Eventually, a 7-man and 5-woman jury was composed, and the trial began on April 24th of 1997. The prosecution's lead attorney, Joseph Harlzer, had MS and worked his way across the courtroom on an electric scooter. And in his opening statement, he told the story of a woman who dropped her kid off that day at daycare, never to see him again. He went on to describe more and more individual accounts of children who were killed during the bombing. In his opening statement, he said, "You will hear evidence in this case that McVeigh liked to consider himself a patriot, someone who could start the Second American Revolution. The literature in his car quoted statements from the founding fathers and other people who played a part in the American Revolution, people like Patrick Henry and Samuel Adams. McVeigh isolated and took these statements out of context, and he did that to justify his anti-government violence. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the statements of our forefathers can never justify warfare against innocent children. Our forefathers didn't fight British women and children, they fought other soldiers. They fought them face to face, hand to hand. They didn't plant bombs and run away wearing earplugs. Which I do have to say, as far as opening statements go, goes pretty hard. For Jones's opening statement, he talked about the story of a woman named Diana Bradley. Diana Bradley was walking the street that day and claimed to have seen someone get out of the Ryder truck and walk away. And she described the man as short, stocky, with olive complexion, wearing a puffy jacket with black hair. So Jones is alleging that someone else was responsible for the bombing. Jones also went on to read the names of all 168 people killed in the bombing. It took a full 6 minutes. Jones was doing this to imply that the defense was not trying to obfuscate the damage that had been done, just that Timothy wasn't the one who did it. However, to the family members who were watching this through the CCTV and they see Tim's defense attorney read out the names of loved ones, it didn't really come off as that. It came off as, being a jerk. He said that Mike Fortier is a coward trying to save his own skin and that it would be proven that Mike is just lying to protect himself. He criticized the FBI's investigation and said by the end of the trial, he will prove that Tim is not the one who did the bombing. Well, as the trial went on, the prosecution had 141 witnesses because, again, they got to use victim testimony as evidence against Tim, and the defense only had 27. There were a lot of points in the trial where Tim would later say that he really hated his defense team. There would be points where Tim would see the prosecution say something that was incorrect, and Tim would urge his defense team to object, but they were so caught up in papers they were shuffling through, they didn't even hear what was said. Which is a little satisfying after everything he did, that he had a bad defense team, right? I mean, at least a little bit. But at the same time, Tim was not helping his case. If a female reporter walked up to him on his way in or out of the courthouse, he would try to flirt with them. He would laugh and giggle. Several times during the trial, he would laugh to himself or try to make jokes with the attorneys. And, that's not the kind of behavior that, victims' families want to see out of the guy accused of killing their family. Later on, when asked why he didn't act solemn or give any condolences to the family members affected, Tim would say, "The victims are looking for some show of remorse. I understand and empathize with the victims' losses, but at the same time, I'm a realist. Death and loss are an integral part of life everywhere. We have to accept it and move on. To these people in Oklahoma who lost a loved one, I'm sorry, but it happens every day. You're not the first mother to lose a kid or the first grandparent to lose a grandson or granddaughter. It happens every day, somewhere in the world. I'm not going to go into that courtroom, curl into a fetal ball, and cry just because the victims want me to do that." And the entire trial, the prosecution was just beating the brakes off of the defense. They would have Mike Fortier go up and give detailed accounts of when Tim said he was going to do the bombing, how he built the bomb, all the components of it, and then victim statement, victim statement, victim statement. And then they would find the guy who sold Tim the nitromethane under the guise that he was trying to use it for a motorcycle, and then victim statement, victim statement. They knew exactly what they were doing, and it worked. In the meantime, when the defense did have someone go up to the stand, it did not work. That woman Jones talked about in the opening, Dana Bradley, who supposedly saw someone who did not look like Timothy McVeigh get out of the Ryder truck, when she was called to the stand, she said yes, she did say that's what the guy looked like initially, but now she's not really sure what he looked like. She also said that she had spent many years in mental institutions and that she did not have a good memory. Her quote was, "I don't recall much. You can tell me one thing one week and I would forget it the next week." So, that's the only witness they have who saw someone that wasn't Tim that day. After a pretty successful court case, the prosecution had this closing statement. "When you retire to the jury room, evaluate what promises were made by Joe Harltzer against the evidence and see if we haven't kept our word. We promise, and we've proven, in more ways than one, a number of important factual propositions. Number one, Timothy McVeigh, motivated by hatred of the government and in a rage over the events at Waco, deliberately and with premeditation planned the bombing of the Murrah building. Number two, that he educated himself on how to build bombs. Number three, that he enlisted at least one co-conspirator and attempted to recruit yet another, Michael Fortier, to help him in that criminal act, and that he and Terry Nichols acquired and attempted to acquire all the necessary components to build a massive bomb that Timothy McVeigh carefully, very deliberately, selected as target, the Murrah building. He surveyed it, and that in April of 1995, he rented the truck, built the bomb, and detonated it against the Murrah building. That's the government's case. Promises made, promises kept. So, pretty to the point, pretty condensed. Got it. On the defense's side, the closing statement was a little different. Jones said, "Why let Lori Fortier walk away with nothing and Michael make the deal that he did? Because without them, what we have is a series of isolated incidents. Michael and Lori Fortier served the function of Tarzan and Jane in the old Tarzan movies, where you've got a clump of trees here and a clump of trees there and a clump of trees over there, and Tarzan and Jane had to swing from one clump of trees to the next. It's only by their swinging and maneuvering that the trees are connected. This is their significance." Okay. Jones also said that they could not convict McVeigh for reading things like the Turner Diaries and all the other literature that he had, and said, quote, "I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in the context of this case, this political literature and the word motive mean nothing." When I think if a guy who hates the government reads a book about why the government is evil and why you should blow it up with a car bomb, I feel like then literature and motive are pretty connected. Well, it only took the jury 4 days, and on June the 2nd, Timothy McVeigh was found guilty on all counts. Specifically, there were 11 counts. Conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction, use of a weapon of mass destruction, destruction of government property with explosives, and 8 counts of first-degree murder. Now, you may be wondering why only 8 counts, but remember, this is a federal trial. It became a federal trial for the federal agents who were killed. The other 160 deaths would be under the jurisdiction of the state of Oklahoma. So federally, they get him for the federal agents that were killed and destroying the building and the weapon. If the state of Oklahoma wished to, they would have to have a separate trial within the state government for the 160 other deaths. That exact series of events would happen to Terry Nichols, but we'll get to that later. So now they moved into the sentencing portion of the trial. The prosecution wanted the death penalty, and the defense wanted life in prison. When they get to closing statements for the sentencing portion of the trial, Jones begins by saying that yes, Timothy McVeigh blew up the building.
We are on the last 30 minutes of this video, by the way, as a heads up.
After he spent all that time in the previous trial talking about how he probably didn't blow up the building. And in this closing, Jones tried to argue that while Tim did a bad thing, he was doing it from a good place. He said, quote, "Millions of Americans, millions, you know that, share Mr. McVeigh's views. They're as old as the struggle that led to the ratification of the Constitution. Mr. McVeigh acted on them. He acted on them because he understood what had happened, more importantly, what had not happened. And so he made it happen. They hurt, so you hurt. They died, so you die. They were innocent, you are innocent. What a terrible price to pay for a failure to account, for a failure to instruct as a government must. This tragedy at Ruby Ridge, this tragedy at Waco could have been avoided. This tragedy at Oklahoma City could have been avoided." Almost implying that his acts were bizarrely justified. I mean, I get the guy not have a winnable case, but my gosh. Tim's father and mother didn't come to the initial criminal portion of the trial, but they did come to the sentencing portion to try to argue for their son's life. His mom argued that he was not a monster and instead had been a loving son. His sister talked about her best memories with Tim, how he was always a great older brother, and Bill heartbreakingly played a home video he had put together. It was clips of a young Tim sitting on Santa's lap, of him playing with a toy train, of him driving a tractor when he was a kid. And when the defense asked after the tape was played, and after a photograph was shown of him and Tim together, the conversation went as follows. "Can you identify that photograph?" Burr asked. "It's myself and my son," Bill answered, "somewhere between December of '89 and '92. "Does it bring back memories?" Burr asked. "Well, to me, it's a happy Tim," Bill answered. "It's a Tim I remember most of my life. Oh, he's always good-natured, fun to be with, always in a pretty good mood. Do you love Tim? Burr asked. Yes, Bill said. I love Tim. He added that it wasn't just the Tim in the photograph he loved, but the Tim who was sitting in the courtroom with him that day. You want him to stay alive? Burr asked. Yes, I do. Gosh, I know it's not comparable to those that lost loved ones, but like I said, Bill always struck me as a good man who probably has spent the rest of his life questioning where he went wrong. And here it's just a quiet father pleading for his son's life, understanding that his son deserves punishment, but just wanting him to live. Going into the courtroom on the day of his verdict, where Tim before would wear a button-up shirt, now he just wore a sweatshirt. Someone asked where his court shirt was. Tim replied, "If I'm going to be sentenced to death, I might as well be comfortable." And sure enough, on June the 13th, that's exactly what the jury did. They found that Tim should receive the death penalty. When Tim was asked if he wanted to make any final statements, he quoted Court Justice Louis Brandeis. The quote came from an old federal ruling regarding if phone tapping should be legal. For McVeigh's one and only statement during the trial, he said, "I wish to use the words of Justice Brandeis." He wrote, "Our government is the potent, the omnipresent teacher, for good or ill. It teaches the whole people by its example." That's all I have. Nothing about the victims, nothing about what happened. Just his moment to get a word out about why he did the things he did because the government did the things that they did. It may be confusing why Tim wanted a trial in the first place, why he didn't just plead guilty, but there's a twofold reason for that. For one, Tim hated the government, and he hated trials, and he hated attorneys, and he hated the whole judicial process. So even though he did it, and he would later have no problem admitting that he did it, he wanted to see the state work for it. He wanted to see if by some miracle he could get off so that he could probably do the same thing again. And above all else, he wasn't going to make it easy for them. He also, in preparation for the trial, thought that he wanted to receive the death penalty. I mean, he didn't want to sit around in jail forever. For a guy who valued freedom so much, that wouldn't have done him a lot of good. But to be killed by the state, to, as he saw it, have the state be a hypocrite and say that he can't murder, but they can, that intrigued him. So he wasn't going to take a plea deal for a life sentence when he could go through the whole rigmarole and have the state kill him, which in the beginning, back when he was planning to die in a gunfight in front of the Ryder truck, was his original plan. So Timothy McVeigh was given the death penalty and sent to Florence, Colorado, to Florence Supermax. Before he left, he took the court shirt that he had worn throughout the trial and sent it to Andrea Peters, the girl from the security job that he always had a crush on. He sent it to her with a note that said, "If you're cold or lonely, put this shirt on and think of me." His last meal outside of prison was a couple of Taco Bell tacos. Tim pulled off the sticker on the side to reveal that he won free nachos. He laughed and said, "I may have gotten death, but at least I got nachos." And he gave the sticker to one of the marshals that escorted him out. When he gets to the Supermax prison, he is placed in a high security portion of the prison that only has 4 convicts, Tim being one of them. The 3 other convicts were, and I'm not kidding, Louis Philippe, also known as King Blood, the guy that founded the New York City branch of the Latin Kings, who was responsible for not only every crime you could practically imagine and a lot of murders, but even had murders ordered while he was in prison. Ramzi Ahmed Youssef, the guy who did the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, and Ted Kaczynski. That's right, the Unabomber was in jail at the same time and was right next door to the World Trade Center bomber and the Oklahoma City bomber. For this reason, that part of the prison got the nickname Bombers Row, or Celebrity Row. And also, I made a whole video about Ted Kaczynski that's just as long, if not longer, than this one. So once again, link in the description. Tim was still getting a ton of letters. At one point, someone asked him to sign a photo in the paper of the 4 of them lined up, and Tim signed it as the A-Team. Initially, they were confined to their cell 24 hours a day, and twice a week, they got to go outside one at a time to an exercise area. But eventually, the rules were loosened up, and they were all allowed out to the exercise area at the same time, just in their own individual cages so they couldn't, attack each other. Tim got along well enough with Philippe. The 2 of them would trade porn. Him and Youssef also had a lot of similar ideas about why the government is evil, and the 2 of them got along, and Youssef at multiple points tried to convert Tim to Islam. But the one who Tim had the most in common, who became his best friend during this time in prison, was Ted Kaczynski. The 2 of them talked at length about their opinions on government and freedom and why people need to pay and why people just didn't understand the things that they did. As mentioned, it was around this time that the authors of the book made contact with Tim and began visiting him in prison. Well, after talking to Ted Kaczynski about Tim, Ted Kaczynski sent an 11-page letter to the authors, which they copied at the end of the book. And he spent most of the time talking about how Tim was intelligent and he was very friendly, and Kaczynski enjoyed his company. At one point, while discussing the things Tim did, Kaczynski said, assuming that the Oklahoma City bombing was intended as a protest against the U.S. government in general and against the government's actions at Waco in particular, I will say that I think the bombing was a bad action because it was unnecessarily inhumane. A more effective protest could have been made with far less harm to innocent people. Most of the people who died at Oklahoma City were, I imagine, lower-level government employees, office help and the like, who were not even remotely responsible for objectionable government policies or for the events of Waco. If violence were to be used to express protest, it could have been used far more humanely, and at the same time more effectively by being directed at the relatively small number of people who were personally responsible for the policies or actions to which the protesters objected. Such protest would have attracted just as much national attention as the Oklahoma City bombing and would have involved relatively little risk to innocent people. Moreover, the protest would have earned far more sympathy than the Oklahoma City bombing did, because it is safe to assume that many anti-government people who might have accepted violence that was more limited and carefully directed were repelled by the large loss of innocent life at Oklahoma City. My gosh, those long run-on sentences. I feel like I'm reading Industrial Society and its Future again. The first time I was reading that, I was like, oh, interesting. Ted had some points about why Tim should have been more selective with his targets, kind of like how Ted was when he sent mail bombs to like 1 or 2 people at a time. And then I remembered, didn't that guy try to blow up an airplane? Like a passenger plane. It's really rich coming from the Unabomber that Tim should have picked more selective targets. After Tim had been there about a year in 1998, funny enough, Terry Nichols showed up. See, after Tim's trial, Terry Nichols' trial really began. As opposed to Tim, Terry spent most of his federal trial crying and saying that he was very sorry for what he did. During his statement, as opposed to Tim's very short statement, Terry said, I never wanted to kill or harm anyone or to damage or destroy any buildings or property anywhere at any time, which immediately sounds like the kind of person who would do all of those things. This may sound hollow and superficial to some, but I am sincere when I say that I would give my life if it would bring back all those that died in the bombing, especially the children. Perhaps I should have listened closer to what McVeigh was saying. Perhaps I should have questioned McVeigh more about certain things. I know... Yeah, bro, I guess. I never in my wildest dreams ever thought that I would know someone that would do a horrible terrorist act as what happened in Oklahoma City. I never thought that an American would carry out such a terrorist act in his own country. I'm sorry that I am too naive and too trusting of people. On December 23rd of 1997, Nichols was found guilty in the federal trial of 1 count of conspiracy and 8 counts of involuntary manslaughter. For this, he was sentenced to life without parole. Now, as mentioned, if the state wishes to pursue a case after the federal case is done, they have the right to. After Tim McVeigh was given the death penalty, the state of Oklahoma dropped the case as long as the federal government carried through on its death penalty. If the feds eventually rescinded and changed their sentencing to like life in prison or something like that, then Oklahoma would pick the case back up. But as long as the government kills him, the federal government, the Oklahoma state government will let the case go. However, since Terry Nichols was just given life imprisonment, the state of Oklahoma said, absolutely, bring that guy back. So in January of 2000, the state of Oklahoma charged him with 160 counts of capital first-degree murder, 1 count of fetal homicide for the pregnant woman who was killed in the blast, 1 count of first-degree arson, and 1 count of conspiracy. The goal of the prosecution was to get the death penalty. He was found guilty on all counts, and then they moved to the penalty phase. The jury here could not reach a unanimous decision regarding the death penalty. So symbolically, for each of the lives that were taken that were not federal agents, and counting the fetal homicide, Nichols was symbolically sentenced to 161 consecutive life terms, which is the most life sentences ever dealt in United States history. But between the federal trial and the state trial, there was a window of time where Nichols was at the Supermax with McVeigh. And multiple times, McVeigh would try to get Nichols to talk to him, and Nichols never would. Also, during this time, as I mentioned, Timothy had a lot of problems with Stephen Jones, his attorney. And after the trial, Timothy had no problem hiding them. He would talk negatively of Jones all the time, and Jones would talk negatively of him. And following the trial, Jones would actually write a book where he alleged that there was a greater conspiracy and that there was no doubt in his mind that more people were involved. And a lot of the things he said in that book have gone on to be conspiracy theories regarding the Oklahoma City bombing to this day. Well, obviously, Tim didn't like the book or agree with it, but he thought some of the parts were funny. And one of the things Jones alleged in his book was that Terry Nichols had the code name of Farmer. So while in the Supermax, to try to provoke Nichols, Tim would do things like yell, "Hey, Farmer!" But regardless, Nichols would not interact with him. And then, when Michael started serving his 12 years, of which he would get released after 10 for good behavior, and then after Michael was released, him and his wife were placed in witness protection and assumedly have a new identity and are just out there somewhere today. But while Michael was serving his 12 years, he also got transferred to the Supermax. And one day actually spoke to Tim from the window of his cell. It was a casual conversation. Tim, as mentioned earlier, held no ill will, asked how his family was holding up, and at one point asked Michael if he knew there was a daycare in that building, and Michael said he didn't, and Tim said he didn't either. Meanwhile, while he was in prison, Tim was known as the Oklahoma City Bomber, and he was eating it up. He was writing articles to any publication that would put out what he had to say, which, as you could imagine, was several of them. In one of these publications in June of 1998, to the media bypass, Tim said, "In Oklahoma City, it was family convenience that explained the presence of a daycare center placed between street level and the law enforcement agencies which occupied the upper floors of the building. Yet when discussion shifts to Iraq, any daycare center in a government building instantly becomes a shield." Think about that. Actually, there is a difference here. The administration has admitted to knowledge of the presence of children in or near Iraqi government buildings, yet they still proceed with their plans to bomb, saying that they cannot be held responsible if children die. There's no such proof, however, that knowledge of the presence of children existed in relation to the Oklahoma City bombing. When considering morality and mens rea, criminal intent, in light of these facts, I ask, who are the true barbarians? I mean, obviously he's eating it up, but I don't really care what a child murderer has to say about the concept of child murder. Tim was in the Supermax until 1999. See, the last federal execution in the United States was in 1963. After that, federal executions were banned, and it was ruled that it was up to the states if they wanted to execute or not. Well, federal executions got brought back on the table in 1988. But up until Timothy McVeigh, there were 13 other people sentenced by the federal government to death. And since '88, they had just been in separate prisons awaiting a federal execution. Well, Tim was the 14th, and by 1999, there were 6 more. So once the federal government had 20 death row inmates that were supposed to be executed by the federal government, they made what is still the one and only federal death row in Terre Haute, Indiana. So in July of 1999, Tim and the other death row inmates were transferred there. And during this time, Tim's attorneys had had many stays of executions and wanting to re-examine the trial and see if there's new evidence. But by 2000, after being in the federal death row, Tim decided, might as well get this show on the road. He's got his word out quite enough. He had talked to the authors of this book and given his entire life story. And if his ultimate plans to be killed by the state, well, that doesn't happen unless he gets killed by the state. So in 2000, Tim asked his attorneys to quit staying the execution. And Tim was scheduled to be executed on May 16th of 2001. He would be the first at this new facility to be executed, meaning Tim would be the first federal execution since 1963. While at this death row facility, Tim still had access to books and letters. He had a television in his room. Tim had decided that after he died, he wanted to be cremated so that no one could do anything to his body and he wouldn't be examined for science to see what made him tick or whatever. And also, if he was buried anywhere, he didn't want his family to deal with, someone coming and trying to dig up his body or desecrate his corpse. But he had made a joke while speaking to an attorney at one point that it's going to be really funny when he gets buried in a veteran cemetery. Since, being a combat vet, he technically would have the ability to get buried in one. And shortly after that, by coincidence, new laws were passed saying that traitors to the United States and those convicted of murder, and especially those being executed by the federal government, could not be buried in a veteran cemetery. Overall, Tim spent a lot of time at this facility pretty bored. He got bored of watching the TV all the time, of just reading books over and over. He had the option to exercise daily, but he wouldn't take it because it was an indoor exercise facility. He felt, what's the point of taking the exercise time if you can't be outdoors? Even more frustrating, while he was in death row, he would talk about why he felt the Oklahoma City bombing had good impacts. He pointed to things like the 1996 Montana Freeman incident, when instead of going in guns blazing, the FBI conducted a long standoff and eventually it ended relatively peacefully. Or how the Weaver family reached a $3.1 million settlement with the government. Or how in 1999 there was a re-examination of Waco, which there was already so many reforms happening in government and cases like that had been going on for a long time. I don't think killing a bunch of innocent people, made the government decide to give Randy Weaver some money. But of course, someone as dedicated as McVeigh will see himself as the martyr at whatever cost. Tim would also do some television interviews at this time, like a famous one with 60 Minutes. He was not explicitly asked if he did the bombing, but the question certainly surrounded the topic. McVeigh gave his usual spiel of talking about if government's the teacher, then they teach violence. This kind of thing's been a long time coming, blah, blah, blah. It was also in December of 1999 that his mother said something pretty extreme. She was being asked all the time for news interviews and to talk to the press. At one point during an interview with Tampa's WTSP-TV, she said, and I quote, "Every bombing or shooting is a big case. Plane crashes. There's more people killed in a plane crash than was killed in Oklahoma, and yet these people think they're the only victims. I do feel sorry for them, but let's face it, this happened 4.5 years ago. Let's get it out of our minds. Let's get it out of our lives." I mean, that's almost as bad as the stuff Tim said. That sounds like something Tim would say. Now, it is true that his mom had several nervous breakdowns. She was involuntarily committed to mental facilities 3 times after the bombing. And even before the bombing, Tim noticed some weird signs. Like one time he says he went to visit her in Florida and she had unplugged all of the electric outlets from the wall. And he thought it's just because she was trying to save power. And then he found out that it's because she was afraid of electromagnetic frequencies. So she was never that stable, but the bombing certainly exasperated it. But even then, let's get it out of our lives. Oh my gosh. Eventually, while on death row and while speaking to the authors of the book, Tim would finally, for the first time, outright say that he was the Oklahoma City bomber. "I bombed the Murrah building. I like the phrase shot heard around the world, and I don't think there's any doubt the Oklahoma City blast was heard around the world. A shrink might look at what I have to say and decide he's a psychopath or sociopath. He has no respect for human life. Far from that. I have great respect for human life. My decision to take human life at the Murrah building, I did not do it for personal gain. I used my mind in that. I did it for the larger good." Before his execution, in his final statement, Tim had said, "Once you bloody the bully's nose and he knows he's going to be punched again, he's not coming back around." That's what Tim considered this, a bloody nose. Dirty for dirty. And he never expressed regret for any of it. He never expressed condolences to those who were lost. He was regretful that children died, but in his mind, they had to. Greater good, after all. His initial execution date was pushed back to June the 11th after it was revealed that the FBI had not turned over a lot of their reports to the defense. The execution was stayed for a couple months so the defense could go through them, but there wasn't anything substantial. And Timothy McVeigh was executed on June 11th of 2001. He told the author of the book, one of the witnesses that was appointed to be there during the execution, that he would only give a last word if he had been treated unfairly. And since Tim gave no last word, it seems he was not. For his execution, he was asked if he wanted a last meal, to which he initially declined, and then decided that he would like 2 pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream. He took a shower, groomed himself, and then calmly walked into the execution chamber and laid on the table. There was a camera streaming the execution back to 230 people in Oklahoma City, and Tim simply looked into the camera as he closed his eyes and died. Before his death, he did take an anointing from a priest, which is peculiar given his feelings on religion. Perhaps in his final moments he had a change of heart, or a what if. Several days later, there was a small funeral for his family in New York. During the prayer for Timothy's soul, they also prayed for the souls of all of those who were lost in the bombing. So, what is there to say about him? Timothy McVeigh is an interesting case to me because there are so many instances where you can see where things start to go wrong. Like, he started in a loving family, seems to always have had a loving and supportive father. and he excelled at school. He was great in high school, and then things start to dip. He loses purpose, and he finds purpose in the worst place. So he puts a bandage on it. He goes to the army, but that makes the problem worse. He comes back, he tries one thing and another until he finds something that he can hate more than himself. Sure, there are plenty of people who are radicalized to negative ideologies in one way or the other, but most of them don't blow up a bunch of innocent people. There was something deeper in McVeigh. There was something beyond hatred or beyond liberty or the want to fight for what's right and punch back at the bully or whatever. There was a need to hurt someone the same way he wanted to hurt himself so many nights ago in his grandfather's house. And that manifested itself by making any target acceptable as long as he got what he wanted. As I mentioned earlier in the video, I like guns. I've grown up with them my whole life. And I, on this channel, very publicly, have been super critical of things like Ruby Ridge and Waco. I completely understand being upset with the government. I completely understand watching them do wrong in one place and then claiming it's right, and then doing more wrong under the name of a previous wrong. I think it is totally fair and needed to criticize as needed. But at some point, the buck has to stop somewhere. The first substantial job I had after high school, and I think I've talked about this online before, but I worked at a gun shop. And working at a gun shop, you meet all kinds of people. And as a young man, I thought it was cool to talk about taking it back to the government, about all the things that the government's going to do to harm us and how we, the people, have to be ready and blah, blah, blah. And like I said earlier, all of those traits are things that in isolation are good. Prepare to better protect yourself and people that you love. Prepare to be ready for an upset condition. But far too often, there was a flavor at the end of that sentence. There was a note of not only being ready and not only criticizing and understanding the bad that the state has done, but there was a molding into a strong us versus them mentality. I mean, for decades, as the government would do things like Waco or crack down on what is just people going about their lives normally, but finding ways to legislate around things like firearms ownership or self-defense, people would say things like, when is enough enough? When do we finally get angry enough that we do something about all of this? And for the majority of the people, this grand enemy was some nebulous thing out in space. It's the bad people in government, or it's the people that secretly control the government, or it's the government sometimes, but not all the time. And when you're young, that kind of sentiment's exciting. There's a threat coming, but I'm going to be ready for it. I'm ahead of the curve before everyone else is. But time and time again, the only thing that ever amounts to is hate. People who live with that idea long enough that there is some malicious person or persons out there who is out to get me, to destroy my way of life. It always amounts to hate against certain groups of people, hate against certain members of government, hate against entire agencies within the government. But it's always in the name of people, right? If that be Americans or members of your religion or family or whatever. It's always, I am hating and seeking the destruction of someone else because of the people and things that I hold sacred. But every time people get lost in that cycle, it just becomes about the hate. I mean, look at Timothy McVeigh. That guy lost all connections with his family. He lost all connections to friends who weren't conspirators in his plan. What was he even fighting for? Some vague concept of freedom that could be experienced by no one he cares about, no people he cares about? At one point,
I just want to take this moment to pause the video with his grandstanding to say, death to the left. Anyways, resumed.
in his life, I'm sure he had sympathy and love for those around him, but that was far gone by the time he pulled that truck up to that building. The question of when is enough flips both ways. Sure, there are several instances when enough has to be enough when it comes to things like government overreach. There have been governments in the past that have directly targeted people or groups of people, and at some point, people have to rise up and say stop. And as mentioned, I completely understand feeling that way over things like Waco. But on the other side of the coin, as the person who's scared, as the person who's getting ready, you've got to ask yourself that question too. When is enough enough? It's one thing to make this person in government or this person I don't know of behind the government the enemy, but what happens when it becomes a federal agency? What happens when it becomes members of that agency? What happens when it becomes the family members of that member of the agency? What happens when it becomes a bunch of people and children who just so happened to be standing nearby. The Timothy McVeigh who in high school was learning about guns and American history is so far removed from the Timothy McVeigh that killed 168 people. But it's the same man who committed himself to that hatred for years and years and never let off the pedal. It's like somewhere beneath him there was a righteous crop, but the ground was covered in these thorns and thickets of hatred and despising. And as whatever at one point in his life might have been good growth was choked out by all the death, till whatever was left was thorny and ruined. To cause that amount of damage, to hurt and end that many people, and to spend the rest of your time smug about it, say you were doing the right thing, to attribute better moves in government in the years since to your massacre of innocent people, at some point the crop's gone, just thorns. What happens when your enemy becomes the Americans that you're supposedly sworn to defend? What happens when the people who are out to get you, who you need to stop, are people who have a driver's license from the same state you're in, who watch the same sports games you do, who have the same interests you do? That's not to say those who are different from you are any less.
God, I don't give a fuck about this fucking faggot bullshit that Wendigoon's going on about. I really don't give a shit. He's a dumb faggot progressive. He doesn't like understand reality, and he's rich, so it's like all of this shit is pointless. Oh my God.
To someone like Timothy, who was supposedly resigned to protect people like him, to protect like-minded individuals, what's it mean when the enemy becomes anyone else? It means nothing. And when I think about the Oklahoma City bombing, when I think about Americans, when I think about people who stand for what this country used to be and stand for something worth getting behind, I don't think of Timothy McVeigh. I think of all of those people in Oklahoma City who ran to the bomb site and put the safety and lives of others above their own. I think about those videos of people running into the unknown and coming out with people in their arms. Those are the people worth fighting for. Those are the people who make defense mean something, who make standing for anything mean something. And it's the very people Tim killed who he at one point thought he was protecting. Tim proclaimed himself to be some martyr, and up until the end, he thought he had done the right thing, the hard decision. But all that he became, all that he is a domestic terrorist who killed a bunch of innocent people due to hate and anger, regardless of whatever code of righteousness he wanted to place over it. And to see the people of Oklahoma City who saw an evil like that, not only came together, but became stronger because of it, is inspiring. Directly across the street from the Alfred P. Murrah building, there was an American elm tree that was directly in the proximity of the blast. In an area where bricks were...
Anyways, I don't give him any more about a fucking shit about this fucking faggot video. Heard too much bitching from Wendigoon. Oh, God. Does he realize that he's also an enemy? He probably doesn't realize that. Aw, man. Does he realize that 50,000 immigrants just burst down a border? He doesn't have any fucking clue about reality. And he doesn't have to. Good for him.
23rd, 1961. Two brothers on May 23rd, 1960.
All right, so back to 5 most disturbing audio recordings, because I don't give a shit about what Wendigoon actually says politically. It's fucking worthless.
And the two brothers inside an abandoned German bunker in Italy sat down to listen to the empty static of space. Over the years, they had pulled all kinds of strange sounds from that static. But what came through their headphones on this particular night had the potential to change the entire history of space exploration. What they heard was the voice of a woman speaking in Russian. The full transmission lasted a little over 2 minutes. Throughout it, the woman repeatedly called for the person on the other end to answer her.
Yeah, ultimately is why I say I don't really consider Wendigoon as a serious Christian or anything like that. He doesn't he's too much of a bitch. He's got a lot to lose. He can't say anything that's true or what he truly believes on his videos because his viewers are a bunch of faggots. And then there's a handful of normal people like me who are like, "Oh, these are really good videos." But then I see all the like the trannies in the comments because he's got Zoomer viewers. Because he is, he's only, I don't even know how old he is. I thought he was 26 or something, but he's actually younger. But yeah, he just doesn't get that there is actually a war going on, and he's in it, and he's an enemy to someone, to me as well.
As the transmission continued, she began mentioning her breathing and oxygen. But soon after this, her words became far more alarming. She claimed the temperature was rising and repeatedly said that she felt hot, like she was in some sort of immediate danger. Then, near the end of the recording, she said she could see a flame and asked whoever was on the other end whether she was going to crash.
All right, night. This lady's saying it's too hot in here, and this is weird. Is this like a radio drama that got caught over, or is this actually going to be someone who's like in outer space? I don't know. They're showing outer space, but it's like, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's too hot here. She keeps saying that.
And with that, the transmission abruptly ends. The two men listening were Achille and Gian Battista, amateur radio operators who had built a tracking station using military surplus equipment, chicken wire, old pipes, and dishware. But despite its homemade construction, the brothers were far from inexperienced. Over the years, they had successfully tracked signals from the first artificial satellite, the first US satellite, and even the heartbeat of the first dog sent into orbit. In other words, their station had become one of the most capable amateur space tracking operations anywhere on Earth, which is exactly what makes the recording of the woman speaking Russian so difficult to dismiss. The voice had appeared on a frequency the brothers associated with Soviet spacecraft. However, unlike the beeps and telemetry they normally intercepted, this was unmistakably a human being who appeared to be in serious trouble. From the translated words, the brothers claimed they were hearing a Soviet cosmonaut trying to contact ground control as a fire spread throughout her spacecraft and she began burning during the descent back to Earth. And they believed they had intercepted a transmission the Soviet Union never intended the rest of the world to hear. But as soon as they made the recording public, that explanation ran into several major problems. This transmission was supposedly captured only 6 weeks after Yuri Gagarin became the first officially recognized human being in space. If the brothers were right, the Soviets had launched another crewed mission almost immediately afterward, only this time with a woman aboard. That would mean Valentina Tereshkova, who flew in 1963, wasn't actually the first woman in space. She was simply the first one who came back alive. And for that to be true, the Soviets would have had to launch and lose another female cosmonaut that erased the entire mission from the public record. So, to many people, this story was simply too unrealistic, and they chose to believe in a much simpler explanation, that the Italian brothers had made up the entire thing. Their earlier recordings had already brought them considerable attention, and critics believe this mysterious woman was merely an attempt to keep that attention alive. And one of the first objections the experts raised was the physical impossibility of the transmission. You see, as the spacecraft tears back into the atmosphere, the air surrounding it becomes intensely heated and ionized, forming a layer of plasma that blocks or severely weakens radio signals. This is exactly why mission control can lose contact with returning spacecraft for several minutes during the most dangerous stage of their descent. So, if the woman in the recording was already burning through the atmosphere, the brothers should never have been able to catch the transmission in the first place. But if we listen closely to the exact words the woman says, it leaves room for another possibility. She mentioned heat and a visible flame while she was still asking clear questions and transmitting continuously. This could mean the capsule had not yet entered the full communications blackout. The rising temperature might have come from an electrical fire or a failing temperature control system inside the spacecraft rather than the atmosphere burning around it. That would also explain why she sounded more confused than terrified. She might still have been trying to understand what was going wrong, and the sudden end of the recording might have been the exact moment the plasma blackout finally cut her off. But the technical problem was not the only reason people doubted the tape. Over the years, many Russian speakers have argued that the woman doesn't sound like a native speaker at all. In fact, many have claimed that her voice carries an Italian cadence, which led many critics to believe that the brothers staged the recording with help from their sister, who was known to be learning Russian at the time. On top of this, a number of experts have also pointed out that the woman in the recording never used the formal call signs or communication language heard in genuine Soviet space transmissions. And digging through the official documents doesn't reveal a single mission record from that period that ever indicated that the Soviets were planning to send a woman into space in 1961. But strangely enough, this absence of documentation is exactly why this transmission may be real. As far-fetched as a secret dead cosmonaut sounds, the Soviet Union had a well-documented history of making inconvenient failures disappear from public history. There are cases going back to Stalin's era where individuals were physically painted out of official photographs as if they never existed at all. Similarly, after the collapse of the USSR, declassified documents revealed multiple deadly accidents connected to the space program that had been kept hidden from the world for decades. These included the Nedelin catastrophe, where a launch pad explosion killed 78 people, and Valentin Bondelienko, a cosmonaut trainee who burned to death inside an oxygen-rich pressure chamber. Both these incidents occurred during the same period when the transmission of the woman was captured, and yet they remained completely hidden from the public until the 1980s. Now, none of this proves that the Soviets actually sent a woman into space who died and covered it up. But what it does tell us is that when something went wrong in their space program, they had both the means and the motive to make sure nobody ever found out. The Soviets were locked in a bitter race against the United States, and every successful mission was treated as proof that their system was superior. Admitting that they sent a woman into space only to burn her alive would have transformed a historical achievement into an international humiliation. With the press under state control, hiding the mission would have been far easier than admitting they had failed. So, if that is what happened, then this woman was the first female cosmonaut ever launched into space, and nobody was ever told. More than 6 decades later, the world still doesn't know her name. The only record she may have left behind is this 2-minute recording of her calling for someone to answer as the spacecraft around her grew hotter and her voice slowly disappeared into the static.
Bizarre.
On the evening of June 29, 2017, a woman named Tara Bullis quietly switched on a hidden microphone as she arrived at a benefit walk for a missing student. Before entering the crowd, she whispered the date and time into the recorder, then noted that the man walking beside her had brought alcohol and was clearly drinking.
It's 6:46 on Thursday, June 29th. We're at the benefit for the walk.
Her name is Tara Bull. Is this a fucking joke? I'm gonna rewind that.
He slowly disappeared into the static. On the evening of June 29, 2017, a woman named Tara Bullis quietly switched on a hidden microphone as she arrived at a benefit walk for a missing student. Before entering the crowd, she whispered the date and time into the recorder, then noted that the man walking beside her had brought alcohol and was clearly drinking.
It's 6:46 on Thursday, June 29th. We're at the benefit for the walk, and Brent has a thing of alcohol, and he is drinking while he's here. So I'm thinking I'm just going to turn this on right now so that it's on while we walk. This is kind of ridiculous.
What she didn't know yet was that the hidden wire she was wearing would become the key piece of evidence in one of the most disturbing criminal cases Illinois had seen in years. Tara was secretly working with the FBI to find the missing student, and the man beside her was Brent Christensen. He was the prime suspect in the disappearance of the woman whose benefit they had come to attend. Tara had already agreed to record several conversations with him, but so far none had given investigators the evidence they needed. Even as they moved through the crowd that evening, Brent initially said nothing that directly connected him to the case. But as he continued drinking, his attention slowly shifted toward the people gathered around them.
So weird. I don't even know how this is. How those people there tonight. I want to come see. It's just.
And what he began saying next suggested that investigators might be dealing with something far worse than a single disappearance.
It's all. You have no idea what it is. Nobody knows.
Nobody will know what happened. And nobody will know what happened.
No, not even me. Like, I'm the only one who's happened.
You're the only one. You know, you're the only one that knows what she's at.
The woman Brent was talking about was 26-year-old Yingying Zhang, a visiting scholar from China who had arrived at the University of Illinois only 2 months earlier to research crop production. On June 9th, Yingying was traveling to an off-campus apartment complex where she planned to sign a new lease. After missing her connecting bus, surveillance cameras showed her walking several blocks to another stop and waiting for the next one. By it, shortly after 2 p.m., a black Saturn Astra passed her, circled the block, and returned. The driver stopped beside Yingying and spoke with her through the passenger window for roughly 1 minute. She then entered the car, and that was the last time she was ever seen. When investigators looked through the surveillance footage, they couldn't make out the vehicle's license plate, so they began examining every black Saturn Astra registered in the surrounding area. One of them belonged to 27-year-old Brent Christensen, who had recently completed his master's at the University of Illinois and had worked as a teaching assistant. At first, nothing clearly separated his car from the others. But when agents reviewed the footage more closely, they noticed that the vehicle in surveillance footage had a similar sunroof and damaged hubcap as Brent's car. When agents first questioned him, Brent claimed he had spent the afternoon at home, either sleeping or playing video games.
Okay, well you originally told the agents that came to your apartment that you just played video games all day long. And you didn't leave the apartment.
Yep.
But it's fair to say that we know that that's not true, correct? Why would I lie?
However, once investigators confronted him with footage of his vehicle moving around the university, his story began to fall apart. Brent eventually admitted that he had picked up an Asian woman near the campus. But according to him, he only drove her a few blocks before making a wrong turn, causing her to panic and demand to be released.
I was just driving around. I saw a girl and she was very distressed. Okay. So I stopped my car and looked at her. I asked her if she needed help and talked to her for a little bit. I gave her a short one. She freaked out and got out.
However, the investigators didn't believe him, as the location data from Yingying's phone didn't match his account of events.
I think I've demonstrated enough, I've shared enough with you that you know that I know that you didn't drop her off in that neighborhood. You know that we can follow her phone.
By it, since they had no direct evidence that could establish what happened after Yingying entered his vehicle, they allowed Brent to leave the station without being charged. The FBI immediately placed him under constant surveillance and approached Tara, who was in a polyamorous relationship with him. She agreed to wear the recording device, hoping her conversations with Brent would either clear his name or finally reveal what he was doing. Over the following days, Tara secretly recorded him 9 times. But nothing he said in those recordings gave investigators anything solid enough to act on, until the two of them attended Yingying's benefit walk, surrounded by her family, friends, and hundreds of strangers hoping she would still be found alive. Brent finally revealed why he had come to the event. "I just wanted to see how many people were here for me." But during the vigil, Brent finally stopped speaking in vague hints. He took Tara's phone and typed 4 short messages, deleting each one after she had read it. "It was me. She was number 13. She is gone. Forever." These 4 messages transformed Yingying's disappearance from a missing person mystery into a murder case. And as Tara managed to keep him talking, he began describing how fiercely Yingying had fought to survive.
She was valiant. She was.
She would. She fight.
More than anyone else.
Really? A little tiny girl?
More than anyone else.
Does she really have broken English?
What's she saying?
English?
More than anyone else.
Does she really have broken English? Did she say anything to you?
Yeah. She thought what you all stuff ever met.
Brent continued to go into very graphic detail, but Yingying's murder was not the only thing he confessed to. He claimed he had been killing since he was 19, that Yingying was his 13th victim, and that the previous 12 had left almost no evidence behind. More disturbingly, he said he still wanted to continue.
Oh boy.
Yingying is the only person that has produced evidence that he's since I was 19. I still want to do it. My legacy.
He proudly compared himself to other notorious serial killers. But during these boastful statements, he made a claim that would go on to add another layer of mystery to the case.
Family, sometimes they won't leave until she's found, until they can become an alien. They're going to leave everything. Because they'll never find. No one ever knows. The FBI who had a GPS in the car never. I was able to do this within hours. She's gone. Okay.
The FBI arrested Brent the following days. When investigators searched his apartment, they found traces of Ying Ying's blood in his bedroom. His trial began on June 12, 2019, at federal court in Peoria, Illinois. 12 days later, the jury found him guilty of kidnapping resulting in death and 2 counts of lying to FBI agents. On July 18th, Brent was sentenced to life in prison without any possibility of release. But the sentence could not undo the final part of Brent's plan. Unfortunately, his prediction about Ying Ying's family returning empty-handed came true. Her body has never been recovered. And if Brent was telling the truth about having 12 earlier victims, he may have been just as effective at making them disappear. But so far, investigators have never found evidence connecting him to another murder. His defense argued that he'd been drinking and was exaggerating to impress Tara. But Tara testified that while Brent had consumed alcohol, he did not appear drunk. She said he seemed proud and excited while discussing the murder, and in the days that followed, he never once contacted her to take back what he had said. Now, it is difficult to dismiss the claim entirely when you consider the tone Brent used to talk about his alleged victims. His voice never shifted into the dramatic, exaggerated tone of someone trying to sound dangerous. He stayed calm, as though he was discussing something he had done several times before. If anything, Ying Ying's case is proof that he was capable of doing exactly that. Without a damaged hubcap and a girlfriend willing to wear a wire and capture key, disturbing audio, investigators would have nothing more than footage of a woman getting into a car. Whether or not there were really 12 others will likely never be known.
Huh.
Every time I sit down to record, this happens. I wish I was exaggerating, but I probably get 6 to 8 spam calls every day. Lately, it's been the same debt consolidation robocall over and over and over again. Recently, I made the mistake of answering one of these calls and clicking 9 to be put on their do not call list, only for them to see that my phone line is active and now call me even more than they already did. I finally got tired of dealing with it, so I started looking into why I was getting so many spam calls in the first place. That is what actually led me to Aura, the sponsor of this video. To me, the most valuable feature Aura offers is automatically opting me out of data broker sites, which is what was causing me to connect it and reduce spam.
I thought this was part of his video, and it turned into an ad. Okay, fair enough.
On the morning of August 13th, 1997, the crew of The Howard Stern Show was taking calls from listeners as it usually did. Many of the people who made it onto the air were harmless pranksters or attention seekers willing to say almost anything just to hear their own voice on the radio. So when a producer passed along a caller claiming to have killed several people, no one in the studio appeared to take him seriously. In hindsight, there were reasons to take him more seriously than they did.
I got a guy on the phone who claims he's been killing prostitutes and he's wondering why he's doing it. So maybe he thinks I have an answer. Is this Ed? Ed?
No, this isn't Ed.
No.
You haven't killed any prostitutes?
No, I never said my name was Ed.
Oh.
I've heard this thing.
Sorry.
That's okay.
What name do you use?
You can call me Clay.
Clay?
Clay?
Yes, Clay.
When Howard asked him about his supposed victims, Clay's answer immediately caught everyone off guard.
Okay, Clay, so what happened? How many prostitutes have you killed?
12.
According to him, these victims were often women who worked the streets around New Orleans. And when the crew asked him about his pattern of murder, he described horrific methods.
How else did you kill them?
Well, a few times, actually most times with a hammer.
And where do you do this primarily?
I've done it twice in a parking garage, and then the rest of the times on the side of the road.
Dude, you gotta have a lot of anger in you.
Clay later said that he had been doing it since he was a teenager.
How old were you when you killed your first woman?
16.
And you must be a powerful kind of guy, big guy.
I wasn't then.
Right.
Howard immediately began searching for a reason that could explain such depraved actions, asking Clay about his childhood. But Clay rejected every possibility.
Did your mom beat you? Did your mom spank you?
Was your mom a prostitute?
No. Actually, nothing like that.
What is it then?
I think I just do it for defense of the power.
Right.
Yet, the most unsettling part of the call wasn't what Clay claimed to have done. It was how little emotion he showed while describing it. At no point during the entire call did Clay sound like a person who was publicly confessing to 12 vicious murders. He talked more like a person explaining a habit he had stopped questioning long ago. He didn't sound ashamed and showed no obvious fear that the police might be listening. Even when Howard directly called him a serial killer, Clay responded with the same casual tone he'd used throughout the conversation. He went on to blame boredom as the reason to commit these inhumane acts.
Dude, you're a serial killer.
Yeah,
Yeah. You just want to kill.
I'm just bored.
The entire call lasted roughly 17 minutes. Clay then hung up and was never heard from again. So, the obvious question is the same one listeners have been asking for almost 30 years. Was any of this actually real? And the most convenient answer is no. You see, by that time, the Howard Stern Show had built its reputation around taboo-breaking comedy, outrageous guests, and phony phone calls. So, a man confessing to murder was, sadly, not out of the ordinary. And if you listen closely, there are moments when Clay appeared to struggle with his own story. For instance, when Howard pressed him on why the killings had supposedly stopped, Clay's story became noticeably less certain. He first blamed a broken-down car, then admitted that this only accounted for 1 month of an almost year-long break, before vaguely putting the rest down to self-control.
No, but in all seriousness, I mean, do you think that you can control this? Do you think you can stop?
I think I have been.
Oh, you have been for the last couple of months?
A year he hasn't killed.
Oh, a year?
Yeah.
Almost.
So why do you think you stopped killing all of a sudden?
I really don't know, Howard. Part of it had to do with my car broke down.
Oh, no transportation.
Seriously? That's the reason?
Well, that was the reason for a month, but after that, I guess it was all self-control.
Wow. But
So you don't want to do this anymore?
No, he wants to do it, but he's controlling himself. But you want to kill women, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Moments of hesitation like this made parts of the call sound like he was making up details as he went along. But, on the other hand, maybe it was simply Clay carefully deciding how much he could reveal without exposing his identity. Nonetheless, after the call was aired, federal agents turned up at the studio to collect copies of the audio recording, and immediately started looking into the possibility of a potential serial killer on the loose. However, I couldn't find a single reliable report or official statement revealing anything about the investigation. And to this date, there's been no public record that identified the real person who called the show. So, the only real way to judge his story is to compare with the crimes he claimed to be describing. And when his confession is placed beside what was happening in New Orleans at the time, some of the details line up uncomfortably well. By August 1995, authorities were investigating 24 killings committed around the city over the previous 4 years. Most of the victims were vulnerable women who worked the streets, and many had been killed before their bodies were abandoned in isolated areas. Which means Clay wasn't describing some imaginary pattern of violence. Both the victims and the scale of the killings all lined up with a real investigation that was still unresolved when he called the show. But these killings had also been reported in the news before Clay called the show. So a prankster following the case could have taken the publicly known details and built a convincing story around them. That said, there was a man whose real criminal history appeared to fit Clay's story far more closely. His name was Russell New Orleans. Russell had been questioned by the Serial Crime Task Force and was eventually charged with murdering Cheryl Lewis and Dolores Mack, two of the women whose deaths had been examined as part of the wider New Orleans case. During the investigation, multiple women also came forward claiming that he had picked them up in his taxi, attacked them, and left them in isolated areas. And because the location, the victims, and the nature of the crimes all appeared to match Clay's confession, several people online came to believe that Russell was the man speaking on the recording. This theory fits well, except the timeline makes it almost impossible for Russell to be Clay. Russell was arrested in Florida on August 4th, 1997 after purchasing drugs from an undercover officer. He remained incarcerated for the next 85 days. Clay's call aired 9 days after that arrest, meaning Russell was already in a jail cell when the call was made. So, the voice in the recording almost certainly did not belong to Russell Elwood. However, ruling him out doesn't automatically prove that Clay was lying. Russell was convicted of only 2 murders, and no one was ever able to establish that a single person was responsible for every death being investigated around New Orleans. This leaves open the possibility that several killers were targeting similar women in the same area, and that Clay was describing victims who were never connected to Russell's case. But unfortunately, this is as far as the evidence goes. No victim has ever been conclusively matched to the details Clay gave during the call, and no major breakthrough has revealed the identity of the man behind the voice. So, almost 30 years later, the recording still comes down to 2 possibilities. Either a prankster studied a real series of unsolved murders and used those details to create an unusually convincing confession, Or a serial killer openly admitted to murdering 12 women on live radio, hung up the phone, and was never identified. On December 3rd, 2016, at 2:46 in the morning, police responded to a report of an abandoned car parked on the Route 35 bridge over the Shark River in Belmar, New Jersey. Nothing was wrong with the car. The keys were still inside, but there was no sign of the driver anywhere on the bridge or in the area below. Running the plate led officers to Lillian Stern. She was safe at home and explained that the vehicle was normally driven by her 19-year-old granddaughter, Sarah. Eventually, someone would come forward and explain exactly what happened to Sarah that night. But at this point in the investigation, that conversation hadn't happened yet. Sarah was a 19-year-old arts and TV production major at Brookdale Community College. The day before, she had spent the afternoon running errands with her childhood friend, Liam McAtasney, before stopping for lunch at Taco Bell. It was an ordinary day, except that it was the last time anyone saw her in public. The car had been left close to the edge of the bridge, and there were no obvious signs that anyone else had been inside. According to Liam, Sarah had previously talked about her life in a concerning manner. He also explained how she had an increasingly difficult relationship with her father. However, no one else who knew Sarah believed this explanation. One friend even told investigators that Sarah had made plans to see her that very day, which is hardly the behavior of someone planning to disappear. According to reports, Liam provided another possibility to investigators. He claimed that Sarah had talked about leaving New Jersey and starting over in Canada to get away from her father. The same friend Sarah had made plans with confirmed this theory. She told investigators Sarah had mentioned a Toronto trip and that she'd recently come into money that could finally make it happen. But when police searched her bedroom, they found her passport, social security card, and Canadian currency still there. If she had crossed the border voluntarily, she had left behind almost everything she would have needed to do it. The money her friend had mentioned came from a shoebox that Sarah had found inside a family property along with a note left by her mother before she died. Because much of it was old and damaged, Sarah placed a large portion inside a safe deposit box. On the day she vanished, surveillance footage showed Sarah visiting the bank with Liam to withdraw a portion of that money. When investigators later obtained the warrant to open the box, $25,250 was still inside. But a portion had been taken out that afternoon, and Liam had been standing beside her when she collected it. And he was also one of the last people known to have seen her alive. Then, in January 2017, a man named Anthony Curry contacted authorities. Anthony was a young filmmaker who regularly discussed horror movie ideas with Liam. So, when Liam pitched a disturbing plot on Thanksgiving night about a week before Sarah's disappearance, Anthony initially thought nothing much of it. According to Anthony, the story involved a young woman who had discovered money left by her deceased mother. Her friend would then meet her to count it, her, take the cash, and throw her from a bridge before abandoning her car. 1 week later, Sarah disappeared under almost exactly those circumstances. Anthony still hesitated to accuse contacted authorities. Anthony was a young filmmaker who regularly discussed horror movie ideas with Liam. So, when Liam pitched a disturbing plot on Thanksgiving night about a week before Sarah's disappearance, Anthony initially thought nothing much of it. According to Anthony, the story involved a young woman who had discovered money left by her deceased mother. Her friend would then meet her to count it, her, take the cash, and throw her from a bridge before abandoning her car. 1 week later, Sarah disappeared under and throw her from a bridge before abandoning her car. 1 week later, Sarah disappeared under almost exactly those circumstances. Anthony still hesitated to accuse someone he considered a friend. But Liam began repeatedly asking to meet and eventually sent him a Snapchat message asking whether police had questioned him. That was enough to convince Anthony that the supposed movie idea may have been a real plan. In search of concrete evidence, police wired Anthony's car as he drove up to meet with Liam on the 31st of January 2017. Unaware that he was being recorded, right after the two of them met, Liam made a horrifying confession that put all the other theories about Sarah's death to rest.
Dude, you can't blame me for doing this, right? I gotta feel you up real quick.
Okay, what the hell?
In search of concrete evidence, police wired Anthony's car as he drove up to meet with Liam on the 31st of January 2017. Unaware that he was being recorded, right after the two of them met, Liam made a horrifying confession that put all the other theories about Sarah's death to rest.
Dude, you can't blame me for doing this, right? I gotta feel you up real quick, alright? You're good. No disrespect. I'll show you. No disrespect, okay? Nothing. Yeah, I got the FBI on my... Dude.
What are they questioning?
Oh, yeah, a lot.
About what?
About killing Sarah. Alright, so, I'm hanging out with her. She has we went to the bank. She took some money out, not all of her money. We're counting it out, and then she goes to walk out the front door. My biggest problem was the dog, and her dog laid there and watched as I killed her. Didn't do anything.
Liam went on to describe the graphic details of every step of his process in depth. Not only did he show no sign of remorse during this whole conversation, but he was also showing signs of irritation that the cash was less than he expected. What he actually found was only a fraction of what he had hoped, and the bills were so worn that he wasn't sure a bank would take them.
So you've been laying low, I guess.
Oh yeah. And that's not even the worst part. The worst part of it is I thought I was walking out 50 grand, 100 grand in my pocket. She had one safe, and she took money out, and she only had 10 grand. And this money, I don't know if it was burnt or something. It's old money, terrible quality. I don't even know if I can put any of it in the bank.
Police arrested Liam and his roommate Preston Taylor, who reportedly had assisted with getting rid of Sarah's body the very next day. Preston confessed almost immediately and led investigators to a locked safe at their residence, buried in the ground. It was opened using keys recovered from Liam's car. Inside the safe, police found around $9,000. At the trial, Liam's defense argued that the recording wasn't a confession, but instead an audition for a role in Anthony's films. But with all the evidence and witnesses present, the jury didn't buy the excuse. On the 26th of February 2019, Liam was convicted on all 7 charges, including first-degree murder, robbery, felony murder, and desecrating human remains. Later in June, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Unfortunately, Sarah Stern's body has never been found. On April 10th, 2018, a 16-year-old boy made 2 911 calls that were supposed to save his life. Instead, they became the recorded evidence of one of the most inexcusable failures a police department has ever been forced to answer for. The calls were made by Kyle Plush, who drove to Seven Hills High School in Cincinnati, Ohio to pick up some tennis equipment from the back of his family's minivan. The tennis gear was in the rear cargo, so Kyle had to put a knee on the third-row bench seat and lean over to reach it. Unfortunately, the seat flipped backward under his weight, trapping him instantly. His head was pinned to the rear wall while his legs were forced up against the van's back door. His arms were pinned down as well, which meant he couldn't reach his phone to call for help. So Kyle resorted to the only option left. He called out to Siri and asked to dial 911, and the call actually connected at 3:14 p.m.
Hello, Cincinnati 911. That is the address of the emergency. Cincinnati 911. The Seven Hills what parking lot?
I need help.
Where are you?
He told the dispatcher he was trapped inside his van and gave them the name of the school he was parked at.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Outside the Seven Hills parking lot. I'm trapped in my van. The same lot. Hello.
Where are you?
I can't hear you.
The problem was, Kyle couldn't hear the dispatcher speaking to him, so he couldn't answer her follow-up questions. And although he repeatedly mentioned Seven Hills, the call was entered into the dispatch system several minutes later as an unidentified female trapped in a van in unknown trouble. The entry did not include Kyle's name, the type of vehicle, or the fact that he was in a potentially fatal emergency situation. At 3:26 p.m., 2 officers arrived near the school. Based on the information they'd received, they were searching for an unidentified woman in an unknown van somewhere around several adjoining parking lots. They drove through the area for roughly 11 minutes and attempted to call Kyle's phone, but they never stepped out of their patrol car, and they did not check the northern lot where Kyle's gold Honda Odyssey was parked. While those officers were still nearby, Kyle managed to place a second call. This time he gave the dispatcher almost everything needed to find him. He identified the vehicle he was trapped in as a gold 2004 Honda Odyssey, said it was in the Seven Hills parking lot, and made the seriousness of his situation very clear.
This is not a joke. I'm trapped inside my gold Honda Odyssey van in the Southwood parking lot of Seven Hills Beth. Send officers immediately. I'm almost dead.
Kyle's breathing was becoming weaker, and knowing that he might not survive, he asked the dispatcher to deliver one final message.
I probably don't have much time left to tell my mom that I love her if I die.
But none of those details ever reached the officers. When the dispatcher initially heard silence, she activated a teletypewriter connection intended for callers who were deaf or hard of hearing.
Anyone there?
I can't hear what you're saying. Just send quickly. And stop. I'm very good. I'm
Fuck.
Instead of clarifying the call, the function drastically lowered the volume of Kyle's voice. The dispatcher did not switch back to the normal audio, replay the recording, or create a new entry in the dispatch system. So even though Kyle had now provided the exact color, make, model, and location of the van, the officers searching nearby were never told any of it. Eventually, they soon closed the assignment and left. Nearly 6 hours later, when Kyle failed to return home, his family used the location sharing app that showed he was still at Seven Hills School. His father drove there and eventually found the Honda Odyssey in the same lot Kyle had described during the second call. Sadly, by then, Kyle had lost his life. Soon after Kyle was found, the focus shifted from how he became trapped to why no one had reached him in time. Across 2 separate calls, he had identified the school, explained that he was pinned inside a van, and eventually gave the vehicle's exact make and color. Yet the police failed to save him. And that failure began with how the first call was entered into the system. It had been stripped of its urgency before officers were dispatched. Kyle had been incorrectly identified as a woman, his exact location remained unclear, and his repeated warnings that his life was in danger were reduced to the words, "unknown trouble." As a result, the officers arrived without knowing who they were searching for, what vehicle they needed to find, or how little time remained. So, when they failed to find anyone in immediate distress, they began treating the call as though it might have been a prank. An off-duty sheriff's deputy working traffic nearby even suggested that the caller might have been a woman he had told to move her car earlier that day. But that explanation makes no sense the moment you hear the recording of the call. Kyle's voice was very clearly strained and panicked, and a call carrying that level of fear should have never been treated with doubt until officers had personally ruled out the danger. And even if the first call had been misunderstood, his second call should have erased any remaining doubt. Kyle gave the van's exact color, make, model, and location. Yet none of that information reached responding officers because the dispatcher later claimed technical problems had prevented her from properly hearing and documenting the call. According to her, the computer screen had froze, while the teletypewriter function made Kyle's voice almost impossible to understand. On the surface, that was a believable justification. The city's 911 system had a history of technical glitches that disrupted incoming and outgoing calls. But an internal investigation of the phone system for that call specifically found no trouble with it. The same review found that if the dispatcher genuinely couldn't hear him, procedure gave her a clear next move. She should have asked the caller to tap the phone twice, press a key, or switch to yes or no questions, all of which she never did. Which leaves only one explanation for Kyle's death. It was caused by a series of irresponsible choices made by the officers present inside the system. The department later reviewed the second call and described the way it had been handled as unacceptable. Not only had the dispatcher skipped the due process to ensure the caller received help, but she also never documented the call, violating yet another guideline. The Plush family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the city and the employees involved, which was settled for $6 million in 2021. The system responsible for saving Kyle's life had failed him, leaving behind some of the most haunting pieces of audio ever recorded.
That was brutal. How old was that kid? He looks like he's fucking 12 years old, but he must have been like 17 or 18. He's driving. Whew, that's terrible. All right. I don't know if this stream's going to last 5 whole hours. Just don't know. We're go ahead and put on Nightmare Movies and see what he covered.
Adult video sites for years have been hubs for illegal and vile content. Because these sites are under-moderated and easily accessible, it's uncertain how many videos sneak onto them and are downloaded by immeasurable amounts of people. Because with the internet, nothing is ever truly gone. And while there are a number of high-profile cases right now, time has forgotten others from the early stages of the internet. One in particular that I want to talk about today, a site that became the most prominent and profitable of its kind, one that faced complicated legal ramifications, and a story that was eventually documented by those involved, that only gets more horrific the deeper we investigate. I'm Nightmare Movies. And today I want to talk about the bluntly titled documentary, Graphic Sexual Horror. Back in the late 90s, a website known as Insects would launch, but this wasn't any ordinary adult site. It was a site that primarily focused on extreme BDSM, but it wasn't just extreme, it was the most extreme. Even to this day, people considering it that. And the man who created it, Brent Scott, or PD as he's referred to online and in the documentary. Something I'm going to point out early on is that this documentary isn't dramatized in the same way a lot of other documentaries are. It mostly consists of talking head interviews with no music or special lighting, letting the stories speak for themselves. And so what is the story here? According to PD, he was a professor at Carnegie Mellon who started actively exploring bondage in the 1980s. This desire he himself describes in the documentary stemmed from an experience he had with his cousin at a very young age, where she tied him up and tickled him. Later, he says, this desire was reinforced by an experience he had while serving in the military, where in Japan, he went to a club where women were being tied up in elaborate bondage setups on a stage for the patron's pleasure. And in that moment, according to PD,
and I vowed, I think at that moment, to try to bring that idea to the United States.
And so he did, starting with oil paintings throughout the early 80s, where he depicted women in various bondage positions, eventually evolving to PD making his own contraptions for women around the late 80s. And this is an important part to note for a few reasons. Firstly, at this point, PD doesn't outright describe what he's doing as exclusively sexual, more artistic in his own words, though I would beg to differ. And second, while he was pursuing his quote-unquote artistic endeavors, he was married. Faithful to her, in his own words.
I would have the girl come in and I would just photograph her. I never had sex with them because I could remain faithful as long as I didn't bring my little man out.
But then
I became very involved in getting the girls off.
Then this would escalate to one final event, one involving a former student of his.
She called me one day and said, I know the work you do, I'd like to participate in it. It wasn't about modeling anymore. It was about being unfaithful to my wife.
All of this led to, at the age of 47, PD being divorced and leaving his job as a professor to pursue the creation of his website, Insects. And it was successful. But what exactly was the content being posted? I won't show any of it in its entirety for obvious reasons, but one of Insects' former employees can describe it for you.
They were gritty, grainy. There was something serial killer-esque in them, I'd say. It's something very dark.
And this serial killer aesthetic was what they ran with, by PD's own admission.
But then at the same time, I also know that I was influenced by criminal freaks. And the ones that are the most fascinating to me are the ones that use bondage.
And it's exactly what the members of the website wanted as well.
Do you know what you need for this site to really make some money? I said, you need pretty girls that you could torture.
Fucking crazy.
Again, these aren't things I can show, but to describe them, the women involved were set up in very life-threatening looking situations involving water and drowning. They were hung up in cages and asked to urinate, or PD would just have them tied up in any number of uncomfortable positions. And he was very aware of how others might view these videos.
I've always been aware of the fact that this could be used as a tutorial for some freak out there. Like the gags I apply to the girls are just a little too clever, like a little too well done.
And this is where I want to shift the focus quickly to the other people being interviewed in this doc. A number of different women were interviewed and gave their own personal experiences modeling with the site. It offers a great insight into their sides of the story. Some of them worked for PD and the site for years, and we even get to watch a lot of the interviews after their performances. And their positive interviews are quite the juxtaposition to the actual videos themselves, which are genuinely difficult to watch. They feel and look like torture. But some of the women afterwards had no complaints. But there were some that tell a different story. At the beginning of the documentary, safety is one of the things they highlight often. They talk about the extensive testing for each device they used. Then we get this. You see, in one show, a large tank was being filled with water, and it eventually cracked and exploded under the pressure. They don't go into too much detail about it. No one seemed to be hurt, but what it does do is highlight the cracks that have been forming in this production, especially with the introduction of live feeds were common and profitable for insects. Hundreds of viewers tuning in and even sending messages that would be read out loud during the streams. And when I say they were profitable, I mean very.
The girl would make a base $300 an hour, but there would be bonuses involved. Oh, she did really good for us. Oh, she cried and she really put up. And you can make bonuses up to $2,000 at the end of a live feed.
However, these weren't quick shoots. Some were multiple hour-long endurance tests, creating this high-intensity, high-stress environment. And sometimes PD was not happy with the results.
PD would storm off, really pissed off about something. It made me feel bad.
First time I ever met Brent, he wasn't even in the studio. He had pulled someone aside and he was yelling at them in the hallway.
And this was about the time in the documentary where everything came to its worst conclusion. Some of the women in their interviews mentioned that there was a power dynamic that had formed between PD and the women on the show that was abused. And I'm just gonna let the testimony speak for themselves here.
S4 had this one limit. She didn't want to be slapped. And the live feed started, and the chat members saying, slap her face, and I think PD forgot that that might have been a limit.
On a live stream, PD would cross that line and slap her on the face in front of hundreds of people. She had a full breakdown in front of everyone. And instead of stopping the show, he berated her until she was willing to move forward.
All right, so you want to continue now? If I won't do that, you still want to have control, right?
No control, just...
All right, I'll let you have this victory.
And this wasn't an isolated incident. As the site grew, the money, everything, according to these interviews, PD would continue to push people's boundaries by using the money and power he had over them.
If you played with him, it seemed like you made a bigger rate.
And this dynamic is best highlighted in one of the final interviews. Given by a woman, the documentary only names 1201. A numbering system he used with all of the women to ensure that all the traffic around a model in certain ways would lead back to insects. And this is what she had to say.
I thought I was in control and I knew I could stop it if I wanted to, but it was so discouraged to use your safe word. It was a sign of being weak. I had never had penetration, and the first thing he did in a live feed was like Mr. Pogo with a huge, and I was crying and I was screaming. I mean, I feel like I was, so there, but I wasn't. I mean, it was okay. I mean, I could have said my safe word. I could have said.
To wrap up the story, all you need to know is this. In 2006, Insects ceased production and was ostensibly shut down to the increased pressure on credit card companies from the United States government, and Insects employees wanting to avoid a court case for obscenity charges. This is honestly only a brief chapter at the tail end of the documentary. Some people have complaints about the presentation of this documentary, being less investigative and more of a neutral look at the events. But I'm going to argue this was the most effective way to get the information across. It lets the people and the victims speak for themselves. It gives these women an uncensored and clear voice about the site, and most importantly, shows the more repulsive sides of it, and the clear contradictions in what the site runners say. Like PD switching back and forth about his position in these performances, and what the purpose really was. This is best highlighted in the beginning, when he claims this was all an artistic endeavor. It was his own curiosity, quickly followed up by him admitting he had an affair with a student. And this is also shown in how some of the models describe their residencies.
She became the first experiment with what's called the resident model. This is where a girl crosses over, walks off that stage, and starts playing with my...
If I didn't play with him off camera and not get paid for it or anything, just on my own time, then I wouldn't have a job there anymore. He offered me a position as a resident there and made a couple jokes about how I would have to suck his... And I was like, well, I don't think I'm gonna be a resident.
Some of the things mentioned in this documentary genuinely disgusted me. And I, like the documentary, wanted to let these people speak for themselves. The things that some of these women endured broke my heart to hear about. It's dehumanizing and downright evil at points. I mean, listen to this.
The drive to make this business work turned me into like some kind of a monster, probably. I'm sure that paying these girls the money that I did, I think I absolutely assumed that they had to do what I wanted them to do. That was the contract there. And if I thought I was getting resistance from them, then they were not satisfactory. I mean, that's not unlike what you would see in any job interview.
What was happening wasn't art, no matter how much PD assures people it was. This documentary showed a twisted power fantasy where consent was ignored for profit, where people admit that they could do whatever they wanted, no matter how extreme, to women because they had the money to do so. And they flaunt this idea for everyone. They brag about being able to push people beyond their limits, simply because they had the power to do so.
If you modeled for insects and you got through an insect shoot, you could model for any bondage website on the internet because you were not going to deal with anything heavier or more intense than that. There was a lot of models that came to insects that couldn't handle it, that were used to that glamour, damsel in distress type of stuff. And after 15 minutes, they would blow out and leave.
And no, this isn't something to brag about. It's disgusting. This isn't a character or a bit or anything. This was without a doubt one of the most horrifying things I've ever witnessed. It was something that I felt deserved to be heard. And as for the documentary itself, it does not shy away from showing what was really going on at Insects. It's probably one of the most difficult films I've ever sat through. And it's unfortunately a film and a story that isn't talked about enough. Like I mentioned a million times at this point, I mostly wanted the people to speak for themselves in this video. That was my intention, and I hope this was eye-opening for a lot of people. I'm Nightmare Movies, and I'll see you all next time.
He's Nightmare
On May
Movies.
23rd, 1961, two brothers...
May 23rd. I don't care about that one. What is it with this?
The characters' facial expressions and lip syncing, which are done procedurally by a program, are incredibly accurate. And just listening to the characters speak and watching their facial expressions, wrinkled eyebrows and foreheads, squinting eyes, and different emotions show you something you would never expect in a Bethesda game. And the character models look really great under the correct lighting.
It's a Gundam.
The bad man, this dude.
Fallout, believe it or not, is one of my favorite franchises. Not in recent years, though. Lord, no. What we have now is one of my favorite franchises. Not in recent years, though. Lord, no. What we have now is a hollow husk of a series made to appeal to as many people as possible, alienating the core fandom and retconning years of lore to appease Amazon writers that can't be bothered to know the setting's background. It all went downhill fast with the release of Fallout 4 in 2015, where the brainlet Emil Pagliaro, I don't care what his last name is. Well, anyway, Emil was made the head writer, and his first order of business was to gut the complex dialogue system for a simplified 4-button reply prompt. Yes, no, maybe, and a joke. Simply brilliant.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine.
This made life a lot easier for people who had room temperature IQs to navigate the game, leading to a story about as rich as a grainy shit with a few bits of corn in it. Fallout 76 soon followed, a soulless cash grab so Bethesda could have its very own Games as Service IP to try and capture that sweet, sweet GTA Online audience.
But mainly focused on the Fallout audience, so people who really like that stupid game franchise, even though I love it myself. But let's face it, Fallout 76 was a pile of dog shit. It was literally Fallout 4 online, and they thought we'd love it. The game's so bad, when I played the beta, I almost vomited.
Fallout 76 may be a flaming turd, but it made a lot of money. And that is all these companies really care about. In June of 2018, Bethesda teased Elder Scrolls 6, leading us to believe that It was well on the way, but first they had to give us the amazing Starfield game. The game console players thought would take a massive dump on Star Citizen. Little did they know, the only flex there was to be had in the game was the fact that it came out. Other than that, it was the poor man's Star Citizen in every aspect of the fucking phrase. In September of 2023, Starfield came out. I knew Emil was the head writer, again, and there was no decades of lore for him to lean on. The story was as anemic as the creation engine. Everything about the game was bereft.
Yeah, Starfield is truly boring. Like, you just stop playing because there's nothing to do. Who gives a shit about the story? It was so bad.
Activity. It was bereft of life. It was bereft of passion.
I know you didn't have to tell us everything about the artifacts. We won't let this knowledge go to waste.
Thank you for trusting us. The Starborn might fight over the artifacts.
You did this to me.
Don't be lying.
I can decrypt and re-encode
the hours. Like Skyrim and Fallout 4 before it, there's still an immense amount of quality role-playing quests and interesting NPCs out there waiting to be stumbled across.
Oh boy.
Horse shit! The game world in Starfield revolves around the player character. Making the scripted NPCs in Skyrim that came years before, it was almost as if it was a technology that Bethesda somehow itself forgotten how to utilize in the creation engine.
Nobody is talking to each other. They're simply walking aimlessly or standing meaninglessly. Yet they will stare at you through vacant eyes, standing meaning. Nobody is talking.
Bethesda somehow itself forgotten how to utilize the creation engine.
Nobody is talking to each other. They're simply walking aimlessly or standing meaninglessly. Yet they will stare at you through vacant eyes. Sometimes you may notice people's faces and bodies change if you take your eyes off them for even a second. That's odd, isn't it? They will walk by you and tell you about this interesting person on a planet far away that you didn't ask about. You are the only thing that matters in this world. Once in a while you may stumble upon two people naturally talking, but when you approach they begin to longingly stare at you, as if you're some unique, exotic animal. Huh. Maybe you're not in a box. Maybe you're in a cage, the focal point of the entire universe.
Satisfied customer posted online. Emil was finally free from the shackles of Fallout and Elder Scrolls Dogma. And the best this man could come up with was space cowboys and space pirates. Needless to say, Starfield was eclipsed by the far superior Baldur's Gate. I think the funniest thing about that time frame is how Darkside Phil believed with his heart and soul that Starfield was going to come out and no one would care about Baldur's Gate 3, proving yet again this man's a retard.
Baldur's Gate 3 is popular right now, but once Starfield hits, you're likely not going to hear anything about Baldur's Gate ever again. Baldur's Gate 3 could literally be the best game of the decade, and it's still not going to get as much attention as a game like Starfield. And you don't understand something. In 1 week's time, no one will be talking about Baldur's Gate 3 in the mainstream gaming media. It will as if the game never existed. Because all you're going to hear is Starfield, 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 Starfield.
And the game of the year is Baldur's Gate 3.
Starfield, 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 Starfield.
Basically, this was leaving Bethesda with no other choice but to enjoy the free lunch provided by Phil Spencer acquiring them. They then rewarded us all by making nothing the fans wanted, no matter how much they begged. July 6th, the new CEO of Xbox fired thousands of Microsoft employees, laying off 3,200 staffers.
The CEO confirmed our business today is not healthy.
Well, I'll be damned. Leave it to the Indian woman to tell you about health.
We must reset Xbox. Our business today is not healthy.
Any asshole on Twitter could have told you that.
I recognize that a year-long restructuring creates additional challenges. Unfortunately, it is not possible to make all these necessary changes in a single day, and I wanted to be direct about the scale. I know this is painful. These changes will directly affect people who have poured their creativity into building Xbox. Many join us through acquisitions, while others are recruited here.
Don't care to read the rest, you know what's up. But here's the thing that I thought was interesting. She revealed that some of their studios had work going through 14 layers of management.
This not only led to higher costs, but also majorly slowed creative decisions and blurred accountability, which has now been changed. Why it matters is a ridiculously large number of layers through which the decisions have to go through, Sharma said.
So what we all thought after the short-lived Gamergate 2 was sweeping ink was true. Gaming companies became ruled by committee. 14 levels of management sounds like groups of people getting paid just to exist, like HR departments on steroids. This is beyond the pale and clearly a mismanagement of money on a scale we have yet to understand. This is why games like Expedition 33 could cost only a few $1 million and do so well, while these major companies would throw $500 million at a game and it would tank because they just didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Phil Spencer's era was over. Microsoft burned billions in acquiring studios not only to produce no major games, but also to later close those studios, effectively making the acquisition totally worthless and a net negative. Not to mention allowing Xbox exclusives to be on the PlayStation console. Here we are, Halo's on PlayStation, baby. What a dark time.
Not bad, Spartan. I'm almost starting to believe the propaganda.
This is the catalyst that led to the phrase, Xbox has no games, becoming ubiquitous among gamers. And Xbox's sheer stupidity has led to the second age of arrogant Sony that is now phasing out disc media in spite of a backlash that is worldwide. Good work, Phil Spencer, you dumb
Melbourne. Update, 136 workers have been laid off at the id Software. The news comes with Xbox preparing to reset the video game division by limiting the
LOL. Right. Michael ran to Blue Sky to complain.
Big day today at id Software. We produce arguably the best in the entire industry. First-person action game consistently, game after game, since Doom 2016.
That was good. Doom Eternal, iffy. Doom the Dark Ages, dog water. Doom the Dark Ages sucks. Oh my god.
Yeah, Doom the Dark Ages is straight
I'm at
trash.
the end. Maybe I beat it. I don't even know, because the game's so trash. They don't remember anything about it.
The quintessential modern trilogy of first-person action. Google it. Look at the reviews. Best games ever, period.
I'm a fucking legend!
Dude, this guy has got Christian energy when it comes to Sonichu. And it's just Doom Eternal and Doom Dark Ages. 2 mediocre Doom games in a row. That's why you're gone, bro.
He created arguably the best first-person engine technology in the industry, arguably the best tech in any system, with literally the best of the best coders in the industry. 3 games, 14 years in a row, without question. Google is your friend. We dominated the first-person industry for many...
How in many ways, bro? Nobody cares about Doom. Everybody's on that Call of Duty kick or Battlefield. Well, not so much Battlefield these days.
Yet today, Microsoft decided half the team was deemed useless and needed to be let go, despite all the amazing work and effort of every designer, programmer, artist.
Bro, this is like a tantrum if I've ever seen.
Yes, I was part of the team, roughly 50% of the company that was let go today. It was over 20 years, raged through Doom and just...
Doom the Dark Ages was a throwaway game that felt like it lost sight of what the hell the fans actually wanted from Doom. If I could get a refund for it, I would. Thank you very much. Rest in peace, you won't be missed.
Just a few days later, the feds tapped to bring the Xbox CEO to lead Jobs Task Force. It should be easy, I'm sure. She'll put out some more H1B1 visas and call it a day. But my focus is on Bethesda, so we won't tap this too much. Sharma came out of the gate swinging for the fences. She made Obsidian drop the sequel to Avowed so they could work on a Fallout game. This is after Obsidian took a crap on the idea of doing another Fallout game.
Sorry, fellow Fallout fans, but Obsidian isn't really interested in making New Vegas 2. After years of working on other people's games, the studio's finding joy in doing its own thing.
Yeah, well, looks like the Outer Worlds 2 and Avowed 2 didn't wow the kids. Because
time to put the ball in the bag.
Many people were excited by this news. They forgot that this is 2026 Obsidian, not 2010 Obsidian. These are two totally different developers.
He's gay!
The Obsidian we remember was made by a group of guys so passionate about making games, they took jobs companies thought couldn't be done. These dudes made Fallout New Vegas in little over a year. 1 year! The same with Knights of the Old Republic 2, back to back. These men were hungry, and they did the impossible. I can't imagine a game company putting out 2 genre redefining games in a singular decade, let alone the span of 2 or 3 years. The current Obsidian is a joke. I thought the Outer Worlds was going to scratch my Fallout itch, but within a few hours of gameplay, I lost all interest in this game. Yes, it was better written and had better RPG mechanics than Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. But that's not saying much, because Emil is creatively handicapped.
I heard it's retarded or something.
The game was linear, formulaic. I didn't feel like my actions mattered much outside of the story-related missions. With New Vegas, I knew if I screwed up something at Freeside, I couldn't trade or go there without someone trying to put a cap in my ass. I could be cool with the Power Gangers if that was how things were rolling. I don't remember any of the factions in the Outer Worlds. I don't even remember my character's name. I can't even find the game in my Microsoft account, bro. And Avowed looked like more of the same, so I skipped that title altogether, as well as Outer Worlds 2. Ugh, get it out of here.
After waking up on the beach was that gorgeous water. 10 out of 10. So I did what any respectable person would do and dove headfirst into the sea and saw a bunch of fish swimming around, which would have been interesting if you could actually catch them or interact with them. But you can't. They're just background decoration, which is your first subtle hint at how the rest of this world operates. Authority, Captain Cindric. She actually seems pretty cool, and maybe I would have liked her if her Play-Doh-y skin texture and robotic facial animations didn't make her look like a malfunctioning animatronic from a 2011 theme park. And that's where I started noticing it. You see, the conversation system here highlights a major uphill battle for the game. Coming out in a post-Baldur's Gate 3 world, these dialogue scenes feel rapidly aged. It looks slightly better than Starfield, sure, but it still has that stiff, sterile Bethesda feel where the camera aggressively locks onto an NPC who stares blankly into your soul while yapping and flailing their arms. It's kind of like trying to have a serious conversation with a Chuck E. Cheese robot.
Outer Worlds 2. It's a bad game. It's a story-driven, first-person shooter with RPG elements being sold as an RPG the likes of Fallout New Vegas. I'm gonna be blunt. Do not buy The Outer Worlds 2 thinking you're going to get an experience even comparable to Fallout New Vegas. It's a shockingly fallacious comparison to make, and I cannot believe anyone outside of Obsidian and Xbox's marketing divisions are delusional enough to make it. It's much fairer to compare it to Avowed. You know, the other action RPG Obsidian released in 2025 that also underperformed. Honestly, I think The Outer Worlds 2 would have been Obsidian's Starfield moment had anyone actually played it. There is no greater evidence that Obsidian has lost its mojo. It's clear they were aiming to emulate Fallout New Vegas, they just wildly missed the mark because they don't understand what made Fallout New Vegas great in the first place.
It's over. We are screwed.
To think I went from being hyped for Obsidian to complete and utter disregard. Anyway, this was all going on. Then I guess the dev, Matt Henson, was your usual virtue signaling progressive. And during 2020, progressives couldn't shut the hell up, even if it would tank a game they're working on.
A reminder to black artists out there who are looking for portfolio reviews or job advice. My DMs are open and you will always have the priority. We got too many crusty white dudes in this field. Please let me help you replace me one day.
Then Elon Musk was getting in the mix, then Asmongold showed up, and Reddit started cheering Hansen as if he were the master of puppets pulling all the strings.
I love Matt's recent tweets. It's such obvious bait and the chuds haven't a clue. God, these grifters in Grifter Gold are just continuing to post the most insane shit nowadays. Looks great. They got plenty more of the pipeline. Avowed is on Game Pass and releasing on the very busy month, so rest assured you'll see the obligatory not enough stream concurrent players at launch, woke, flip, blah, blah, blah. Well, I guess my dislike for Chris Avalon personally is finally justified, but real talk. Disappointing shit from him. The Chud army would devour him the second they could make rage clicks off of it.
Spoiler alerts, Hanson was shit canned by Xbox because he was a liability. I guess he can go back to living in the woods now, guilt-free, because a woman of color fired him.
Hanson basically sneered at critics, calling them dinosaurs stuck in 1995. Unsurprisingly, this rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Elon Musk then got involved on X, reposting a rant against pronouns in fantasy games, which only really added some fuel to the fire. Hanson then took to Blue Sky, which is somehow the only app that's more annoying than X, and he celebrated the fact that Elon didn't like his game. And what should have become a small design choice turned into a full-on political fight at this point. The tweet basically offered priority to black artists seeking employment at Obsidian and was a self-admittance to illegal hiring practices. Musk jumped in on this, obviously, tagging Microsoft's CEO and calling it illegal. Asmongold jumped in and called it proud racism. But the surprising one to me was Obsidian's own co-founder, Chris Avallone, who urged people to sue over discriminatory hiring practices.
Get what you deserve!
He's not funny at all.
Bloomberg added that the studio design director Josh Sawyer is set to lead the new Fallout project at Obsidian. Sawyer previously served as the director.
Oh, thank God. Josh Sawyer is in the mix. If they put Chris Avallone on the team again and a few of the other devs from 2011, I'll have a bit more hope for this. This is actually good news.
No wonder Todd Howard stopped that retirement talk. Shit just got real if it's true.
Guys, the boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
The boys are back in town.
He just tried to
Yeah, he did a little bit. Because if Obsidian actually puts out a Fallout game half as good as New Vegas,
It will still be a tall order for Bethesda to follow. Get it? Because Todd Howard's short.
Bethesda and ZeniMax get a significant overhaul due to Microsoft's mass Xbox layoffs. According to Jason Schreier of Bloomberg, blah, 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 will face significant overhauls as a result of the cuts of the German-focused afternoon IP standard.
Maybe I'll play Jason Schreier and have let it run his mouth. I don't give a shit.
Obsidian is they actually have a small team that was working on Avowed 2 that is still going to keep working on Avowed 2 even though it is canceled while they wait for other projects like Fallout to be ready for them. And maybe in hopes of getting it uncanceled. Maybe it was actually farther along than I think people would expect for a sequel to a game that came out last year. So I think their hope is perhaps that they'll get it so close to being finished that Xbox will look at it and say, okay, yeah, you can finish and release this. It won't cost that much more to finish it.
he's gay! On June 8th, Bethesda employees who were theater kids in high school held a wake for fired staff members. They took to Blue Sky to let the world know of their trauma.
Unfortunately, HR made our office manager take this down almost immediately. They said because it's in a common area, it had to be removed. We've used common areas for many things as a team, including FanWorks, but HR seems to believe that celebration of service is inappropriate. Those of us at Rockville were inspired by Dallas team's vigil for those that go Monday and made our own celebration of service. We set up this morning in the common area for the first floor at 9 a.m. today.
They acted like these people died or they were war heroes or something. This is nuts, dude.
Oh, by the way, people on Blue Sky were obviously shocked all the time.
HR realized it might inspire employees to support each other more and let people visiting know how badly the company can't have that.
Yeah, like people can't breathe and see all the layoffs and come to that conclusion on their own. They see like a Twilight visual for Bobby Fletcher.
Reminder to all the HRs not part of the team helping you is not their prime directive. They're there to make sure things go smoothly for the corporation, nothing more. That's nauseating. I think being an asshole is the #1 requirement for being HR. I would just keep putting it up until HR gets their head out of their collective asses.
Yeah, HR gets their head out of their asses by having to request you to stop putting up wakes for game developers that were fired, not dead. I'm sure that HR would then recommend you be added to the list of fired devs for being weird and unstable and unborn. I mean, for God's sakes.
Melbourne.
Let it wait for a second.
Bye. Hundreds rally at Bethesda HQ to protest.
The layoffs. Oh, who cares? Let's give it a video real quick.
Yeah. We're at a turning point in the games industry. We're at the mercy of corporate greed infecting the games we love.
I've been working here for about 5 years now. I originally started on 76 because I came from like the modding community. I used to be the head writer of Fallout London. And I've been working on an unreleased game that a lot of people were pretty excited about. So I was very surprised to hear that they were cutting me and a bunch of other people on the writing team.
We love doing our jobs. Like, I love working here so much, and ultimately it feels like there's plenty of room to keep us all employed in terms of Microsoft's budget. We know that that's possible, so it'd be really nice if we could just get back to work and make them games that will define the generation of video gamers.
It can't be overstated how much it upends your life to have your job lost. And so suddenly and spontaneously and callously, like it's happening here.
I'm here as a Rockville City Council member and a gamer and a wife of a gamer and a mom of a gamer. Video games, the video game industry is extremely important. It's a very resilient industry overall. It does not lag in support among players, consumers. So this decision by Microsoft is extremely puzzling.
See, like I said, everybody here, completely what you'd imagine them to look like. And they probably smell how you think they smell too. You know, like gorgonzola cheese or something.
Attendees held up signs with messages like layoffs never change, and our players deserve better as the union organizers and employees rallied the crowd with speeches and songs.
Don't test the testers. I'd be embarrassed to hold a sign like that for a game because the company whose games are always buggy and broken, and the PC community spins gears fixing for them. And then Bethesda, like always, puts out some sort of patch that breaks everything again. You people suck.
The protest was about as effective as King Cobra JFS putting onions on his scalp to regrow hair, because Bethesda got with the program. Frankly, judging by the people who were fired protesting, they already started trimming the activist fat. For the record, Starfield was developed by the most wonderfully diverse team I've ever worked with. Old, young, female, male, non-binary, cis, trans, black, white, every color in between. If Starfield feels diverse to you, that's the reason. The future equals hope for everyone.
What did you say, bitch? This guy know you're gay and live in like San Francisco or something, my guy.
There is no hope. Have you seen home prices? The average first-time homeowner is now 45, my dude.
Daddy, chill.
Hope for the future? We are on the highway to hell with no brakes and no hope. But thank God there's more fat and ugly women in video games made by Bethesda. It gives me hope for the future, that the woman I decide to date can be 5'3" and 190 pounds.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
Now that the new CEO had Todd Howard in a financial wedgie, all of a sudden, Bethesda has news for us. Remember when Bethesda Day was nothing but them telling us what expansion packs were coming out for Fallout 76 while they circle jerked each other and broke their arms, patting themselves on the back about how diverse Bethesda Game Studio was in the launch of Fallout 4 God knows how many years ago, telling the same story over and over again, like Darkside Phil when he got fired from the helicopter company?
10 years. It's been 10 years since Fallout 4 launched. We had spent months preparing the video assets that we were going to show at the Dolby Theater. And I remember going to the Dolby and walking in there and seeing it for the first time and just being amazed at how big it was. And then watching as fans stood in line, streamed in, wearing their costumes, just so excited. They had no idea what we were going to say, but you could tell, right, what they all hoped for.
I don't give a shit.
See?
While the fans prayed to God that Bethesda would show a trailer from the Fallout Remastered games that they wouldn't even confirm existed. Talk about stupid leadership. Not having Fallout New Vegas remastered when the Normie Slop TV show butchered the Fallout New Vegas lore for Season 2? Don't piss on my shoes and tell me it's raining, Todd.
Starfield continues with over 17 million players logged in, almost 1 billion hours to date. Starfield remains an important part of our future as we enter year 3.
It's been 3 years since this shit.
We'll continue expanding the settle system with new
Story, bro. The settlement system, base building, all was taken from a modder. So modder came up with it. Bethesda was like, that's a good idea, and they added it to the games, acting like they came up with something new.
targeted gameplay improvements and additional updates while preparing for the launch of new Starfield content next year. More than 40% of players already customized.
Don't care.
These assholes were teasing Starfield DLC that only 10,000 people care about at best. And I'm being generous because the game can scarcely muster 3,000 players on any given day.
And while we won't host a traditional Fallout Day broadcast this year, we're already planning something special for the 30th anniversary in 2027, when Fallout Day will be celebrated live in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, no shit, there won't be a Fallout Day this year. You guys come out every year for the past couple years with more Fallout Shelter DLC and Fallout 76 DLC.
We're always looking for ways to improve the game, and we've had a great idea for a new type of content for quite some time now. And the 10th anniversary felt like the perfect moment to reveal it.
Seasons are coming to Fallout Shelter. And so, can you imagine how many lives this is going to be saving?
We have a ton of Fallout 76 to get through, so let's go. Lightning round. December, we introduced the Gleaming Depths, which added high-level raids and 4-star legendary items.
We've also brought some furry friends to our camps and have some very interesting thoughts about what we can add next.
Players who were tired of having smooth skin got to live out their dreams in March's Ghoul Within update. Some of us are still apparently living out this dream. Or nightmare.
The new CEO would have bludgeoned you all to death with your overpriced plastic Pip Boys, and the chuds would cheer in delight. Wasn't it last year they showed off the special edition of Fallout New Vegas that went up in price within 3 months for a shitty little plastic toy made in China and a game in the box with a paper code on it? No hard disk at all. 15th anniversary edition with a crappy statue and a digital copy of the game. All for the low price of $150.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
People will buy anything. That doesn't mean you should do it.
And I'm saying this from a place of hate. Fallout Day could be a email. It's such a nothing burger that's stretched out for almost 2 hours, but they seem to have the money to burn to show us nothing while simultaneously trying to sell us everything. Here's a great quote from the last Fallout Day.
The bar was so low that it was a tripping hazard in hell. And here you are, playing limbo with the devil, Todd.
Understand there was a question on Skyrim. Matt?
How many trees are in Skyrim?
How many trees are in Skyrim? I don't know. I could go look it up, of course, but I'm going to go guess-wise 111,111. Let's see how good I do.
And then,
Now
while you're there, are there going to be more trees in the Elder Scrolls 6 than Skyrim, or less?
Are there going to be more trees in Elder Scrolls 6 or less? More.
You can't keep getting away with it!
The future of Fallout is one of our biggest priorities today. Fallout 5 remains our long-range destination, and we have multiple Fallout projects in active development right now. Fallout 76 continues to be the home for millions of players exploring Appalachia together, with nearly 70,000 free updates released to date. 70 free updates. I don't know why I said 70,000. We have a major Fallout 76 expansion planned for next year, Raven Rock, the prequel of the story of Fallout 3.
Written by the people he fired because the story's probably shit.
Oh boy, more Fallout 76, the game that's arguably the reason why Bethesda didn't put out any other Fallout games for the past couple years. The people that spend money on Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76 generate millions of dollars yearly for Bethesda.
Actually, I was wrong. Fallout 76 alone makes tens of millions of dollars a year.
That is the main reason why there is no rush for the next Fallout game. Because why would they turn off the tap for that? Putting out a Fallout game would cut into that revenue stream that is yearly for them. All of these companies are striving for this business model since Fortnite hit. Did you know that when the Fallout TV show came out, and you remember the dumb DLC they put out and the expensive costume?
All going to be very excited to meet the man behind it.
That would be me, motherfuckers.
Walton Goggins playing the Ghoul and Fallout 76. Just recorded the lines, and I'm here to tell you, they're f***ing awesome. Whoa, slow down, cowboy. Buy a fella dinner first. I hope you enjoy playing this game as much as we did making it for you.
Yeah, you walk on out of here, you bow-legged piece of shit.
Guess what? It made $80 million alone from the hype generated by the shitty TV show for season 2. The people were so thirsty for something Fallout related, they got on Fallout 76 and bought the overpriced NCR armors.
Between season 2 of the show and the 15th anniversary of Fallout New Vegas, we just had to include some fun nods to the Mojave and Burning Springs.
Burning Springs will wrap up 2025 for us.
Don't get me wrong, by the way. The Creation Engine 3 is giving Bethesda hell, I'm told, behind the scenes. If Elder Scrolls 6 drops and it has a loading screen, I'm gonna piss myself laughing. The post then talks about how many copies of Fallout 4 were sold and how well the live action show is doing. All these things mean dick all to me and everybody else waiting for the past 10 years for a new Fallout game, and 15 or more for the next Elder Scrolls. It reads as self-congratulatory, as if they were killing themselves by not making what the fans wanted till the new CEO came in screaming, "We have no games!" I honestly don't know what Bethesda was trying to convey here, that only the most stringent consumers would read this and cheer it all for.
Foundation extends beyond our team, and technology tools and systems will power the next generation of Bethesda RPGs that will still
Play like they were on the PlayStation 3.
The Wasteland continues to expand as we team up once again with our longtime friends at Obsidian Entertainment. We're happy to confirm they're working with us on a new Fallout project. We'll have more to share in the future.
Sure you will, like probably 10 years from now. See, you guys are only doing something with Obsidian because you were forced to. An article came out about a year or two ago with an old Obsidian developer saying that Bethesda wouldn't let them make another game. New Vegas has been a thorn in their asses for well over a decade. So when Todd Howard says he doesn't hate the game, it's a damn lie. Name any other modern company that had a hit game that was a license to print money and they didn't run that shit into the ground. I'll wait. They hated it so much they wouldn't even give Obsidian their bonuses for the Metacritic score being down by 1 point. Then when Fallout 4 dropped and compared to Fallout New Vegas, it was an absolute piece of shit, and they know it. Could you imagine the hubris of having homework done for you? All they had to do is copy Fallout New Vegas, put it in a next-gen engine, and be called literal creative gods. They looked us all in the face and pissed in our mouths. The only thing good about modern Bethesda games is that the gunplay has improved from what it was in the past. And that's exactly what I want for my RPG. At the end of the day, Bethesda is a victim of its own success. Creatively stuck in 2013, their games play like something from 2 console generations ago. They see no problem with this, and maybe years of modders fixing their games on PC and console gamers quietly accepting their poorly optimized games. Why would Bethesda ever change? They never needed to. The only reason Skyrim did as well as it did for as long as it did was because of the PC gaming community and the modders creating content and hype for free for decades. And what did Bethesda do with the mods keeping a game alive long past its shelf life? They tried to monetize them for their own gain. Bethesda is able to capitalize on people's nostalgia and love for their 2 big IPs. Pretty much the only thing anyone gives a shit about from Bethesda. Maybe Wolfenstein. But that won't last forever. I don't see Zoomers talking about Fallout. It's always childless, middle-aged people on par with Disney adults. They have a very strange connection to Fallout that borderlines an obsession. Bethesda has used up all of its goodwill. And if a former fanboy like me is fed up, then everyone else must have run out of give a damn years ago. Thank God the new CEO came in and kicked all of these game devs right in the sweetness, or else we wouldn't be getting shit out of Bethesda. It'd be nothing. It would just be radio silence. They would put out another stupid Fallout day where they would show us more DLC for shit we don't care about.
Indeed. Doom, 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 doom. All right. Good Lord. I'm gonna end this night. Mr. Fauci. All right. Sunday mornings. Sunday afternoons. Sunday evenings. Hollow Birds. I've never actually watched that video. Or if I did, I forgot about it. Who? Gonna get a bong rip for the end of the stream. A bong rip that hits supremely hard. All right. Bong rip for the end of the stream. You son of a guns. Let's go ahead and put some actual weed on top of the weed for weed. Here's like weed. X to the weed exhibit. All right. Bum 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 bum. What movie? Oh yeah, that was that one. I wish that one movie, Hunting Matthew Nichols, would leak, but it never seems to come out. All right. Visage. These videos, man.
And that's all, folks. All right. See you tomorrow night.